To this day, I don't know what I witnessed those few days, nor do I want to know. I think it would be better that way. To set the scene with some background information, I'm a 20-year-old Latino woman. I'm a Lance Corporal in the Marine Corps, and have spent a year in Afghanistan back in 2015. During the time of this experience, my girlfriend and I took a camping trip, and for the sake of this story, I will call her Olivia. I've grown up in a very wooded area of Florida, many trees and animals of all sorts. Alligators, bears, panthers, coyotes, and sometimes wolves from people owning them and letting them into the wild when they got big. The area we had gone to was new terrain for us. She insisted we go somewhere new and explore around, since I would have to return to California to my duty station in a few days. She wanted to explore the new terrain with me. We walk along the beaten path, admiring nature in the wooded areas, flowers, and even small animals and birds that inhabited the area. Olivia went to college for zoology, so she enjoyed teaching me about the different animals and the ways to identify them by their tracks and other signs. As we were walking to the camp clearing in this particular forest, we came across a hardly visible pathway, winding deeper into the brush. Her nature calling was pulling her into it. She wanted to explore and find a place inside to set up camp. But call it military intuition, but I felt really uneasy with the idea. Reluctantly, with her pleading, I agreed. We then began to trek through the brush, thorny vines cutting up my legs through my jeans, and a spider web hitting me in the face every now and again, due to the overlaying branches. We walked for roughly 45 minutes until we came into a clearing, deciding this was the best spot we could set up camp. Olivia pitched our tents as I got the fire roaring, and at this point, the dusk is creeping in on us. We lay down to settle in for the night, and all is well. That is, until I'm awakened by things being thrown by the side of my tent. It takes me a little bit for my eyes to adjust to the darkness. The campfire was now a dim glow. My eyes finally adjust as I look around. I wasn't truly awake until the smell hit me like a semi-truck. The smell of rotting garbage. It was sickening. As I tried to gain my composure, that's when I saw the figure. It was tall, very large and stocky, and appeared very human-like. Just too large to be a person. There was still tapping against the tent, some large, others small, but I didn't make a peep. My voice was lodged in my throat, and I'm not even sure at this point I was breathing. All the hair on my body was on end. I was terrified. Olivia shifted in her sleep, opening her eyes. "Hey, is everything okay?" I cut her off by placing my hand over her mouth, raising a finger to my lips in order to tell her to be quiet. That's when I heard it. The growling. It was low. More like a grumble and a groan than a growl, but it was a sound like no other. It was enough to make even my drill sergeants piss themselves. Our eyes directed to the zipper, and it began to move. It slowly started unzipping. Whatever this thing was, it was getting into our tent. I reached next to me and grabbed a small handgun I took everywhere with me, and took aim. A rather loud bang is heard as I took my shot, making a direct hit into the thing's shoulder. A monstrous growl scream is heard. It rattled me to the bone, and Olivia only cried out of pure fear. We watched as this figure disappeared, and we didn't fall asleep just in case it returned. I stayed with her all night, my handgun at my side. The next morning, we were packing all of our stuff and getting ready to head out when we saw it. A stocky figure standing in the tree line. It was around 8, maybe 9 feet tall. It was large, hairy, and seemed rather human-like, besides its dark, deep eyes and fur-covered body. It just watched us as we collected our things. We never broke eye contact either. The thing just watched before sinking back into the woods. We've never ran so fast in our lives back to the main road. Olivia still has nightmares about this thing that terrorized us by throwing things and opening our tent. And I'll admit, the thing really creeped me out. Let me just tell you, I haven't been camping since. During the summer of 2016, my larger group of friends and I went camping out at this spot called Desert Creek. It's a place that's about 100 miles from any town, deep in some mountains in Nevada. I'm not of any sort of native descent, but I've heard a few skinwalker stories before. I didn't believe them too much until this night. My large group drove out to the camp spot and got set up. Being stupid teenagers, we started drinking. It was 4th of July weekend, so the camp spots were sort of busy, but all of the spots were pretty far apart, so we didn't think we would have too many problems. The drinking started around 2 in the afternoon, right after we set up camp. While setting up my tent, I noticed some odd footprints, but didn't think too much of it. By the time night fell, all of us were pretty drunk. I decided I had to go take a leak, so I walked over to a tree. But before I could, I saw what looked like a coyote, but something was off about it. It turned and looked at me and stood up on 2 feet, and it sounded like it was trying to say something to me, but it couldn't get out the words. They were just sounds for a few seconds. I was paralyzed with fear, and then it seemed like the words started to become more clear, but it's still not right. I heard my best friend, let's call him C. C's voice came from its mouth. "Hey, hand me another beer." That's when I snapped out of it. I turned and ran back to camp and told everyone, but no one believed me, and I wasn't sure if I believed myself. But after, I became really paranoid. I thought I could hear sounds all night. When it was time to go to bed, I had almost forgotten about it. Keep in mind, we were about 2 36 packs, in between about 8 of us. I was lying in my tent listening to the crackling of the fire when all of a sudden I could hear footsteps, but they were scattered. I looked out the window of the tent and saw a humanoid figure about 10 feet away standing next to the fire staring at me. Then it said again in C's voice, "Hey guys, I think I'm gonna go to bed." That's when I heard C say from his tent, "What was that?" He poked his head out of the tent and screamed. Everybody got up at that point, and that's when this thing turned and lunged at my other friend. Let's call him Jay. Jay jumped out of the way and hopped into his car, which was right next to his tent. The thing then howled this terrifying sound, and that's when I realized the smell of rotten eggs and burning garbage. The thing ran away and C said, "Guys, we need to get out of here." We all hopped into our cars and started driving out. When one of my friends in front of me stopped about a mile from the main road, I got out with the pistol my dad had let me borrow for protection, and I realized my friend's truck had a flat tire. We all heard the howl again, and it sounded like it was in the middle of the canyon where we were in, about a 25-minute drive away from us. We thought we would be okay, so we got to work putting the spare tire on. We had only just gotten the flat tire off and we started to smell the rancid odor again. We stopped and looked around and heard the howl once again, this time right next to us. We bolted to our cars and tried to drive away when this thing jumped out in front of the car and stood up. The creature looked into my eyes and spoke once more, but in a demonic-like voice. "Gonna have to try harder than that." I slammed on the gas and this thing jumped over my car. We got out of there and drove 150 miles back home, still drunk and way past curfew, but we didn't care. The next morning, I drove my friend back to his truck, and when we both got there, we were both struck with this terrible feeling in our stomachs. His truck's windows were broken, and scratched into the car all over the place was every single one of our full names. There were 2 animals in the bed of the truck, but we couldn't tell what kind of animals they were because they were so mangled. From that point on, we had never given a thought to going camping at Desert Creek ever again. I will not say my name for this story, as I am afraid they will find me, but you can call me Rose. I was 14 when it happened, so about a year ago. I was at a powwow with my friends, a young girl, let's call her Lily, and her older sister, Saria. It was getting late, probably around 10 p.m., when we came up with the idea to tell scary stories. I've always been fascinated by skinwalker stories, though I have never seen one myself. Well, that was about to change. I came up with a story and told my friends, then Lily, then Saria. After telling stories, we finally got tired and went to bed. Saria and Lily slept in a small tent, while I slept in a camper with my dad. I've been up where the powwow is many times, and we call the area the grounds. I'm not really a native. I have a little Blackfoot, but I'm mostly Irish. The grounds are full of mostly Cherokee. Anyway, I came up with a stupid idea to scare my friends. I went outside next to their tent and snapped a twig. Then I made loud footsteps along with hard breathing and groaning noises. I could see their shadows sit up, so I knew they were awake. I was just about to shake the tent when I heard footsteps behind me. I knew there were bears and big cats in the woods, but they rarely come in the grounds because all of the lights and people. I didn't want to take any chances, so I slowly walked towards my camper. Then I hear the same groaning noises I made behind me. I thought it was Lily or Saria trying to get me back. But something wasn't right. It sounded just like my voice. "Haha, very funny guys," I call back to their tent. "Haha, very funny guys," said someone who sounded just like me in the woods. Then I see Lily and Saria walk out of their tent. "Will you stop? We're trying to sleep," said Saria in an annoyed voice. A branch breaks and echoes in the woods. Saria and Lily look behind them to see nothing. "I think a bear is out there. Hurry, come inside my camper," I whisper to them. They both walk towards me, when suddenly a loud, curdling scream filled my ears. It sounded like a girl and a dog screaming in the woods. Loud footsteps came closer to us. We ran as fast as we could to my camper and slammed the door shut. I looked out the window and see a dark shadow next to my friend's tent. Then I did something I still regret to this day. I got a flashlight and shined it at the figure. It had the head of a bear and the upper body of a human and the legs of some kind of dog. It stood on its hind legs and stared at us with glowing eyes. I screamed so loud I probably woke everyone up from a mile away. My dad came running. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" I yelled, "Skinwalker! I saw a skinwalker!" My dad got out his shotgun while his friend, who was staying the night, let's call him Jack, grabbed a bowl of sage. My dad ran out the door to see nothing. Jack lit the sage and put it in the bowl outside the front door. We stayed inside the rest of the night. The next morning, we went out to investigate the area where the skinwalker was. All of us almost puked from the rotten smell of animals. I went home the next day. You would think the story ends there, but sadly no, there's more. I was laying in bed trying to sleep when I heard footsteps outside my window. I looked at my window to see a face of a bear. It followed me home. I screamed, but I was home alone because my mom was still at work. The skinwalker banged at my window, cracking it. I tried to let out another scream, but what came out was a loud growl. The creature froze. I did something I thought I would never do. I ran to the window and yelled, "Go away! Be gone!" at the creature. Slowly, it backed away into the woods. I stayed up all night waiting for it to come back, but it never did. Why did it follow me home? And why did I do what I did? I probably will never know, but all I care about is it's never coming back. I'm 15 now, and still no sight of the monster. Hopefully, I will never see something like that again. My name is Jonathan. I'm 22. I've encountered this creature twice, so I'm covering the first time I saw the thing, which was when I was 14 and lived with my parents. My grandparents told me stories of skinwalkers, and they took them quite literally, which is how I knew what this thing was. One night, I was getting ready to go to bed, and my cat was in my window. As I went to get into bed, he started growling. I didn't really think much of it, just thought maybe he saw a deer or a strayed cat or dog. He kept going and started hissing. Then my curiosity got the best of me and I looked out the window. I froze. I hadn't looked directly at it. I had just looked at my yard, and its glowing red eyes caught the corner of my eye. I knew exactly what it was. I tried to move, but I just couldn't, as it just stared at me and my cat, still hissing and growling. A couple of seconds went by and it let out a curdling scream, so loud it might as well have been right in front of me. I broke the gaze and closed the curtains, grabbing my cat and getting away from the window. Then, not a couple seconds later, I heard a tapping at my window. I knew they were really fast, so I wasn't surprised that it got to my window so quickly. My gut had sank at this point, and I couldn't move. My cat was silent but on edge, and all of its hair was standing up. Then it tried to speak. There's no explanation on how it did this, but that it's been around for a very long time. It said, "Jonathan, come here. I need your help." The most frightening part about that was it was in my dad's voice, but he had been gone for over a year now. The tapping continued for about 10 minutes and stopped completely. Longest 10 minutes of my life. After it stopped, I heard footsteps stomp off quickly into the woods where I lived. I didn't get any sleep that night, and the next morning everyone was up and didn't seem like they had heard anything, and acted like everything was normal. I haven't told anyone, and you're the only person I've told this. I couldn't tell if it was a skinwalker or a wendigo, as I didn't see any of its features except that it had glowing red eyes, and that it mimicked my dad. I was 15 when this happened. I have some family in Arizona, so I decided to go out there for the summer. I was very bold and stupid. My grandmother used to say, "You're like a young wolf cub, always trying to figure out your fangs. That can lead to trouble." I didn't understand at the time what she meant by that. My uncle, let's call him Tom, told my cousins and I when I arrived not to go out at night. I thought to myself, why not? Sure, the place is colder at night, but I'm 15, almost a man. So I waited until he, his wife, and children went to sleep that night. I snuck out of the house quietly. I was wandering around, looking at everything, houses, stores, etc. I had walked 2 to 3 miles away from the house when I realized that I needed to take a leak somewhere away from the streetlights. I found a house with no one living in it not too far from the road. I stepped off the street, going around the right side of the house. I was in the middle of doing my business and I thought I heard a cry from a little girl, but it sounded somewhat off, like if it was coming from a tunnel or something far off in the distance. I listened closer for a while before stepping in that direction I thought it may have come from. I yelled, "Hey, little girl, where are you?" Then the crying just stopped. I was confused. What was going on? That's when I heard it. My own voice, but not quite right. More like a growl reply. "I'm scared. Can you come to the other side and help me get home?" The home was almost a dog's growl. My mind was racing now that I was fully creeped out, and I felt an overpowering need to run. As I turned to do just that, I heard movement from somewhere behind me. At the same time, I started smelling something like rotten meat. Looking back, I saw it. I think it was trying to look human, but the way it moved, like a movie zombie, all stiff. Though once it saw me, it started moving much smoother. Plus, its eyes were wrong. They look like dog eyes when light hits them at night. As it moved closer, the thing tried to mimic my Uncle Tom's voice. I just ran from it, but as messed up as its walk was, the thing was fast. I ran full speed, but the thing was catching up fast. The thing passed me, then turned into the middle of the road. I saw something about it, now that it was in the streetlight. Not only was its eyes dog-like, but the face was no longer human, but looked like a coyote now. My instincts told me to run the other way. I was frozen, and before my eyes, the rest of the body snapped and popped as it was transforming into the coyote on all fours. I ran in the direction of my uncle's house. I heard it coming for me as I ran. This is where something weird happened. As it got close this time, my mind went blank. I don't know how to explain this, but I'll do my best. I saw a gray wolf in my mind's eye, and I turned realizing a growl from my mouth that even sounded like a wolf's growl. The thing stopped, clocked its head to the side, and just stared at me. The thing looked like a coyote, but it was standing on its hind legs. I started walking backwards, seeing the gray wolf, and knowing I was using my instincts at the moment, that if I turned to run, it would cease to chase me down and get me. I kept my eyes on it until I was almost to my uncle's door, where I regained control of my mind. Going into the house, I heard scratching on the door, asking in different voices to be let in for an hour, then it left. It did come back the next night to my uncle's house, but Tom knew what it was after. Looking at it through the window of the front door, it pretended to be human again, but tried to use my voice to get Tom to open the door. He went straight to work, burning sage and other herbs. Afterwards, asking me if I was the only one it was after. I told him everything. He was mad, telling me, "You're safe for the night, but I'm sending you home in the morning." I know he was mad, but I needed to know what this was. He told me it was a skinwalker, and it was going to hunt me until it loses my scent. He told me about the legend of them, but the wolf thing, he smiled and said that, "You'll have to figure that one out for yourself." The next day, I was picked up by my mom. I am afraid to go back that way. I don't walk at night anymore, and I still have no answer about the wolf thing that stopped through my mind that night. I was heading to a small town in southern Utah with my wife and a couple of friends. We were on our way to see Lee, a friend of mine that hadn't been seen for a long time. We met up with him at his place and decided to hang out at a nearby lake. It was a typical quiet campsite with a fire pit and a couple of logs around it. We had a little picnic there and we were exchanging stories and catching up with each other all day. Eventually, one of my friends, Bryce, got tired and decided to fall asleep in the car while the rest of us continued talking. At this point, twilight had fallen. Erica and I were discussing something while my wife and Lee were talking about something else. All of a sudden, my wife and Lee fall silent. Erica and I quickly notice. We look at them and Lee says, "Get in the car." I asked him what's wrong, and he says, "There might be a skinwalker around." Now, Erica and I had no idea what a skinwalker was at the time, so we asked him to explain. After his explanation of what it was, Erica and I, being the only sensible thinkers at the moment, and Bryce, just barely waking up from us jumping in the car, decide we should investigate, believing that it was probably just some kids in a nearby campsite trying to mess with us. We came to the top of the hill that was between our campsite and looked for any likely candidates for the scare. None. All we could see was a couple of trees and some bushes. We even called out and there was no response. As we were walking back to the campsite, we heard it. A rustling in the bushes behind us. We look again but see nothing. At this point, we were considering that Lee and my wife may be right. We get back, and it's getting dark fast, so I ask them, is there something we can do to keep them away for a little bit? Yes, said Lee. They don't like fire. And Tim, my wife, and Bryce start working on the fire, while me and Erica go down by the lake to collect the 2 liters we had put there in the water to keep cold. Now it's dark, and Erica and I headed back with the sodas. We hear rustling in the bushes beside us. We're both scared. We hurry back and start putting everything back in the car as soon as possible, while Lee made sure the fire kept burning. After getting everything into the car, I rush over to the fire pit and tell everyone to get in the car as I proceeded to stomp the fire out. Right as the fire went out, I hear a curdling scream across the lake. I felt my heart stop. Lee had said skinwalkers are fast and could make up a full lap around the lake in a matter of seconds. I jump in the car and yell, "Go!" Right as the engine started and the lights come on, we see it. Coming out of the bushes right in front of us, glowing yellow eyes and what looked like a zombified coyote with decaying flesh. A skinwalker. We backed up and peeled out of there as fast as we could. This happened 2 years ago, and it still scares me to how close of a call it was. I am honestly amazed that we all survived such a close encounter with this skinwalker. When I was about 11 or 12, we lived in a small house made of mud and stone, a lot like our house now. It was 2 of my brothers and I in the house. Everyone else had gone to the feast and left us to tend the sheep. We were getting ready for bed when we heard the dogs going crazy outside. Thinking it was nothing more than coyotes howling in the distance, we told them to be quiet. We began to drift off into sleep, and the dogs would not shut up. Somehow, I was able to get a few hours of sleep. Then I woke up very late in the night. It was very quiet and still in the house, except for my brother snoring and breathing. I realized I needed to use the outhouse and woke up my brother to take me there. He teased me about being scared, which I certainly was. We went out with our flashlight to the outhouse. The dogs began with their crazed barking out in the sagebrush, going from one place to the next. My brother went first and I waited for him outside. While waiting, I tried to follow the dogs with my flashlight. Suddenly, there was a very loud whine from one of the dogs. Then everything went silent again. It was really too quiet for that time of year. Not even the sheep were making noise. Suddenly, I heard a few of the dogs going completely mad by the truck. When I looked over, there was this man. He was unbelievably tall, leaning one arm on the cab roof of the truck. He was looking at the dogs for a little. They all scattered in different directions. The thing looked up at me, and I saw its face. It had a pure white face, like a full moon, 2 burning yellow eyes, and a slight smile that was pure black. I could not move or make a sound. It began to walk towards me with long strides, until it finally towered over me. All I began to see was dark red. I kept getting deeper and deeper into its eyes. I could faintly hear my brother coming out of the outhouse. With this, the thing looked up at him. Reality came rushing back to me. I noticed my brother was too distracted with his buckle to realize what was going on. I noticed this thing's long hands hovering just inches from my head. Its skin was black ash and smelt like rotten flesh in the summer. I was still unable to move or speak. The skinwalker began to move toward my brother. Finally noticing this figure, my brother became paralyzed as I was. Closer and closer it drew. Reaching its arm out toward my brother's head, something finally snapped in me. I became unbearably angry. I broke from the trance and lunged at the skinwalker, raising my arms like a wild animal and baring my teeth at it. A growl came out that I never knew I could make. I became more angrier at the thing that it was trying to hurt us. It kept that smile at first, but the angrier I got, the more the smile faded. Finally, with everything I had, I began to make a primal roar at it. It fell backwards and ran into the night. Looking back at me, its eyes were dim and dull, its smile now long since gone. The next morning, my family returned home from the feast. After relaying the story to my parents, they quickly hired a medicine man. I'm half Navajo and half Mexican. For over 20 years of my life, I've lived on the Navajo Nation reservation in New Mexico. My Native American side of the family always warned us to be careful at night. My grandparents would always tell me stories of these shape-shifting witches who can curse you or mess with you. They called them skinwalkers, because they would take the skin of animals and wear them to change into that animal, or something in between a human and an animal. I never believed in it really. I'm only half Navajo and light-skinned, so I was never treated the same by most people here, so I drifted away from the culture and thought it wasn't for me. It was around summertime. This happened when I was in high school, so about 6 to 8 years ago. I would have been like 15 to 17 then. I used to hang out with a group of guys who like to do a lot of delinquent type stuff. You know, smoke cigs and stay up all night playing video games at someone's house. Then at 3 a.m., if we felt like it, we would go sneak out to Paradise. I know, it's an ironic name. It's basically a giant metal pipe that carries irrigation water to all the farms. But really, it was also a spot for kids to get drunk or high in the evenings. However, the place did have a scary history of kids and adults who drowned in the night. But I always thought those were urban legends. But at 3 a.m., that was our time. We as boys would test one another across the pipe, sort of an initiation, to see how far you could go. We usually could go all the way across. Now keep in mind, this pipe goes well over 3 stories high. It's also wide. I'd say as wide as an average car. We would walk this thing for kicks in a group of 9 at 3 a.m. So one night, me and a small group of friends were driving around bored at 2 a.m., wanting to spook each other. So I said let's go to Paradise and walk the pipe. As to most of these friends I was hanging out with had never done it. They agreed, pumped up on energy drinks, and we drove. It was pretty quiet. The sky was dark and the night was cold. The boys with me were Michael, Cody, Tommy, and Theryl. Now, Theryl was the driver because he had a car and his family was pretty well off too, so he never had to worry about cash. We got to the place and he didn't want to go, said his parents were traditional, and he wanted to just chill in the car. Basically, he wanted to text some chick, I'm sure, without us bugging him. I told him it's fine, keep the car locked and running in case we see something scary. Me and the other boys went on without him. As we got onto the lead pipe, a few of the guys were scared and had me take the lead. As we crawled, I'd say a fourth of the way on the pipe, talking and laughing, I noticed a faint white or light gray bat bigger than my head flying around us. It dived for us a few times. We dodged it, but then Tommy slipped because of the shoes he was wearing and almost fell off the pipe. I reached out, grabbing him on his right arm. Michael had grabbed my shirt collar and Cody grabbed his. Altogether, we got back on the pipe, shaken that we almost lost Tommy to the dark depths below. The bat was gone. We were all freaking out, but the guys wanted to continue. We laughed about it as guys usually do. We passed the halfway point on the pipe with no problems, but as we got 3/4 of the way, Michael saw something. You see, at the end of the pipe there's a hill. Behind that hill, it's very brightly lit because of a church somewhere off in the distance. Anyway, on that hill was a black figure of pointy ears, a dog silhouette. Now, Michael was a tough guy. He yelled at that thing, "I'm not scared of you, Skinwalker," and tossed a few rocks he had in his pocket. One rock hit the pipe and the other fell into the brush below. That shadow silhouette dog stood up on its 2 legs like a person. We all freaked out, jaws dropped. Then Cody said, "Look, another one to the left." Tommy said there's another one on the right. So there's 3 silhouettes of pointy dog-eared people on the hill. I told them to back up so we could get back to the car. The things to the right and the left of the hill started to move down the hill towards us. Now there's just one standing on the hill, the one who stood up first. Now we're trying to go back, but we're still halfway. Under us, complete darkness. It's quiet for a few minutes. Then we heard a girl crying. Sounded like she was hurt and scared. We were overcome with a strange feeling of wanting to help. Michael wanted to go back towards the end and crawl down the pipe to help this girl. I almost followed too, but inside I said, "No, this is wrong. Something isn't right." So I yelled at him and everyone, saying, "Are you stupid? Look at the thing up there on the hill. Did you not see those things? It's a trap. Let's leave that fake crying. If that girl is hurt, we'll come back when the sun is up in 2 hours." Now, the moment I said this, the crying stopped. All the guys freaked out, saying they can't believe what came over them. They said they almost forgot what we saw before. Halfway on the pipe now, we hear a drum being played. We start running. Running on this pipe, almost to the car, Corey stops us. We can all hear it, and it sounds like a pack of snarling, growling, yelping coyotes. But it's pitch dark below. But we know they are under us. We run, full speed. Not looking back in the car, we yell and drive as fast as we can back onto the dirt road to a well-lit gas station. And explained what happened to Therrell. We couldn't get the girls crying out of our heads, and we went back in daylight just to make sure. We did not find the girl. Instead, in the area, we heard the crying and we saw a coyote watching us a close distance away. It was not shy. It looked at us for 4 seconds and walked into the brush. I did not go back there after that. This was about a year ago. I lived in Michigan. My older brother was planning a big cruise to Mexico and then invited me to go along. I agreed because I'd never left the country before, and I thought it would be a fun trip. So it was a day before the flight, and I went over to my cousin's to sleep, because our flight was very early and I live 40 minutes away. My cousin's backyard is completely woods with a small creek, and it's beautiful down there in the summertime. But it was about March when this happened, so the woods were very bare. It was getting late, and we were all starting to go to bed. I slept in the living room while my cousin went upstairs to bed with her husband and said goodnight. I was up, just facing the window to the woods, because it always takes me a little bit to fall asleep. Then, very faintly, I saw a pair of glowing eyes off in the distance. My mind raced as I told myself it was just a deer, but the glowing eyes were getting closer and closer. Then I realized it wasn't a deer. The thing had to be at least 9 or 10 feet. I was horrified and paralyzed with fear. It looked like a big wolf or deer that had been decaying. The thing went back into the woods. That night I didn't sleep. When it was about 4, I heard my cousin's husband walking down the steps, and I told him about the whole thing that had happened that night. His eyes got very wide and said very quietly, "You seen a skinwalker." I've done some more research about these things, and I do believe I've seen a skinwalker. I never told anyone the story because I felt like I would be called a liar, but that was one of the scariest moments of my life. To start, I'm a white female. I was adopted 7 years ago by my Navajo family, and we've always been close despite my obvious cultural differences. Still, I learned about skinwalkers firsthand, and they've since then become an accepted part of my life. I left Utah at the end of 2012. The first story happened to my adopted uncle. He was driving through the canyon area. They live in Blanding, Utah, a spot not quite notorious for skinwalkers, but full of them nonetheless. It was dark outside, but the moon illuminated the canyon and brush, enough for him to see out of his side vision that something was running across the desert night. He was in his 40s, and at the time, he was a police officer, so a full-grown man. He started singing and praying in Navajo and kept his eyes on the road in front of him, but he was driving at least 55 to 60 miles per hour. So the shape running through the desert was keeping pace with him, despite his high speed. He said that it looked very vaguely human-shaped, but paler than any human that he'd ever seen. Still, he didn't look directly at it, and despite his singing, he was getting more and more scared. One thing my Navajo family always taught me was that these creatures feed on our fear. This one certainly seemed to. My uncle was shaking and sweating when this running thing picked up speed, outpacing his truck, and then it was maybe 30 yards ahead of him. It made a sharp right and began to run towards the road. He knew it was going to directly intersect him, and he made up his mind to put the foot on the gas. So it got closer and he sped up, and just as the two crossed paths, it jumped onto the road. He saw it for the first time then. He described it as a skinny man in jeans, with a plaid shirt, typical reservation wear, with a long face and big yellow eyes that looked like cat eyes. Its arms were thrown up over its head, and its hands were kind of flying behind it. The worst part was its mouth was open and seemed disconnected from its jaw. The chin was just flapping around, about a foot below its nose. It leapt onto the road and just as quickly jumped out of the way of the truck, and he didn't see it again. He prayed the whole way home, and they had a ceremony shortly after that. Another encounter happened to my adopted brother, who was one of the most level-headed and unshakable men I have ever met. He was 30 when this happened. He was at their dad's house, partaking in one of these ceremonies, which happens in a Hogan. The rule is that you never leave the Hogan alone, because the magic and energy that you make in one of those ceremonies is kind of like a supernatural light beacon. You never know what kind of creatures you're attracting. Still, Eric, my brother, was a pretty rational guy and wasn't afraid of the dark. He's been in the Hogan for hours, chanting and praying and all that good stuff. He needed a smoke break and to take a leak. So against the general rule, he edged out of the roundhouse and out into the night. There was nothing around except 15 or 20 parked cars, all close to the ceremony area. It was a large gathering, so Eric did his business with no incident and lit up a cigarette. He was standing there, staring off into space when he got that feeling of being watched. To shake it off, he walked away from the Hogan about 20 feet and scanned the desert. Everything was quiet, except drums coming from the back of the tent and singing within. Just as he was about to shrug off his weird feeling and chuck his cigarette butt, he saw it. Under one of the vehicles, a dark shape with two shining eyes. The eyes were animal-like. They didn't glow on their own, but had reflective light in them, and they glinted right at Eric. They were yellow. The creature didn't have the shape of any animal he'd recognized, though. He explained it to me that it was shaped like Gollum, really skinny with a round human head. Eric walked towards the vehicle and bent down to get a closer look. Dust scrabbled around and he could hear a skittering noise. One bony arm shoved gravel his way, and the next thing he knew, the creature was gone and the vehicle was empty. But then he smelled this disgusting, puke-worthy stench. And he got scared then, because that's one of the worst things in Navajo culture. Bad smells are treated very seriously when they're assumed to be supernatural. So he straightened back up, and then he realized the source of the smell. A shadow fell over him, covering him from behind. He is around 6'2", so this thing, he said it was at least 7.5 feet. He was shivering and didn't move as it approached him from behind, until it was standing inches away. He could feel it. He could smell it. See its shadow. And then the worst thing, he felt it breathe on his neck. Eric said that it sounded like a horse or a cow when it snorts, and its breath was warm. When he looked at his feet, he saw his shoes, and behind his right foot, a big hoof. So he closed his eyes and started to sing, and right in that moment, his dad and uncle got a terrible feeling from inside the Hogan. They bolted up and exited, calling his name. They found him shivering outside, too terrified to talk, and too terrified to stop singing in Navajo. It took Eric months before he shared this with us, and he did so expecting us to laugh or call him crazy, but I completely believe his story. This just happened mere seconds ago. I'm a 22-year-old female, of sound mind, pretty but not immaculate, average size, living in Oklahoma. I have a job and have never had anything that could be considered a mental episode. I live in Tulsa, the second largest city in the state. To give a little backstory, I live in a house with 4 roommates, all men. I think of them as brothers, and we never really worry about anything like intruders, and always have our 3 back doors unlocked. Now, to give you a visual aid, I live in the front part of the house, the living area, and 2 of the doors are the back doors to my roommates' rooms. The back doors lead out to a porch that overlooks our backyard. The backyard is large, though it's a pretty urban area. It snowed a few days ago, and there's still some snow on the ground, and it's freezing. But there's no smoking in the house. I put on my jacket and throw on some slippers. I grumble to my roommates about having to go outside to smoke alone, but trudge out our back doors anyways. I usually bring my phone or another person's, but this time I didn't. I've been bringing people because I've been hearing strange noises. I'm not the only one either. My other roommates have heard them as well. Sounds that resonate in our backyard, but seem to have no place. They sort of sound like chimes. The fence surrounding our yard is wood until about halfway up, and then the chain links start. So it's about 12:30 a.m. and I'm on the porch smoking when something catches my eye. Now, I have 2 cats in my house, my boy cat and my roommate's female cat. There's a cat that wanders around and tries to sneak in from time to time. And I notice this thing that caught my eye is close to the ground and wiggling. I assume it's the cat and start looking around for something to shoo it away. Finding nothing, I resort to building a snowball and I throw it. A small one, nothing too big. I don't want to hurt it. I just want it to go on. So I throw the snowball and it hits it. It was then that I realized how big this thing was. As soon as the ball hit it, my entire body filled with an outstanding fear, one that I cannot explain. I was frozen. I watched this thing slowly stand up from the crouch that it was in. It looked like a man, but gross. Its knees was bent in the wrong way, and it had gross, sagging skin. It was unbelievably tall. Its arms were like twice as long as a person's. Its face was distorted, crinkled with the same wrinkles that creases its body. It looked at me, and I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. With an inhuman speed, it took off towards the back of my yard, and it was gone. My feet started moving again, and cigarette still in hand. I crashed through the doors into my house. I screamed at my roommates to lock the doors and tried to calm my trembling. I can't get the image of this thing out of my mind. I can't calm myself. They keep telling me that I'm tripping, and that can't be real. But it's Christmas, I'm not on any drugs, and I know what I saw. I'm terrified. What do I do? What did I see? Update. 1:43 a.m. I forced my roommate to go outside with me, and there are prints in the snow. While I can't confirm that they are the creatures, they appear too large to be that of Tyler's or my own. My cats won't go anywhere near any of the doors. And when we were outside, we heard what sounded like a cat, but it's weird. It had an almost garbled undertone. The leaves were moving as well. I'm terrified. Update. Last night was the toughest night I've had in a long time. None of my roommates believe me, except for the one that's also seen a skinwalker. All night long there was this very strange tapping and scratching coming from the attic. I couldn't get more than 45 minutes of sleep at a time. While trading stories around a campfire, my friend recalled an encounter he had while serving an LDS mission. My friend's mission region had a reservation within its boundaries. However, it was relatively far from where he was serving. On occasion, him and his mission companion were asked to travel further than usual, to meet with some investigators. This took them near the reservation. On their way home, their car ran out of gas, and it wasn't until late that night that they were able to continue the journey home. My friend, who was driving while his companion slept in the passenger seat, chose a different route that took him through the back roads, in an attempt to get home sooner. He told us he was driving above the speed limit when he noticed movement in the woods lining the road. Because coyotes were common in the area, he took little notice at first. Then he looked out the window and slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop jolted his companion awake, who immediately wanted to know what was wrong. My friend was shaken, and he said he would tell him once they got home. He asked him to say a prayer. By the time they made it home, his companion was eager to know what happened. My friend told him, "I looked down the road next to the car and saw 6 men running on all fours, keeping up with the car. I was driving 40 miles an hour." I'm from southern Ohio. My particular neck of the woods was hilly and full of the Amish. I lived deep in the countryside with my father, who was stricken with frequent seizures and was unable to work or live alone. My story takes place early in the autumn of 2014. I was a 26-year-old college dropout at the time and working part-time at a gas station. Thanks to this, I had a lot of free time on my hands, most of which was spent hiking in the woods surrounding my home. On one of my many solo hikes, I saw something that changed me. As stated before, the seasons had just changed to autumn, and the trees were just starting to change into the many brilliant shades that time of year is known for. I had decided after one of my shifts at work to get one last extended hike in before the cold started to set in for the year. I had left the house around 2:30 p.m. and told my dad I'd be back around 7 p.m. for dinner. Warm sun but with a cooling breeze, remarkably low humidity, and not a cloud in the sky. Perfect weather for a hike. I had been walking alongside a creek using a large branch turned into a makeshift walking stick, my usual route, for around 45 minutes when I realized the woods were quiet. Too quiet. I stopped to listen, and aside from the running water to my right, there was not a sound in the forest. After shuddering from a chill I attributed to a breeze that had cut through the trees, I continued my trek, trying my best to match the silence of the woods with each step. Another 45 to 60 minutes passed, and my trail separated from the creek and began to loop back around towards my house. I had always dreaded this part of the hike due to the steep hills that laid before me, and stopped to take a breather. After resuming my hike, I had made it nearly 3/4 of the way through, when I felt a strong wind at my back, then a loud crack somewhere in front of me. About 40 yards ahead of me and about 15 yards to the right of the trail, a young white-tailed buck stood alert, but unaware of my presence. After a few seconds of taking in the beauty of the creature, I noticed that the wind was still blowing and thought it was strange that the buck hadn't noticed me. I had always heard that being upwind of a deer would ensure that you'd be noticed and that the beast would flee. Shrugging it off, I continued walking, making sure to remain silent as to avoid spooking the buck. After walking about 15 yards, I noticed movement in the direction of the deer. Looking, I noticed he was no longer alert and began walking slowly through the brush. But I noticed something else as well. The deer was now around 30 yards away from me, but in between us, close to the ground, there was a pitch-black mass moving under the cover of foliage. It was much closer to the buck and approaching him. He had yet to notice it. I froze, waiting to see what the strange creature was, as coyotes are the only common predator around here, and this was way too large and much too dark to be one of those. After the distance between the two forest dwellers shrunk to what couldn't have been more than 10 yards, the hidden beast stopped, and with it, the wind. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The deer suddenly looked in the direction at me and flinched, as if it was going to sprint away, but before it could take so much as a step, a large black cat lunged at it and instantly took the deer to the ground. While shocked at the appearance of this foreign predator, I remembered that there have been stories and eyewitness reports going around for the past couple of years of a large black mountain lion roaming the hills in my county. I could no longer see the animal through the brush, but I didn't need to see to know what it looked like. Quietly, I continued along my path, wanting to avoid disturbing the feasting feline. As I walked along, I realized I was getting a clearer view of the cougar. It was bigger than I expected, having only seen them on television or in books, and the color was mesmerizing, a deeper black than anything I'd ever seen, almost as if it was pulling the light towards it, never to escape. I stopped to marvel at the cat, and as I did, it began eating. I felt bad for the deer, but it was the circle of life and all. What felt like minutes couldn't have been more than a few seconds, and I was hit with a horrid smell attributed to the deer. I noticed that the cougar wasn't black all over. Its face and hands were the typical color. Wait, hands? Why did it have hands where the paws should have been? I began to study the creature more. Features which just seconds before were that of a large cat were becoming more human-like before my eyes. What was once a black cougar or mountain lion is now a large, bulky man with long black hair and covered in black furs for clothing, eating the deer raw with only his hands. I couldn't help but let out a quiet gasp, but it wasn't quiet enough. The man stopped and didn't move for a few moments. I knew I had to get out of there, but didn't want him to be able to follow me home. He hadn't looked in my direction yet, and as he was beginning to stand, without thinking I launched the stick I had been using to aid my hike back down the path in the direction I came from. After hearing the crash, the man sunk back down and began creeping in that direction, becoming a cat yet again as he moved. Taking my eyes off of him as little as possible, as fast as I could without making a noise, I continued along the path. Once I felt like I was far enough away, I broke into a sprint and didn't stop until I was through my back door. I haven't seen the man or cat since, but I quickly convinced my dad to move to Cincinnati and haven't been back to those woods, so who knows if he's still around. I knew about the Wendigo, skinwalkers, etc. before my encounter, but though it didn't cross my mind until a few months ago when I was retelling the story to my younger cousin at Halloween to scare him. The problem is my story doesn't match up to many skinwalker stories I've heard. In nearly all others, the skinwalker takes on the form of a dog or related animal, and my part of the country isn't exactly known for them. Anyone know what else it could have been if not a skinwalker? A few years ago, 2012 or 13 I think, since I was still in high school then, I was at a party with some friends, and as the night goes on, maybe 11 or 12 at night, one of my friends and I go outside to have a cigarette. The second we get out there, there's just this completely awful, foul smell, just like vomit and decay all at once. Now this was in the middle of nowhere, so we just figured it was an old animal, and went on having a cigarette. Less than a minute later, we hear something moving in the dark, and sure enough, a deer comes hobbling into the very edge of the porch light. But then I noticed something. One of its front legs was messed up in some way. I'm talking like broken in multiple places messed up. So my friend and I are slightly put off by this, and finish up our cigarette and go inside. However, right as we start to do that, one of the two porch lights goes pop and then goes out. So now there's less light outside and the deer goes back into darkness. So, a bit giddy, we both do a fake scared squeal at each other and turn around and go inside. And that's when we heard it. That undeniable sound of nails on the concrete patio. We both slowly turn around and see this hunched over, rotten coyote doing this very slow, unnatural crawl toward us. We go from 0 to 600, paralyzed with fear, almost instantly, until another one of our friends playfully pulls us through the open door, telling us to get back to the party. To this day, I have not experienced anything like that, and it's one of the most horrifying things I've ever experienced. I live in northern Australia in an area where the bush is quite dense. Now, I've always been into the paranormal and have experienced a few situations that just cannot be explained. The one I'm about to tell is the freakiest by far. So here's a backstory that links into the story I am about to tell. I live with both my parents and two of my brothers. About a year back, we were staying with some friends in a little desert town with a population of 20. We heard about an older man who lived in one of the houses who was murdered about 4 years back. The locals suspected it to be a dodgy homeless man who was lingering around the children and just being completely and utterly creepy, so they kicked him out of town. This man had a tattoo on his forehead saying, "Mom." Now, fast forward to when we went camping. Here's a picture to show what the area looked like. We went for a drive on one of the days I was going to have a shower in a place where you paid about $2 for it, if you were camping close by. Anyway, we parked and noticed a man with a small puppy trying to hitch. Me, being a nice person, decided to ask him where he was going and let him know my father could drive him. Now, when I sit in the back passenger seat, it sometimes looks like I'm driving, if you were to watch me step out from behind the car. So I'm assuming he thought I was alone, as he seemed perfectly fine at first, but then hesitant when he noticed our dog and the rest of our family. They gave him a lift while I had my shower. I don't know why I got a bad sort of feeling as they took a little longer than usual. They came back in shock. It was the same man with the tattoo on his head from the small town. We coincidentally bumped into this possible killer, who was last seen in a completely different state 4 years ago. He was wearing a hat when I spoke to him, so I didn't see the tattoo. My parents told me how crazy bad the vibes were, and how quiet everyone was. They even stopped and dropped him off in a public spot as they did not feel safe at all. Now we were driving back to camp and were cracking jokes about how he would be waiting for us with coffee. My family has a terrible sense of humor. We got to camp quite late and it was dark. We had 2 big tents, the one we slept in and the kitchen tent. I was somehow still shaken up a bit, so I decided to grab my knife next to my bed. You know, just in case. I was cleaning it off when I heard something walking behind the tent. I called out my little brother's name and he replied. He was at the campfire with everyone else, including the dog. I suddenly became very frightened, and without even thinking, I looked next to me, inside the food tent. The only way I can describe what I seen was this dirty old man thing crouching in the dark, breathing heavily and looking at me straight in the eyes. I froze for a second and screamed like I never had before, running to everyone else. I was getting ready to call the police, but my dad walked in with a huge stick. It was like the thing just vanished. It also just did not make sense. There was so much food in that tent that no one could really stand in it without crushing everything. Plus, nothing was moved when we looked inside. When things settled down, we couldn't find anything around, and we all eventually tried to go to sleep. After about 10 minutes of trying to sleep, still horrified at whatever I had just seen, I started hearing footsteps around the tent. It went on for about 5 minutes. I listened carefully. This thing had 2 feet, sounded heavy and big. To try and possibly scare it off, I told my brother loudly to grab the knife and see what's outside. Everyone else heard it too. My dog started barking and followed my brother outside. She then chased whatever it was into the forest. My brother couldn't see it, but he said it was outrunning our dog and it sounded as if it was dragging something heavy. After about 15 minutes, we tried to go back to sleep. Just before I managed to get some sleep, a voice from outside very faintly said my dog's name. My dog didn't make a sound for the rest of the night. Now, I don't know if this had anything to do with that day, but I fell asleep that night with my face towards the tarp wall. I had the craziest, vivid nightmare. I'll try to explain the nightmare as well as I can. It was like I was face to face with an autopsy of a young blonde American girl. She was speaking into my ears, going into details about how she was murdered, how she was found, and how good her life was beforehand. I tried looking away, but every time I turned my head, I was just looking at a different part of her while she spoke. This dream went on until she said the name of the man, and then I woke up. I don't remember the name, and it was not familiar to me. Anyway, that was probably the scariest, strangest thing I've ever experienced, and I no longer enjoy camping. I'm 14, and this encounter happened about 6 years ago. I was visiting my grandparents in Montana. Me, my dad, and my grandfather wanted to go camping. We went to the Clark National Forest to fish. When we got back to our tents, we noticed that our stuff had been laid out in a creepy way. We thought other campers were just messing with us. That night was the scariest night of my life. We all went to sleep around 1 a.m. I woke up to scratching on the tent. Being my brave 8-year-old self, I go to check what was going on, and oh, I wish I hadn't. The creature was 8 feet tall and had a human upper body, but it had horns sticking out of its head. The creature had furry legs for its lower body. It screamed, and I ran into the tent and zipped it up as fast as I could. I could hear it around our tent. I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. That morning, I told my dad what happened, and he believed me. We got out of there as fast as we could. I swear I saw a shadow on the edges of the tree line. I still have nightmares to this day about what I think was the Goat Man. When I was about 17, I was with my friend, James, up in the Jefferson National Forest of Southwest Virginia. We were about 5 miles off of Nace Road and way past Camp Bethel, which is 5 miles on a dirt, 1-lane access road only accessible to 4-wheel drive, and it's very thick woods and pretty isolated, especially at night. James had a black Bronco. James had backed his Bronco into the clearing 90 degrees off the access road, so that we were now facing out. It was about 11 p.m. or so on Wednesday night when we first pulled in and turned off the engine. As we were sitting there in the middle of nowhere, hanging out and just talking, he heard a light tap on the back of the Bronco near the tailgate. It sounded like an acorn falling from a tree. After another 15 to 20 minutes, we hear the same noise on the same part of the vehicle. And again, we just assume the tree dropping the acorns must be toward the rear driver's side of the car, as this continues to happen seemingly sporadically for about 5 minutes, give or take. Our conversation continues. However, James is talking less and less, and keeps looking hard out his window towards the rearview mirror. I ask if he sees something and he says nah, it's probably just my imagination, but I can tell he's uneasy. The acorns began hitting a little more frequently, and it seemed like they were hitting harder and louder in the cab. Whatever was out there was no way that they were acorns. We both stopped talking. James looked at his side view mirror. I turned straight around to look through the back, but the tire in the middle of the tailgate obstructed my view of anything by the back bumper. After a couple minutes of silent observance, James looked at me and asked, "Should we get out and look?" The noises stopped at the moment James finished speaking, and after a long pause I said, "Well, I guess it stopped." Then suddenly something big and heavy smacked the top of the roof of the Bronco just over the back seat. Well, at this point, James turned the Bronco on and every gear grinding as he was driving off, tearing through the Jefferson National Forest until we finally got to a gas station about 20 minutes later. The store long since closed as it was now after midnight, but the lights were on at the pumps. Without a spoken word, we pulled up to the gas pump and got out and looked at the back of the car. I heard James get excited and yell, "Where did that come from?" while pointing wildly to the top of the car. This was an older Bronco, the kind at which the whole rear end swung out to the left in one piece. At the top of the tailgate there was a crease where the rubber seals keeps water from getting into the cargo. There was a very fresh cigarette butt forced down there into the crease, with the end of it sticking out, and lots of scratch marks along the roof. Now this cigarette was a brand I knew very well, as I was smoking one and threw the butt out the window onto the ground beside us, just before the noises started, and it still smelled very strongly like it was just put out very recently. James threw it on the ground, and we drove back in silence. I will begin with a short background. I'm 19 years old and live in Florida. I was raised in a southern, some may call redneck home. I am a Roman Catholic and am enrolled in college, majoring in environmental science. My views on the paranormal are quite indecisive. However, I am religious. Basically, I believe that there are demons who bring evil to this world. So, through logical thought, there should be good entities to combat them. My roommate and I were very bored, so we decided to go get a Ouija board. This thing was the real deal. Wooden planchette, unnerving symbols on the board, the whole 9 yards. We brought it back to our apartment and researched how to use it correctly. My grandma always warned me against using it, which turns out pretty ironic later in the story. We decided to bring it to my girlfriend's apartment and play it with her and her friends, whom my friend Jacob, we will call for this story, was dating at the time. Man, was this thing crazy or what? Each one of us talked to someone we knew, and we followed proper Ouija board etiquette. However, Jacob decided to be a jerk before the end of the session, calling out any wimpy ghosts who wanted to talk. I told him to stop because I've seen horror stories on YouTube pertaining to these boards. We were about to end the session when the planchette moved 4 inches by itself. No one was touching it. And to be quite honest, I don't know if I truly believe this until this very moment. I immediately put my fingers back on the piece, and so did everyone else, besides my girlfriend who wanted nothing to do with it anymore. The dialogue went something like the following. Are you a spirit who would like to talk? Yes. How old were you when you died? 0. Now, this is where I should have seen what was about to happen and call it quits, but curiosity got the best of me and I persisted. Were you an infant who was miscarried? No. Are you human? No. Now, if there was any point in time that I should have ended it, it would have been here. In retrospect, nothing good can come out of this. Based on the previous answers the board has given us, there is something not right going on. The following answer is where I cut the session short. What is your name, spirit? Z. O. I stopped the answer short and slammed the planchette to goodbye. I've read some stories about a bad spirit with a specific name that starts with these 2 letters, and quite frankly, the whole experience has spooked me so much. I don't even want to spell its name on here. Now, fast forward about 7 months. I bring the Ouija board back home for a break in school. My mom decided to get drunk and play the Ouija board with, of all people, my 86-year-old grandmother. She used it for about 5 minutes, not following any proper Ouija board etiquette, and gave up with no results. This is where I personally believe crap went downhill. She didn't put the planchette to goodbye. This is where I want people to let me know about similar experiences, because I've done some research and the answers are interesting. I have pretty bad insomnia and often stay up until 5, 6, or 7 a.m. playing video games. At exactly 3:33 a.m., I hear a loud crash in my little brother's room, which is located directly down the hall from mine. Our doors face each other, and the door in the living room is situated directly in the middle of each of our rooms. Startled, I went to go check it out. He has a shelf which is about 3 to 6 inches above my head. I'm 6 feet tall. Everything that was located on the shelf had been scattered around the room, some objects traveling a solid 5 to 7 feet from the shelf location. It seemed odd to me, but I noticed the fan was roaring at full blast. I chalked it up to the fan blowing off the metal sign, which was propped up against the wall behind a few figurines, and knocking everything over. However, I left it so my mom could see it. She agreed it was very bizarre, but here's where the real fun begins. I told her about the fan. Apparently the fan in his room hasn't worked since I left for college, which was crazy to me. It was for sure blowing full blast that night, and I know I wasn't dreaming it because the items were still all over the floor in the morning. Ever since that night, no matter where I go, I hear and see things. Every night is a different noise or figure, but it's always between 3 and 4 a.m. Never later, never earlier. I have heard children playing, men discussing business, laughter, footsteps, whispers, scratching, heavy breathing, faint screaming. The list goes on. The weird thing is, these noises are right next to my ear, but seem like they're a mile away at the same time. I know that sounds dumb, but it's like this. When you're on a boat and you hear someone talking from a mile away, They sound like they are right next to you because the sound waves travel over flat water's surface better. This is how these noises are. They are loud and audible enough to distinguish words, and even sometimes I can understand full sentences. No matter whose house I'm staying in, I hear these noises. As well as the noises, I see things. Sometimes it's a male, sometimes it's female, and oddly enough, sometimes animals. However, they are completely disinterested in me. They never look directly at me and are always faced away. I've gotten so used to these events that they've almost become a routine for me. It occurs every night, but only if I'm awake between 3 and 4. I've never been touched or harmed by any of them, and I know I'm not crazy. My girlfriend woke me up one night crying because she said she saw a man in the closet wearing a felt-brimmed hat. I am still in possession of the Ouija board. Before you ask why, I want some people's opinions on it. But I don't want to hear from people who haven't shared any experience at least in the same category as mine, or as some sort of expert in paranormal activity. I'm scared as hell and always anxious. This anxiety makes it harder to sleep, and it makes it even scarier when I know what's coming at 3 a.m. Never having lived by myself before, I was pretty scared about what to expect. I graduated college and had landed a pretty decent job with a generous starting salary, but the downside was that I had to move far away from where I was currently living with my parents. It's been about 3.5 weeks since I moved out, and I've been getting along pretty well by myself. Even in college, I had a roommate and was only 30 minutes away from my parents' house. Now, I'm living alone 2 states away from my family. So I think that I took the sudden change pretty well. I don't know if it's because of the recent stress about moving and everything, but I've been having the same reoccurring nightmare for the past couple of weeks. I'll wake up in the middle of the night covered in sweat, heart pounding, not remembering why I'm so scared, only to have the details of my dream come flooding back to me. Most of the time, I don't even go back to sleep because I'm so scared that I'll dream it again. I don't want to tell my parents about this because they're stressed enough as it is, with me living alone and so far away for the first time in my life. But it's starting to eat me alive. I've gotten very little sleep and it's beginning to show at my new job. I would say that one of the creepiest parts of my recurring nightmare is that I keep having these out-of-body experiences while I'm dreaming. I don't know how common out-of-body experiences are, but I think that having one every night for 2 weeks in a row is pretty rare. To understand the rest of my dream, you have to know the general layout of my apartment building and the room where I live. It's a pretty big building, 6 stories tall, and about 100 yards wide. There is a large set of woods located behind the apartment building that stretches on for a good couple of miles. But I've never been back there in real life because the woods give me the creeps. I live on the 3rd floor and the window in my bedroom has a full view of the woods behind the building. My dream always starts out the same. I'm standing behind the apartment building, looking into the wall of trees that sits before me. It's in the middle of the night and the moon is shining overhead, casting a low, white light over everything. I'm standing out in the cold with nothing on but a t-shirt and my underwear. I know I'm dreaming, but there is an astounding amount of detail in what I can remember. I remember feeling the cold grass beneath my uncovered feet, and the rhythmic sound of crickets as they sing in the night. I also remember the woods. Every time my dream starts, I'm looking into the woods, but I have this feeling, call it intuition, that I'm waiting for something. For what? I don't know. Despite all the light that's coming down from the soft glow of the moon, the trees in front of me are dark. They vanish into blackness as they get further and further away from me. After a couple of minutes of standing there in the cold looking for nothing, I turn around and start walking toward the apartment building. I go up to my room and walk in. The lights are off, but I can navigate through the darkness using the small amounts of moonlight shining through the windows. The door to my bedroom is always cracked open a little bit, so I quietly walk in and there I am. Another me, fast asleep in my bed. I watch myself sleep for a couple minutes and then wake up. Despite the dream not appearing scary in any way, I always wake up full of fear and have to calm myself down by drinking a cold cup of water to steady my nerves. Every time I've woken up so far, I've never dared to look out the window. I'm too afraid that I might see something. See what? I don't know. 13 days now. I've had the exact same dream, 13 days in a row. I'd start out behind the building, shivering in the cold of the night. I watched the woods for a couple of minutes, then walk back into my apartment. I enter my bedroom and watch myself sleep for a little bit. Then I wake up. It's gone on like that for almost 2 weeks. Until last night. It started out the same as every other dream. I was behind the building in the glow of the moonlight, shivering from the cold, standing in front of the dark wall of trees, looking for nothing and listening to the crickets sing. Something was different though. Something inside me had changed. There was an indescribable, overwhelming sense of dread that was not there before. I was afraid. Impossibly afraid. I shivered again, not from the cold, but from fear. For the past 13 days, I had this very strong feeling, call it intuition, that I was standing in front of those woods for a reason. Some part of me was always saying that I was there waiting for something. Standing there last night, I can say with certainty that whatever was waiting for me had arrived. The atmosphere around me felt different. The sort of feeling you get when you know you're not alone. I wanted to turn around and run, but my body wasn't letting me. Out of nowhere, the crickets stopped singing, and everything went silent. I could hear leaves crunching in the distance. I tried to run, but I didn't budge. The crunching leaves grew louder, closer. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. I heard a twig snap several yards in front of me, and I saw something advance from the darkness. I turned around and started walking towards my apartment. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. My body wasn't allowing me. I could still hear the crunching leaves behind me, impossibly close. I knew if that I turned around, I would see it, the thing that I'd been waiting for. As I was walking back to the apartment, I was certain that something was walking in the darkness behind me, something dangerous and demonic. I made it into the building and walked in, closing the door behind me without turning around. Whatever was following me did not make it into the building. I was about to let out a heavy sigh of relief, but stopped. I heard something behind me. It was very faint, but in the stillness of the night, I could hear it as clear as day. I turned around reluctantly and looked at the door to the outside. There was a long small window on the door, and through the door, I could see the silhouette of a dark figure standing from just outside the door. The sound that I heard was its claw-like fingers tapping on the glass. It was a mocking gesture. If it wasn't for the lack of light, I would probably seen it smiling at me as well, quietly saying that it was going to get me and there was nothing that I could do about it. The tapping stopped and it moved away from the window into the darkness. I turned back around and went up to the 3rd floor where my apartment was. I entered and walked over to my bedroom door. I quietly walked in and froze. My other self wasn't in the bed this time. I was standing in front of the bedroom window looking down at the woods below. My other self turned around looking at me. I don't know if it was because of the lack of light in the room, but I couldn't make out any facial features. My face was just one pale blur of color with 2 specks of blackness for eyes. My other self went back to looking out the window. I slowly walked over to him and looked out the window myself. There was something right on the edge of the tree line looking up at us. It looked like a shadow, a dark outline standing in front of the wall of trees. It turned around and walked into the woods. My other self whispered something to me. It was so quiet, it was like I thought it rather than heard it. Get out. Then I woke up. It was 4 o'clock in the morning and the sun wasn't out yet. I sat up in my bed, my heart still pounding uncontrollably. I looked towards the window but didn't get up. What was I so scared about? I had a stupid nightmare. I've never believed in the supernatural, why the hell would I start now? I was starting to get angry with myself for being scared by a dream. I got up and went over to the window out of spite rather than curiosity. I wanted to show myself how stupid I was being. I looked down and scanned the tree line. There was nothing. I scolded myself for acting so childish and was about to look away when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It was quick, but I thought I saw something retreat back into the woods near the trunk of one of the trees. My heart was pounding again and I felt lightheaded. I went into the kitchen and turned on the light before pouring myself a cup of water. I sat there in the light until the sun came up. I called in sick to work and decided that I was going to go apartment hunting instead. As I was leaving the building, something caught my eye. I went back to the front door and stared at the small, long window. I put my hand on the glass and moved it back and forth. There were small scratches etched into the glass. I didn't want to sleep in my apartment tonight, so I got a hotel room instead. I still don't want to fall asleep. Whatever is happening, real or not, I'm scared. I don't know what to do besides wait. Wait for what? I don't know. This is not a story about the past. This is happening right now, and I don't know what to make of it. All I know is, I'm scared. Today, a man I know very well tried to leave town, but his car died as he passed over the city limit. That is also why I write this up now. I'm afraid it's too late. That whatever is out there is preparing to strike, and no one will know why or where we went. This report probably won't be very helpful in solving the case, but someone out there might be saved by it. Maybe even come up with a way to stop it. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jenny, and I live in a very small town about 2 hours away from the next big city. We're surrounded by grassland, then woods from 3 sides with fields and some thin woods on the 4th. It sounds spooky, but I think of it as simply beautiful. I've never really been scared here. The only time I was nervous was when I crossed paths with a wild boar, the most dangerous wildlife around here, on my way home. Tuesday, 2 weeks ago, I walked my dog as the sun was starting to set. I love that sunset glow. Anyway, we were on the town's west side, on a path through what was used as grazing fields in the summer, on the top of a hill, with a wall to our left and the woods to our right at the bottom of the slope. My dog was on the path, maybe 35 feet in front of me, when she suddenly stopped as if she'd run up against an invisible wall. She just stood there growling and barking into the woods, with her ears back and her tail between her legs. It's absolutely unusual for her. She tends to be as silent as possible, rarely ever barking. I was afraid she'd seen a boar. It was a bit early for them, but they do come out during the twilight hours, and they can attack and kill dogs, especially when they're smaller than they are themselves. I ran to calm her and to shut her up so she wouldn't provoke it into actually charging. But when I'd reached her, it's hard to describe it. The temperature didn't change at all, but my skin suddenly felt very cold, and I broke out into goosebumps all over my body. I could literally feel my hairs raising. I could feel something watching me. It was this primal gut instinct telling me that something I can't see is lurking. I wasn't terrified yet, just had that reaction, that feeling. I looked at the spot my dog was barking at. I didn't see anything at first, but then I noticed a grayish shadow between the trees. For a few minutes I believed it might be a bird, but then I realized the head was wrong. It was too tall, taller than me. I'm 5'7" and very thin. It was like a piece of fog hanging between the trees, but solid looking. I couldn't make out the legs or any features or even a discernible face, but I knew it was looking at me, and I don't think that I'd ever been so scared in my life. It moved, swinging its head from side to side, then it kind of hunched over and slinked backwards without turning, until I couldn't see it anymore. I could still think clearly enough to feet that running might trigger it into hunting mode, so I just grabbed my dog and backed away slowly, only running when I was around the corner and out of sight. At home, I locked all my doors and windows and proceeded to tell myself I'd been silly, overreacting. Probably I just stepped on a quartz or water line that had caused this weird feeling. And then, the things that really freaked me out happened. We have 2 hunters controlling the boar population, shooting those that have attacked humans and their pets inside the town. I get boar or deer meat from them occasionally, and both of them, separately, told me that their dogs have been acting up in the western woods, either freaking out and refusing to move on, or going rabid and trying to hunt something, ignoring any other animal in favor of it. Last weekend, I heard another weird incident. Many of the hiking paths are too small for motorized vehicles, so they use horses to clear them from the fallen trees. The guy responsible for this area owns 2 gigantic draft horses. Those animals are trained to work around noise, meaning they don't freak out easily. They don't even react to chainsaws running right behind their hooves. They don't flinch when small animals suddenly emerge from the bushes right in front of them. Falling stones, breaking branches, barking dogs, firecrackers. They are all met with an indifferent calm. But that day, going into the woods during the early morning hours, they panicked. The older one could be calmed, though they had to take him home. The younger escaped and turned up in some fields, frothing, covered in sweat, and unwilling to be caught for another hour. Note that this happened on the north side. Last Tuesday night, there was an incident at the west side. A herd of cows plus 3 horses fled something unknown, trampling down their fence and taking off. The dogs left outside went crazy, waking half the neighborhood. The conclusion in town was they reacted to the fleeting cattle, or the cattle reacted to the barking dogs. What exactly set them off in the first place? No one knows. Maybe a wolf? A bear? Maybe one dog just barking at a cat and the others just joined in. During the last days, one of the hunters admitted something was weird. He thought a bear might have wandered into the area unnoticed. Wednesday, they all went out and searched, and even asked a specialist to join in. But there was no signs of a bear. The dogs are still nervous. One managed to twist out of his collar and ran home. But as all the other animals, they are much calmer in broad daylight. The weirdness is general. I think I might be imagining it. But thinking back to what happened over those last 2 weeks, there have been obvious changes. I noticed more cats around town, as if they all stayed closer to the houses instead of sneaking off into the woods. Generally, it's believed that there are more foxes around, hoping for food and scaring the cats away. But that's just it. There are none. No garbage cans toppled over and raided, even less than usual. Some kids started to tell stories about a ghost in the woods. Of course, ghost stories are a general pastime for kids, but this one truly scares them. Enough to keep them away from the woods, inside the houses before the sun goes down. As said, the wildlife seems to be avoiding us. Boars, foxes, even birds. It might be nothing, but I noticed a weird smell in the woods. It's not very noticeable, but it's there. An underlying whiff of something warm and disgustingly sweet. Like rotting meat, yet more bitter. Saturday, an old woman living on the south side said that somebody had sneaked around on the fields during the twilight hours, and that this somebody had been tall, very thin, and slinking to his knees every now and then, as if to look for something, or walking on all fours occasionally. Still, nobody wants to admit that there might be something strange happening here. It's circling the town, whatever it is. I hope there's just one, and that it's just curious, since there haven't been any attacks yet, unless that's where all the wildlife went. I Googled trying to find out what it is, but the results vary, and that really isn't helpful. Has any of you ever come across something like that? I'm really scared. I keep thinking that this is what might have happened to unexplained ghost towns. If you read a report about a new ghost town, that's probably us. I'm telling you this so that you can take precautions in case we really vanish. If we do, remember this story. And if you ever notice signs like this, don't hesitate. Leave before it's too late. I can't imagine what waits for you if you don't. Please help me. I think I'm being stalked by something supernatural, and I'm fairly sure I have been all my life. I feel like I'm being watched even as I type this, and I don't know what to do to get rid of it. I should probably give a little bit of background. My mother is religious. I wouldn't say she's extreme in her beliefs, but they do play an important part in her life. My father, while being baptized, never goes to church and prefers to stay holed up in his room, unless he's yelling at my mom or I, that is. I can't say that I'm too religious myself. I believe in a God, but I don't think that he interferes with us humans. Whenever I pray, I'm never answered, and I never was. The 3 of us, my mom, dad, and I, currently all live in a 1-story ranch home. It's an old place, one that we bought when I was about 6 from a nice elderly couple. It's not a big house, but it's big enough for a family of 3 and 2 cats. I always blame the old nature of the house for the bumps and creaks I sometimes hear. I should also probably mention I grapple with anxiety and depression. Most of it is situational, built up emotions and guilt from years and years of psychological torment from my father. I don't want to go in depth about any of that, but I need to mention that my anxiety tends to make me see dark figures and shapes from time to time, but it always turns out to be a shadow cast by a tree outside or something along those lines. It always turns out to be something logical, within reason. We used to live in New York City, in a dingy apartment in New Rochelle. When I was little, I used to wake up at night periodically, always around midnight. I also always saw a large staticky oval stretching from the floor to the ceiling. It was malevolent, and 4-year-old me could sense it. Scared, I'd run to the safety of my parents' room, but the oval would follow. It wanted to harm me, and I could feel that. I can't imagine how a 4-year-old could manufacture such intense feelings of fear, especially since this was before my father started yelling. I would like to think it's merely a nightmare, but it's simply unnatural for a kid that young to feel intense fear from just a bad dream. This nightmare stopped a year or two later, after we moved into our current home. Our house is old, so of course there will be bumps and thuds and sounds with little explanation. However, voices, knocks on walls, and unexplainable shadows are not normal old house things. We got the cats shortly after we moved. I was about 5 or 6 at the time. I remember sitting on the couch with one of our cats, it calmly purring in my arms. It was around midday or late morning, and the sun was bright outside. Both my parents were in the house, so there was no reason for me to be scared. My cat's ears perked up, and that's when I heard this voice. "Get out." I was off the couch in a moment, running from the disembodied male voice, with the cat clawing at me in my arms. I knew I hadn't imagined it. My cat heard it. I knew she did. I had seen her ears go up as if she was listening to something. A year later, I began having nightmares, where I would wake, as usual, around midnight. As soon as I opened my eyes, I could see a black figure of a man standing at the foot of my bed, with red glowing eyes. I saw this shadowy man over the course of 2 years. Yet another incident happened after the nightmare stopped. When I was about 12, I heard something tapping on the other side of my wall in my room. That meant it came from the living room, since my bedroom and living room share a wall. I was confused and passed it off as the pipes. Still, the tapping continued, not rhythmic, but coming in sporadic taps. It continued for a few hours. I swear I wasn't imagining it, because both of my cats were with me, and they were both staring at the wall, and one of them was even scratching at it. I began seeing shadows, dark objects, where the light was, melting away as soon as I turned to look at them fully. I also began to have a sense that I was being followed everywhere, and that whenever I was alone, I would be hurt by some unseen force. I'm not sure if that might be my anxiety acting up, but as I said earlier, these dark shadows and figures I started seeing, and have continued to see up until this day, have no explanation. They appear in light and where they don't belong. They even show up when I'm relaxed, with people around. More recently, I have heard singing. Well, humming really. It's in a male voice. I woke up just last night hearing it, and then I heard a loud, thundering footsteps coming down the hallway connecting the living room to my room. They turned into running but stopped right at the end of the hall. I almost screamed, but I didn't want to alert any attention. I don't know what to do. I've considered contacting my priest to ask him if he could possibly find some sort of protection prayer. I've looked around online for advice on what to do, but I haven't found much. This subreddit has been very helpful, at least when it came to telling me that I was not alone and having weird things happen to me. That's why I'm posting this here, to ask for help. Please, I need advice before this escalates. I need to know what this is. I need advice before the shadow, whatever it is, gets to me. It was the summer of 2005, but this experience is buried into my memory as if it happened last month. I was in college staying for the summer at an off-campus house rented by 4 of my fraternity brothers. As such, it was a boisterous house, lots of people coming and going, frequent parties, often loud music, all those sorts of things young college-age guys do. This house was built in the 1930s, nothing remarkable, located in a very small Virginia town with a lot of history. This was Sunday night, and it was different than usual. All of my roommates were out of town. I was alone for the evening. It wasn't the first time I'd ever been alone, but it certainly was rare for only one person to be in the house. Oftentimes, friends would crash on couches and there would be more than 4 people who lived there bounding about. I didn't have anything to drink, watched some TV, and turned into bed at midnight. I usually sleep well. I have never suffered any sort of sleep paralysis or even frightening nightmares. But on this night, I couldn't fall asleep. I felt like I was being watched. I got up, confirmed all of the doors were locked and the lights were off, and laid back down. As soon as I got back into bed, I saw it and froze in fear. What I saw was difficult to describe, but impossible to forget. It was a black shadow in the silhouette of a person, but that was it. I could tell it was much darker and left an outline on the wall behind it. When I saw it, chills went up my spine. I couldn't see many features, but could instantly tell it was looking at me. I'm lying on my back, frozen in fear. I could physically move, but I was so scared I just lay there as still as possible. Was I just freaking myself out? I don't think I was. The firehouse was down the road, and ambulances and fire trucks frequently drove down the street outside the window of my room I lived in. I heard the sirens and remained still, the red flashing lights as the truck drove by briefly illuminating the room. The outline of the shadow was 100% there. There was no doubt in my mind some sort of dark shadow was in the room at the foot of my bed, looking at me. Though I couldn't see any eyes, and I had no doubt it wasn't a living human being. Then it started moving, not really walking, just sliding slowly, but steadily. When I first saw it, it was to my right, just beyond my foot. It was moving to my left. It got to the end of my bed and turned to me, seemingly to rotate so its dark head was ever focused and locked onto me. Just typing this now gives me chills and goosebumps all these years later. Once it turned, it slowly made its way down the bed, closer to me. I was frozen with fear, praying it would go away. I considered screaming and running out of the room. I thought about rolling over and pulling the sheets over my head, and just pretending I was somehow tricking myself into imagining it. But I just couldn't because I wasn't tricking myself. Finally, as it got to me, it started leaning down right into my face, the black silhouette very distinct. I just squeezed my eyes tight and I refused to open them. I stayed that way, petrified and awake. But with my eyes closed for what felt like hours, I slowly opened them and couldn't tell if the figure was close to me or not. But I was so freaked out I didn't know what was going on. Finally, at first light, I got up and ran out of the house, stopping only to grab a shirt and sandals and basically sprint out. I didn't come back until later when a couple of my roommates were back. I repeated to them basically everything I said above, and they thought I was either crazy or tricking myself. Since it was August and summer was almost over, I slept on a couch in the living room for the short time left. I already had plans to move out for the school year to a different apartment. I was so scared I never wanted to stay in that room ever again. Life sorta settled down, business went as usual until the following Saturday afternoon, 6 days after my experience. A group of my friends were relaxing, watching TV when a family knocked on the door. This house had been in their family a long time ago, and they wondered if we would let them in so they could walk through and reminisce. Weird, but sure. They were older, each one younger than 50, with a couple in their late 60s or 70s, and seemed to be nice, so we let them in. We pretty much went back to watching TV while they wandered around the house. My room was attached to the living room, and once they walked through the kitchen, one of the older ladies pointed to my room and said, "Oh, I remember that room. It was cousin's room, but her dad, my Uncle Clarence, would never go in there because he saw a ghost and was too shaken up that he never wanted to mess around in there again." I was absolutely floored. This woman volunteered the information, and I didn't even think to ask them if they knew about any other sort of weird things happening. At this point, even my buddies were stunned to hear this. I was happy I told them about it when I did. I asked if the uncle was prone to make up crazy stories, and she said no. By all accounts, he was a fairly typical family member, not any type of person to come up with weird stories for attention or anything. Once they were gone, I left that house. I will never go back there again. First of all, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in spooks, specters, ghosts, or demons. That being said, something weird happened to me one time when I was a bit younger. I went on a school-sponsored wilderness retreat for a weekend. All our groups were random, and I was in a group with a couple people I sort of knew. No real friends, and some weird kid that no one really talked to. The weird kid was skinny and had shitty clothes, and he was kind of known for being a dick. And for the most part of the trip, he basically made fun of people under his breath, and was just generally being a shit. Anyway, the trip mostly passed without incident. But the last night we were there, something strange did happen. We were all in the cabin, supposed to be asleep, but of course we were staying up late and trying to freak each other out with ghost stories and tall tales. We were having fun, but I have to admit, we were all sort of in a suggestible mood, alone in the woods and telling spooky stories. And that's when the weird kid spoke up. He had barely talked all trip, but now he said he knew something scarier than any of our stories. Naturally, we were all pretty curious. He didn't have much of a story, he just said he knew a demon, had seen him, and knew how to contact him, and that if he wanted, he could bring this demon friend here, right now. He didn't say much to prime us, and even at my young age, I didn't believe in demons, so naturally, we goaded at him to summon his friend. He said he'd see what he could do, but it would take a while. In the meantime, we all just blew it off and went back to telling stories. He went back to silently sitting on his bed, at least, that's what we thought at first. But after a while, we noticed he wasn't sitting completely still. He was fidgeting, and we thought we could see his mouth moving. We stopped talking, and sure enough, he was sitting in the corner muttering something none of us could make out. We called his name a couple times, but he didn't respond. So we all just sat there watching him, waiting to see what the hell he was doing. We were on edge. The kid was weird, demon or not. It didn't seem like a good thing that he was sitting there just muttering to himself and ignoring our attempts to communicate with him. After a while, he stopped muttering, looked up, and said, simply, "He's here now." We all got pretty tense after that. It wasn't that anything had happened, just the way he said it, and the fact that he said nothing else had us pretty spooked. Then we heard footsteps outside. Now, the adult cabins were all in front of the campground, and they were the only ones who should have been out there. Plus, it was winter and dark as hell out. We assumed it was some other kids, maybe even some girls, so we peeked out the door to see if we could find who was out there. I didn't see a thing. Too dark. I couldn't even see the other cabin, which seemed strange. Even in the dead of night, snow has a way of brightening up the place, making it easier to see, or at least it usually did, but not tonight. We all felt kind of uneasy, and we went back inside, only to see the weird kid sitting on his bed, grinning. We asked him why he didn't come out with us to see who it was, and he said he already knew, never once dropping his grin. We heard a few more footsteps that night, but we didn't go out to investigate them. One by one, we dropped off to sleep, but the whole time the weird kid never stopped grinning. The next morning when we went outside, there was no footprints that weren't obviously ours, which we thought was weird. We packed up, and the whole time the weird kid just sat there watching us. When it was time to go, he grabbed his coat and walked out the door without saying a word. We all followed a bit later and climbed into the bus with the rest of our class without incident. I went back to my friends, who I hadn't seen for most of the weekend, and gossiped with them about last night and everything else the weird kid had gotten up to. Midway through the ride home, I noticed that several rows ahead, the weird kid was looking over his seat, right at me. When we finally got back to my hometown and school, my friends and I started to get off the bus. We had posted up near the back because that's where the cool kids sit. So we were the last kids off the bus. I was the very last. As soon as I got off, I saw the weird kid. He was still hanging around the bus, and he was looking at me again. I tried not to make eye contact and started to leave with my friends. As I passed, he turned to look at me, and with that big grin from the other night he plastered across his face, the weird kid said, "He's still here." I went home that night and was relieved to be there. I sat in my room watching TV sorta late that night. It was a weekend. I had my door open still. That's how my parents liked it when I was up late. I guess they were afraid I'd watch porn otherwise. Anyway, at one point, during an episode of Mythbusters, at around 10 or 11, I heard footsteps in the hall outside my door. I thought it was my mom, judging by the direction the footsteps came from, but the footsteps sounded heavier, like my dad's. The footsteps sounded like they stopped right outside my door, to the side of the entry, so I couldn't see if anyone was there. I said hello, but got no response. Mom? Dad? Nothing. I got up to cross my room to the door to see what the hell was going on, but as I got closer to the door and farther from my TV, I noticed something. I could hear a heavy, raspy breathing. I stopped dead in my tracks. Mom? Dad? I asked again, and this time the breathing stopped. I waited for what seemed like 10 minutes before I took another step towards the door. Still no breathing. Another step. And another. I took a deep breath at the threshold of my door and leaned my head out. Nothing. The hallway was deserted. I moved through the house and found my mother and father asleep, my dad snoring loudly. My mom was passed out in front of her TV. I woke them both up to ask if they had been outside my room. Both insisted they had been asleep for hours. I don't know what I heard, but even as a skeptic, telling this story spooks me. Over a decade later. I'm starting this off by saying I don't really believe in the paranormal. I'm the everything has a rational explanation type of guy. But this story my brother told me of my older brother can't really be explained. It still haunts various members of my family, and I know anyone can merely claim a story to be true, but this one really is. This all took place around 22 years ago, when my brother was still a baby. He's 23 now. I'm 20 and wasn't born at the time. My brother seemed to be fascinated with a specific corner of our living room ceiling. He used to laugh, giggle, and just stare at the corner for long periods of time. My parents chalked it up with him being, well, a baby. However, this continued for months. My mother describes what my brother was doing, the giggling and laughing, as like he was listening to someone. If you ever talk to a baby or try to make it laugh, it looks at you intently, laughs, stops to observe some more, then giggles again. There is usually no question that the baby is fixed on you and listening. She says this is exactly what he looked like, transfixed with some non-existent conversation with that part of the ceiling. Fast forward 2 years. My brother is a toddler and this is still going on. My aunt on my dad's side was babysitting my brother. He had just sat there giggling to the corner of the ceiling, and she freaked the hell out. She called her mother, my grandmother, to come to the house. She was too scared to babysit him alone. She could feel something. But I think at the time, the general consensus was my brother was, indeed, just a baby. This eventually stopped. My brother was about 3 years old now. He could talk and was just a normal young child. He was with my mother, grandmother, and grandfather at their house. They had brought out an old photo album for him to look at. The whole time, they were coaxing him to point to everyone in the pictures and name the people. He pointed to a picture of grandmother and he said, "There's Granny." And then to my mother, "That's Mum." And then to my grandfather, "And that's Granddad." You get the drift. Everyone claps and says, "Yay, well done." Now, here's where it gets weird. They turn to a page to a photograph of our grandparents and our great-grandmother, who died shortly before my brother was born. I'll note that he hadn't seen these pictures before. He points to our grandmother and says, "That's Gran." And he points to Granddad and says, "That's Granddad." And then he points to our great-grandmother and says, "Oh, that's the lady on the ceiling." Everyone was shocked, really shocked. They remembered the fascination with the ceiling in our house that had went on the previous 2 years. As I write this, my mother just shared a new piece of information I hadn't heard before. I wanted to know what they said afterwards and what my brother said. And what he said made them feel worse. My mother got her breath back and asked, "The lady on the ceiling?" My brother replied, "Yeah, she had on a black coat." This is the first time he had seen the picture of this woman, and she wasn't wearing a coat. The photo was indoors. My mother tells me that my great-grandmother was known for wearing bright colors. She would usually wear something along the lines of a bright pink top with matching bright pink shoes, but she always wore a black coat. My mother still isn't sure about what to make of it. She swears she smelled our great-grandmother's perfume in our house. Quite spooked, she visited a clairvoyant who confirmed the perfume smelling and the less common spelling of my brother's name, without being told my brother's name at all or about the perfume. But we still don't really believe in that sort of stuff, and we really don't know if it was the ghost of my great-grandmother. But it is believed that ghosts come to children because they aren't scared of them at such a young age, and my grandmother really wanted to see my brother before she died. So I guess if it was her, we should look at this as a nice experience, although we can't help but be creeped out about the whole thing. Either way, the chills run down my spine every time I go through our living room and I look up at that corner of the ceiling. So, this happened before my parents' divorce. I was about 6 or 7 years old and was still in the same house as both my parents. This was prior to the days of PlayStation, yeah, old, and we had a Sega Mega Drive in my parents' bedroom. My parents were both doctors and worked late, especially back in those days when they were still beginning to set their practice up. One night, I got the bright idea to go to my parents' room and play Sega in the dark to make the colors pop. I even remember what cartridge I was playing that night. Halfway through my game, my parents' door opened. My mother works really late and usually doesn't come home until 10 or 11 because she's a specialist, while my father tends to get home around 8 to 9. Since this was 7 p.m., I said, "Hi, Dad," while playing. I paused the game and looked up to say I was sorry I was in their room without their permission. When I saw it, my jaw dropped and I couldn't speak. That's not my father. Let me paint the scenario for you a little. Dark room, with no overhead lights, a slight bluish glow coming from the TV, and the only source of light other than that was the light coming from the outside hallway. So, 2 sources of light, one from the TV and one weak overhead from the outside room. What I saw was massive. Definitely taller than my father, who is 6'2". From the position it was in, what had happened was, the creature had somehow gotten to the hallway outside my parents' room, opened the door, and peered in. Now remember, there was the light in the hallway. This creature was so big, it blocked out the overhead light. Now, all the light source in my parents' room came from the TV, and its eyes. It had red glowing eyes, almost perfectly circular. Its eyes were on the front of its face, like humans. It had no pupils, no eyelids, no corneas or irises. Just 2 red eyes that swirled inside like a vortex. Its fingers were holding to the doorknob. I don't know if the doorknobs are metal or silver or some other element, but it was fine with the physical contact. I have spent a lot of time looking at fingernails since growing up, and I can definitely say it had no fingernails. Its fingers were just pointed into sharp tips. I could see the edges holding on the doorknob. It was using its right side arm from the angle, but because of the darkness I could only see its fingers on the doorknob without being able to see how big its arm was. Now the darkness, pitch black. My parents have very heavy curtains, so without the overhead light, it's quite hard to make out anything. But the blue light from the TV was on, and I still couldn't see anything beyond its claws and eyes. And as for the head, This is why I'm making such a big deal about the pitch darkness and the number of lights. There was no end to its head. It just kept going. I couldn't see a skull or hairline. I couldn't see horns, and the creature was standing outside the hall, leaning inside my parents' room. If I could see its eyes, then surely I must have been able to see the top of its head, right? But no. Even as a kid, I remember staring dumbstruck at it, and my only thought was, where's the ending to its head? It just kept going. Then, after those few seconds where we were just staring at each other, the TV exploded. There is a lining between the TV and the back, which technicians can remove to get to the circuits, and I heard a zapping kind of sound and blue sparks exploded out the back of the TV, and the picture shut off. I jumped and turned my head to look when the TV exploded, and in that second the creature slammed the door, the hardest slam I have ever heard till now, and I was alone. After a moment, I recovered a bit and yelled, "Hey!" and ran to the door to chase after the monster. But when I opened my parents' door, the hallway was totally deserted. I ran downstairs yelling, "Dad!" thinking he had something to do with this. When I got downstairs, my sister was in the living room, and I asked her where Dad was. She said, "He's not home yet. You know it's too early." And sure enough, there was no car in the driveway. I asked my sister if she heard a loud door slam, and she said no. I went back upstairs to look, but it wasn't anywhere in the house. I was almost ready to believe. I imagined the whole thing, but when I tried to turn the TV on again, it wouldn't work. My parents assumed a bulb must have busted and got a bigger TV. I never dared to mention why the TV suddenly broke. So that's my story. Ever since, I've been just waiting to see another demon. But not even on the internet can I find something that correlates very much. I don't know if its skin was pure black or if it was just blocking out the light, or if it caused that level of pitch darkness. But all I could see were those eyes. I'm a 32-year-old man, yet it is broad daylight as I write this post because what I'm about to share haunts me to this day. To the point that merely thinking about this memory is enough to send chills down my body and make me feel like a terrified child. I have only told this story to a handful of people over the past 10 years because of how terrifying of an experience it was for me. But I feel like it can be therapeutic to get it off my chest and share it with others. Maybe others have had a similar experience. To tell this story and give it justice, I have to tell of an experience that happened 3 years before the terrifying encounter this post is about. My name is Joshua, but I will change names to protect the privacy of others involved in this story. I live in Arkansas, and in late 2003, near the middle of fall, right before it started getting really cold, my wife and I were invited to camp with a friend of mine and his girlfriend at Sugarloaf Lake in Oklahoma. I say camp, but the actual plan was to meet at Sugarloaf with my friend, we'll call him Bob. Wanted to take me and my wife around to some paranormal places in Sugarloaf area. So we got there around 7 p.m. I was driving a white Ford 1996 F-150. Bob was driving a 1980-something white Celebrity. It was really a piece of crap vehicle. Anywho, it was becoming dark, and we all climbed into Bob's car and he took us around the area. First to an old abandoned house, but other than some raccoons rustling around, it was a 2-hour waste of time. Then he took us to a graveyard that was supposed to be haunted, but again a bust. Then an old church that was run down and supposed to be haunted, once again, yawn. At this point, it was getting close to midnight and my wife and I were getting pretty bored, and I spoke up to Bob saying, "Man, this really hasn't been that freaky of a night." Then that's when Bob smiled, saying he was saving the best for last. He handed me a Polaroid picture of a hillside covered in trees in daylight. I asked him what it was. He asked me if I saw the house or any type of lighting pole or anything in the picture, to which I replied no. He took the picture back and said that's because there isn't, and there is no power lines either. During this time, he turned down an old dirt road and passed a small house. Then after that, it was 2 miles of dirt road with woods on one side and a barbed wire fence on the other, with about 2 acres of field connecting to a wooded hillside. Nothing to light the night except the moon above our heads and the clear starry sky. After what seemed like forever, he stopped the car and told us all to get out. We did what he asked. He walked us to the other side of the car where the wooded hillside was. He looked at his cell phone, which had no signal. This was 2003 and the area had no cell towers. But he looked at his phone and said it was 11:57 p.m. and told us all to watch the middle of the hillside. Even at night, I could tell it was the same field and hillside from the picture. 2 minutes go by and nothing has changed. Then at exactly midnight, a small light flickers on. A deep chill runs down my back as we all watch this small light, which to me looked like an old kerosene lantern, swaying back and forth. We sat and watched it in complete silence for what seemed like several minutes. When I finally spoke up and asked what the story was with this, Bob said he did not know, but the locals told him that every night at 12 a.m., this lantern will light up and sway back and forth through the woods until the sun comes up and it disappears. Nobody knew what the story was. At the time, I was a 19-year-old guy who didn't think anything could scare or hurt me. So since there was no houses around, I yelled out, "We see you! Wow, you're so scary with your little lantern." Bob shushed me, but it was too late. My wife screamed and pointed. I was laughing, but I stopped as I looked to the hillside to see the lantern swaying back and forth, but moving down the hillside to the field at a frightening pace. It began to speed across the field towards our car. We didn't stick around to see what it was because within seconds, we were in the car flying down the dirt road back to the lake. We looked back to see the lantern moving slowly back up the hillside to where it first appeared. The ride back was silent until Bob spoke up saying, "Crap, I forgot to put gas in earlier and the only store around is closed. And if we decide to go back out anywhere, it'd be best to take my truck until we could get gas in the morning, as he only had about a half a quarter tank." I said okay. A few minutes later, we arrived back at Sugarloaf Lake. We had parked by the lake docks and we dropped my tailgate and sat and talked about what just happened. Bob's girlfriend was pregnant at the time and told him she was getting hungry. He told her we brought some snacks, but she said she needed actual food. But since the local store was closed, he asked if he could take my truck to the next town over to get some food, because his car wouldn't have enough gas to get to that town. I agreed. We shut our cooler, put the tailgate up, and loaded into my truck. I turned the key and nothing happened. My truck was dead. No ding, no lights, no clicking noise, nothing. This was strange and made us all feel uneasy. We got out of the truck and popped the hood, pulled Bob's car around to the front and attempted to jump my truck with his car. This is where it gets even stranger. As soon as we connected the jumper cables to his battery, the cables between the connectors started to smoke, and in a flash of fire, they burnt up within seconds. The cables were nothing more than bits of melted rubber and ash, with only the clamps at the end still on our batteries. Bob runs and turns off his car, and we take the clamps off our batteries. We look at each other in the eerie moon and starlit night, and we all get a bad feeling at exactly the same time. As we suddenly realize we had been hearing a distant noise in the lake that was getting louder. It was a boat motor. Now, like I said, it was the time of year when it was starting to get cold, especially at night. We were bundled up, standing still, waiting. But somebody was on a boat after midnight, when it had to be ice cold with the wind hitting them. And from the sound of the motor, it was going pretty fast, but we saw nothing. That was until the boat was about 50 yards away, and a very bright spotlight comes on, temporarily blinding us all. Bob and I tell the woman to get in his car and lock the doors. I reach the bed of my truck and give Bob a tire tool, and I pick up another. I work at a tire shop and had all kinds of tools of trade in my truck. We were standing in the middle of our vehicles with the hoods up. As the boat pulls forward to the dock, two heavily bearded men in their late 30s step out of the boat and walk up. It is hard to give an accurate description as their spotlight was still pointed at us, and it covered the men in an eerie shadow while blinding Bob and I. They look at us and at our vehicles, and one glanced in the direction of the car at the women, then back at us and let out a small chuckle. "You fellers got in some sort of car trouble?" one asks as he lights up a cigarette. Yeah, but nothing we can't handle," I stammer. The guy with the cigarette sniffs the air and looks down between Bob and I's feet and sees the smoking ashes of what was our jumper cable. "Looks like it was more than your weak jumper cables could handle. You all need some help? We got some tools on our boat that I think can fix you guys' problem right up." Then the other man who chuckled says, "Fix 'em right up." I'm speechless at this moment, probably with my mouth hanging open. I can't remember as the two men walk back to their boat and hear what sounded like chains rattling around. But the spotlight is so blinding we can barely see, but the chain noise was enough. Bob looked at me without saying a word. We both jumped in his car and drove the hell out of there. For the next few hours, we drove to a populated area of houses, which wasn't many in the secluded area. We were pretty much stuck since we had very little fuel, but we all sat quiet in the car, looking around in all directions in near panic, thinking that any time those men would find us. Bob turned his lights on every now and then, thinking that he had seen some movement in the dark. After a while, the women fell asleep, and Bob and I talked about how weird this whole ordeal had been. He laughs, saying, "I told you it would be a scary night. I just didn't know it would be this sort of scary." At this point, the paranormal lantern wasn't even the main thing freaking me out. But the men never showed up, and eventually the morning was on its way. And it was about 20 minutes until sunrise. Bob asked if I wanted to go see if the lantern really disappears at sunrise. I asked if he was sure he had enough gas, and he said, "Yeah, the local store opens up in an hour, so we'll be fine." I tell him in that case, then sure. We wake up the women and drive back to the hillside. We get there about 4 minutes left until sunrise, and we still see the lantern swaying in the woods. Bob looks at me and I smile and do the motion for zipping my lips, and we all watch in wonder as right at sunrise the lantern slowly fades away to nothing. After this, we get back in our car and drive to the lake, feeling safer now. When we got there, there was no sign of the boat, and the hood of my truck was still up, and the doors were still locked. On a whim, I tell Bob I'm going to try to start the truck one more time, before he drives us somewhere where I can't get a cell signal and call for help. And I'll be damned, the truck started right up, with no hesitation or problem. We all went our separate ways, happy to have seen the sunrise and counting our blessings, and swearing to leave the paranormal investigating to others, and that we never wanted to come back to the area and run into the boat people again. However, all things fade with time, even fear and common sense. 3 years later, Bob, who I hadn't seen in almost 2 years at this point, calls me up and says he has a proposition for me. He goes on to tell me that he has a group of himself and 3 other Wiccans who go out and do seances in haunted places, and asked me if I would be willing to film their session in a haunted place for their records, and that they would pay me well for my services. I am no Wiccan, but I've always loved the paranormal, even after what I went through at Sugarloaf. I still had an itch to scratch when it came to getting scared and dealing with the paranormal and the unknown. I told him yes, I would love to film for them. But I had no interest in joining in. I was okay with watching and just getting to be out there, looking into the paranormal again. So, of course my next question was when and where we're going to be doing this first. When he answered me, I got a terrible gut feeling, and I wished so much that I had trusted my gut feeling and told him I changed my mind. Remember the lantern light near Sugarloaf? He asked me if there was any way I could ever forget. Yeah, I stammered. Why do you ask? Bob said. I told my group the story, and they want to do the ritual there, and see if they can contact the spirit to find out why it's there and what it wants. I don't know, man. Oh, come on, Josh, trust me, you'll be safe, and I'm gonna pay you $250 just to sit there and film it, he retorted. At the time, I was about to become a father, and money was tight, because diapers, formula, and the cost of a small fortune. Not to mention it was our first kid, so my wife had been going crazy spending money on just the necessities. I had to weigh out my fear of the area. I accepted Bob's offer, and a week later, I was in the same beat-down celebrity Bob was driving 3 years before. This time, Bob and 3 others that were complete strangers to me. They each were dressed very gothic and had these pentagram necklaces. It was 11:50 p.m. when we got there, and the 4 of them sat in a tight circle and I was behind them, to the right about 5 feet from the barbed wire fence, which was in front of the field that led to the hillside. My back was to the hillside and bushes at the fence, and I was filming my friend's circle as they all started chanting something. As I've been typing this entire post, I've been getting knots in my stomach, knowing that I was coming to this part of the story. This part of the story haunts my dreams and even waking hours to this day. I'm going to do my best to describe how the following events unfolded. I know mere words cannot do justice to the pure terror that ensued, or how horribly horrific the events sounded and were. So when reading or listening to this, turn your imagination all the way up. And believe me when I say, up until this point in my life, I was interested in the paranormal. It was a fun hobby to go out and go ghost hunting and getting myself spooked or whatever. But after this night, I never looked at the paranormal as fun or interesting anymore. I show it respect and stay as far away as possible. As much as I dread it, I will now finish telling the story. And his group is chanting. Bob lights up a huge candle in the middle of them and opens some sort of book. Not like a scary antique spell book or anything. It looks like a newer hardcover. Anyways, he starts reciting words from it and then looks at his phone. He tells his group to be quiet and look at the hill. I turn the camera at midnight, on the dot, and the lantern appears. One member of Bob's group blurts out, "Cool!" I rolled my eyes. Since the way these people were dressed and the way they carried themselves, the word cool didn't seem to fit in their vocabulary. Then Bob says to his group to join hands as they attempted to communicate with the spirit. I turned my head back to the light and began to film the group as they chanted again. Bob reads from the book, then they start asking questions, in hopes the spirit would respond. About this time, a wind picks up and Bob's candle goes out. He tells everyone to hold on and tells me to cut the camera for a minute. And I agree and stop recording and watch as Bob tries his lighter, then 2 lighters from the group. But none of the lighters are working. I'm sitting down watching the group when I start hearing a rustling behind me. I jumped up, leaving the camera on the ground, and spun around. Bob and his group were preoccupied with their candle and lighter problem, and as I turned around, I was blinded by the brightest light I have ever seen. What I believe was the lantern, up close and personal, but as quickly as it appears, the light was gone. The lantern is nowhere to be seen. If it had been the lantern that blinded me, it had moved from the hillside across the field right behind me without me realizing it, within a span of maybe 30 seconds. I look around for the lantern on the hillside and nothing. It's only 12:15 a.m. and the light always stayed until sunrise. At this moment, the wind quits blowing and I hear Bob's lighter finally flick and see it light up. I mutter, guys, did you see that?" They all turn and ask what I was talking about. But before I can answer them, we were all stopped dead in our tracks by a distant laughter coming from seemingly nowhere. And this is no ordinary laughter. It sounds like the laughter of hundreds, maybe even thousands of children. That haunts me to this very moment. As I type this, I am looking around the room I am in. Whenever I talk or think about this experience, I can vividly remember the sound and hear it in my head. The best way I can describe the laughter for you, imagine listening to a large group of kids singing Row Your Boat. You know how one kid will start and seconds later, another will join in, starting at the beginning of the song and so on? Well, it sounded like that. I said like hundreds or thousands of children laughing. As if one started laughing, seconds later another would. The pattern went on in an endless loop. I'm not saying the laughter sounded like the song Row Your Boat. I'm saying they laughed in unison, like kids do when singing Row Your Boat. One would start, then seconds later another, then another, and the laughter was getting louder and closer. There was sinister laughing all around us, coming from all directions. I was shaking, I could not move. I was spinning around, looking off in the distance. This couldn't be real, this sort of thing doesn't happen. What the hell is happening? I scream at Bob and his group, we need to get the hell out of here. But they are already running for the car, leaving their Wiccan book and candle behind. Without hesitation, I run after them and jump in the car just as the laughter is becoming deafening. We peeled out of there and drove about a mile up the road and pull over as Bob is in no condition to drive. We were all freaking out. We all got out, pacing around the car, asking each other if we really just heard all that. I tell Bob that I'm sorry, but I left his camera behind. He says he does not care, and that he isn't going back for it. At this point, I got my hands on my knees panting, trying to catch my breath, as I've never been that terrified in my life. That is when all the chatter stops, and once again, we hear the laughter off in the distance, very quietly at first, but slowly getting closer and closer and louder, until once again it's becoming deafening. We jumped back in the car and sped away. We drove for about 6 miles, and for the first 3 miles we could still hear the laughter in the distance, with our windows down a little bit. We all began to calm down a little by mile 4, when the laughter could no longer be heard. But we have no intention of pulling over again. Bob's friend is in the passenger seat with his phone, waiting for the signal to pop up. And at about mile 6, Bob's friend, he finally has a signal. And he hands the phone to Bob, and he calls a friend of his, who is into the supernatural and well-versed and educated in it. As we are driving, he is describing what happened to the lady. Bob later told me that his friend told him she believed it was children of the Hecate or something like that. I have no idea what Hecate is, but it sounded like more of a guess to me. Anyway, Bob is on the phone speeding out of the area. Me and the 2 other people in the back seat all get a chill at the same time. They later told me that the hair on the back of their neck stood up as a loud snapping noise comes from under the front end of the car, and Bob's celebrity stops dead in its tracks and will no longer move forward. He tries everything, but the car is not moving. We later discovered that the tie rod had snapped. Anyways, the friend Bob was talking to on the phone only lived 20 minutes away from where we were and said that they were on their way. As we sat in the car, nobody spoke. After about 3 minutes, we saw a pair of headlights coming down the road toward us. We knew it was too soon to be Bob's friend, but Bob and I thought maybe we could get a ride from a local. We all unloaded out of the car and stood in front, waiting for the vehicle to hopefully stop. Now I cannot be certain, but my gut tells me I'm correct. The vehicle doesn't stop, but it does come into view. It is an old beat-up truck, and it slows down, and in the truck are 2 men in their late 30s with huge beards. They stare at us and sped up after passing by. I look at Bob, and before I could speak, he says what I was already thinking. The guys from the boat. Before I can say anything back, we see the headlights coming from the same direction the truck went. We stood up and stayed quiet, as the same guys in the truck passed by slowly, again staring at us. Bob called his friend back and told her to drive like hell and get here now. 4 or 5 minutes go by and we see the headlights coming. Relieved, we all get our stuff, ready thinking it's Bob's friend. Then the phone rings. It was the lady who was coming to get us, telling Bob she took a wrong turn and was going to be about 10 to 15 minutes more before she gets there. Bob hangs up the phone, and we watch in terror as the same truck slowly passes by again. This time, only one of the boatmen in the truck. The driver slows down to a crawl and says, "Looks like you fellers could use some help," and then speeds up and drives off. This cemented the fact to Bob and I that we were definitely dealing with the boat guys. But where the hell did the other guy go? Why wasn't he in the passenger seat? And to make matters worse, at this point we had almost forgotten completely about due to the boatmen. We began to hear laughter again off in the distance. But all around us, like before, over the next few minutes it started getting closer and closer. I am almost pissing my pants as the sound is deafening and we have nowhere to run this time. And then from behind the car, off in the distance, we see two sets of headlights turn on and two vehicles coming toward us slowly, side by side, taking up the entire width of the backcountry dirt road. The laughter now seemed to be coming from the woods on both sides of the road we were stuck on, and the laughing seemed to be zeroing in on us, as if hundreds or thousands of children are within reaching distance of us. There is no wind, no sound other than the crunch of the tires on the rocky road, and the two vehicles slowly driving toward us. With our last shred of hope fading away into the laughter of the children, and the headlights of the two vehicles surely being driven by the boatmen, we are given a reprieve, as at this time, coming from the other direction, we see another set of headlights coming fast. We hold our breath, the laughter, the boatmen. What could be next? How will we get out of this? And then the vehicle that was speeding at us pulls up, and it's Bob's friend. She unlocks the doors on her car and rolls her window down and begins to tell us to get in. When this happens, the two sets of headlights coming from the other direction turn off, and Bob's friend says, "Oh my God, you weren't kidding about the laughing kids." She screams at us to get in, and we do. We begin to tell her about the boat guys, and she turns the car around, and no sooner than she starts to drive away, the two sets of headlights come on again with their brights on, and they are only about a car length behind us. I yell at the driver, "Go, go, go!" channeling my inner Jeff Goldblum, telling her, "Faster, we must go faster." She floors it, and for about 2 miles, the two vehicles stay on our trail. Then they turn off onto a side road. The next 2 miles after that, we can all hear the laughter off in the distance with our windows down. Then 3 miles after that, the laughter was gone. To this day, I have no explanation on what happened, what the laughing children were, why the laughing followed us, if the boatmen were connected to this all somehow, or if they were merely a coincidence that happened to terrify us at the same time. And if that's the case, why did they not react to the laughing children sound? Is the lantern connected to the laughing children? Or did Bob and his group mistakenly call forth the laughing children with their ritual? Like I said, this happened years ago, but I still feel just as terrified now when I tell people about it. I have had constant chills and goosebumps while writing this. To all of you who think the paranormal is just a fun hobby to get your thrills with, I beg of you and warn you that we are not prepared for what is really out there. You can think nothing will scare you or harm you, but you are dealing with unknown things. You have no idea how powerful or mundane the paranormal could be. If you use paranormal as a thrill-seeking hobby, just use caution and always have your vehicle checked out beforehand. Oh, and watch out for seemingly sociopathic hillbillies and laughing children. I hope everyone who reads this or listens to it sleeps well, but I know after telling my story, the next few nights I will be getting no sleep at all. So, to give background, at the time of this story, I was a freshman at a small Christian college in Massachusetts when this happened on a Saturday night in the spring. On this particular Saturday, I had decided not to go out to any parties because I wasn't feeling it. So instead, I decided to hang out with a few friends and drive around and do random things. At around 12:30 a.m., some friends were getting tired and wanted to go hit the hay, so we drove them up to their dorms and dropped them off. So the only two people left were myself and a friend of mine. Before I left to go into my dorm, she said she wanted to talk to me about her liking one of my close friends, so I stayed and talked for a while. It was around 1:15 a.m. where things started to get weird. I was looking at her talking when out of my peripheral vision saw something white and small fly across the windshield, and my head snapped. Her seeing me asked what I saw, so I explained it being a white bird, to which her response was, there's no white birds here. That was when the feeling hit me. Have you ever felt so strongly about something internally, like pure joy or extreme sadness? I felt that feeling, except nothing besides pure fear. I couldn't tell you what it was from, but I sat in the passenger seat frozen with fear from something I didn't know. The girl, we will call her Becca, instantly knew something was wrong because she asked me, Connor, are you okay? To which I replied, yeah, I'm fine, to try not to freak her out. She replied with, stop bullshitting, your eyes are huge and you're sitting up and pale as you could be. She had me there. I looked at my arms and my hair was standing straight on end. I tried to explain what I was feeling to no avail. Then it got worse. I literally couldn't move in my seat and started seeing shadows move, but nobody was walking around. Keep in mind, it was 2 a.m. Becca saw my eyes dart from side to side and kept asking me what I saw, to which I reply, nothing. Then, around 2:30, the thing that spooked me out the most arrived. I was being a nervous wreck when my eyes caught something down a hill near the dumpsters. It had arms and legs, but it was way too tall to be a person. Plus there was no visible feet and it was a solid 2 feet off the ground and all black. As I stared at this thing, it moved from where I saw it to across the dumpsters and then left my sight. And the reason it left my sight, it wasn't because it was behind the building out of viewpoint. No, it just vanished. Just like that. Gone. By this time I was struggling to even take a consistent breath from the amount of terror I was feeling. Becca was trying to calm me down. Give her credit, but while I was looking at her talking to me, I kept noticing her eyes darting around to random places behind me. Every time I asked what she saw, she said nothing. Eventually, I was able to get my ass out of the car and sprint to my dorm room, but that was not until 5 a.m. I eventually fell asleep and woke up trying to convince myself it was all just because I was overtired and that I was seeing things and overreacting. Becca texted me that morning to ask if everything was okay. What she said confirmed all my fears. Now that it was daytime, she finally confessed what she saw when she was trying to calm me down. A few shadows were there, and a weird sort of evil feeling was in the air, and a weird floating thing off in the distance. Wait a minute, I said. Shadows and feelings I can deal with, but explain that floating thing you saw. She described the same exact floating thing that I saw near the dumpsters to every detail. And when she saw it after I did, it was about 20 feet from the car behind me. This had me terrified. I couldn't walk near those dumpsters for weeks, let alone walk up the hill at night. Luckily, I never saw or felt these things again. I will never know who or what really was there, but I do know I am confident that it was the devil himself trying to confront me and make me question my faith. Before then, I never really believed in ghosts or entities, but now I absolutely do. And Becca confirms it all. Whatever you were. A few years back, my girlfriend and I, having hiked several other parts of the Appalachian Trail, decided we wanted to give the southern portion of Virginia's trail a shot. It's about 166 miles long and runs through George Washington and Jefferson National Forests. This is definitely one of those more remote and less traveled parts of the trail, which is exactly what we were looking for. We gathered our gear and made our way up to the start of the Virginia Creeper Trail to begin our journey. We had planned our journey to end at Damascus, and figured by the time that we got there, we would be more than ready to get home to our own beds. It was early October and the changing of the leaves and the colors were amazing. The air was crisp and cool, perfect hiking weather with beautiful scenery. The majority of the trip was pretty uneventful, just your typical hike. But our last couple of nights is where things got weird. On this portion of the hike, you are supposed to camp on the trail or a designated shelter. We didn't really want to run into other people and didn't want anyone coming up on us in the middle of the night. We decided to ignore the suggestions and find our own little spot off the trail. A bit of searching and we found a little spot off the trail in the middle of a small clearing. It was perfect. We set up camp, cooked some food, talked for a while, then snuggled up and went to sleep for the night. Somewhere around 2 a.m. I was awoken by my girlfriend, shaking me, telling me, "Someone is outside walking around our tent." She informed me that she woke up with what sounded like someone right outside the tent, running a stick or something along the side while circling us. When hiking, I carry a 1911 and a judge with me. You never know exactly who or what you might run into when on such a long hike in a remote location. I got the judge out of my bag, and then sat silently listening for any sounds. A few minutes of nothing but the breeze blowing through the trees, and then I heard it. Someone or something was walking in the woods behind our tent. I got the flashlight and silently made my way out of the tent. Our fire had went out, so it was nearly pitch black, illuminated by only the dim glow of the October moon. I told my girlfriend to stay put while I checked it out. I didn't flick the flashlight on right away as to not give away that I was out of the tent and have it become a shining beacon of my location. Instead, I waited to hear more noises. It sounded like it was something on two legs by the way its steps were placed. I turned on the flashlight and flooded the area with light. I saw someone move behind a tree. I yelled out and told them to go away and that I was armed. I kept the light on the area with my arms drawn and slowly approached towards the area where I thought I saw the figure. Then from my right, I hear a sound of someone running through the woods. I spin and face my light that way, and then from the original spot, hear who or whatever was there take off into the woods. There's no way I'm giving chase, so I return to the campsite. I tell my girlfriend about what happened, and I end up sitting guard outside the tent in the darkness until daybreak. In the morning, I look around for a bit for signs of who or whatever it was, and I discovered a boot print in some of the soft moist dirt not too far from our tent. It wasn't mine and it wasn't my girl's. This freaked me out as it confirmed that someone, perhaps more than one, was sulking around our tent in the dark. I kept it to myself because I didn't want to freak my girl out any more than she already was. At this point, we were already pretty deep in and still had 2 days left. That day, we walked a little faster than normal and covered as much ground as possible. When it came time to set up camp, I found a spot near a cliff where we could place the tent in a small overhang and prevent anyone from coming up behind us. The whole day up to this point, I had a feeling that we were being followed. I had no confirmation of this, as I hadn't seen or heard anyone else, but it was just a gut feeling. We set up camp and made some food, then retreated to the tent. I gave my girl the 1911 and I kept the judge right next to me, and I assured her that if I slept at all, it would be with one eye open. After a while, she drifted off to sleep and I stayed awake listening to the sounds of the woods at night. I was awake for a few hours just waiting to see if anything was going to happen. At some point, I guess my exhaustion caught up with me and I drifted off. I awoke sometime later to what sounded like someone going through our stuff outside our tent. I grabbed my gun and woke my girlfriend, shushing her to be quiet. From the faint glow of the fire, I could see someone's silhouette against the tent. There was really someone out there. I yelled out something along the lines of, "We are armed, get out of here." They dropped what they were doing and bolted. I came out of the tent, ready to go crazy on someone. Our stuff was scattered everywhere. I walked to the edge of the woods in the direction whoever was out there had fled. There was a creek nearby and I walked to the edge, where there was a small trail running alongside it. Down the creek, I could see a light. It looked like a lantern the way it flickered. Then I saw 3 more emerge from the other side of the woods. I told my girlfriend to start packing up whatever she could and that we were leaving now. We packed up everything of value, left the tent and a few other items and headed back on the trail in the middle of the night. I kept hearing people talking off in the woods and hearing branches snap for quite some time. I kept looking behind us every few seconds to make sure nobody was coming up on us. It was completely nerve-wracking. If something happened, we were still a long ways from anywhere and quite literally on our own. Since we hadn't seen any other hiker the entire time we had been out there, I really felt that we were in serious danger. We had been walking for quite some time when I heard something in the woods behind us. As we rounded a corner, I turned around and saw someone step onto the trail and just stand there watching us. It was just as the sun was coming up and barely any light. I couldn't make out any features, just a silhouette. I stopped and looked at them for a second and asked them who they were and what they wanted. They just stood there silently, watching us, and then turned and walked back into the woods. We picked up the pace and kept going, looking back every so often. We didn't see them again, but my gut told me they were still following us for a while. We eventually reached the end of the trail and got to where we had parked my girlfriend's car, extremely exhausted. We made it out of the Virginia woods without becoming a meal for a clan of hillbillies, which is what I pictured happening in my head the whole time. I had no idea who they were or what they wanted. Maybe it was someone just messing with us. Maybe it really was a clan of hillbillies. I will never know because I will not be returning to find out. At the time, I was 10 years old and lived in a small coastal town in Newfoundland. Almost every house had acres of forestry behind it, which in itself was very beautiful. As I now am 21 and live in a bustling city in Alberta, I do find myself missing this setting in my old backyard every once in a while, but it's usually accompanied by the unsettling memory of what I'm about to recount. By the time I was in grade 4, I was already trusted to be home by myself as my mother went to visit my grandmother and aunt, who literally lived a few minutes down the road from us. I was happy to have such a privilege. I was an only child and my father worked in another province months at a time, so I was very lucky to have this opportunity. It usually meant late night movies and video gaming, and on the odd night, exploring the forest. This night, I was exploring said woods. I never went too far, usually up to a large rock formation I like to climb and look through the trees in all directions. The house was always in sight, so I never felt scared or frightened being out there. It felt like my own private place that I could enjoy. So as I was scaling the rocks to sit in my usual spot, I suddenly started hearing a sound further in. A sound that wasn't natural at all. Crying. Faint crying. It sounded like a child, maybe even an infant, crying relentlessly. I was more puzzled than scared since crying was the last thing I would expect to hear in the forest. I must have listened for a good few minutes, convinced my ears were playing tricks on me, but it was in fact crying. In my mind, I imagined that there was a young girl that somehow wandered off too far into the forest and needed help. I considered going back to the house and calling my mother to help out, but then I worried that the girl would wander further and I wouldn't be able to hear her anymore. I decided to try to locate the sound myself. I made my way hastily through the trees and branches, trying to figure out the exact direction the crying was in. It definitely wasn't easy as I thought, and it was a matter of trial and error to make sure that I was going in the right direction. One thing I never realized as I was doing all this was how consistent the crying was. No pauses, no words of any kind, just non-stop sobbing and wailing that had no end. What I did notice was that the closer I got to the sound, the more metallic it sounded to me. I had eventually reached a small clearing that had only a few small trees and bushes and nothing else. I had never gone this far before, and this was the first time I had ever seen it. When I made my way in, it didn't take long for me to find the source of the sound. A gray tape recorder was peeking out of one of the bushes, and the crying was coming out of the speakers. This really disturbed me, as I had went all this way expecting to find a real person, but it was only a tape recorder. As I was about to shut it off, I heard another sound coming from just outside the clearing on the opposite side. It sounded like steady footsteps advancing in my direction. It only took seeing a tall, shadowy figure coming my way to send me running. Fortunately, by some miracle, I recognized my way back by identifying rocks and trees I had identified as landmarks. Looking back, this probably saved my life. I never looked back and I didn't try to listen to see if the person was following me. I just kept telling myself to make it home and nothing else. I had to get home. Once I saw the large rock formation, it didn't take me long to know the rest of the way without needing to survey my surroundings. I was out of the forest in record time and immediately ran into my house, locking the door and shutting all the lights off as I went to my bedroom. I didn't want this person to know where I lived, or I really would be done for. After shutting the curtains of my window, I peeked through them as discreetly as I could, to see if whoever had been out there had actually managed to keep up with me. I didn't see anyone, but stayed at the window for a good hour, waiting for something to emerge out of the forest shadows, but nothing ever did. After that, I went straight to bed. I never did tell my mother about what happened that night, and I also never was able to go back into that forest again. Despite a few creepy instances as a child, there's only been one time in my adult life that I truly felt primal fear. My apology if it's a little long, but trust I am being as concise as possible, and need to explain the surroundings a little at first. I live in a village in the middle of the English countryside. To paint an accurate picture of its size, it has a population of 4,000, but it feels more like 1,000 due to its spread out nature, and being surrounded on all sides by lots of fields. Farms and woods eventually connect to one pretty famous forest. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, and because of this, it has notoriously bad phone and internet connections. Having lived here all my life, I know this place like the back of my hand. I know where all the public footpaths through the woods are, where they connect, which are shortcuts, where to cross deep streams, etc. I have gone on walks in this area throughout my childhood with my parents and alone as an adult. I felt safe here. This story takes place last summer in July after I moved home from university. As usual, this day both my parents got home at 5 p.m. We had dinner for a while longer than usual as my mom had quite a hectic day and was telling me about it. Because of this, I ended up heading out for my walk an hour later than routine, around 7 p.m. But as it was summer, the sun was still shining, so honestly, I didn't really notice that it would start getting dark until I was out. The woodland closest to my house is less than 5 minutes away, and you enter through a gate into a farmer's field. You can see across the open area quite far until the first set of small woods obscures your view. That's where I was heading, as I knew this track takes under 2 hours and leads back to the same path I was standing on now. This entire area is very popular for dog walkers, so it's not unusual to see other people while you're out and about. And as this village, everybody says hello to everybody. I start walking. I'm just in my own world for a while until less than 100 feet before the entrance of the woods. An elderly man was coming out of them throwing a ball for his collie dog. As I got closer, I recognized it was John, who lived on the road next to mine and knew my grandpa. We stopped and I said hello as I patted his dog Max. While talking, I see another man coming out of the woods. No dog. Bright green jacket, very tall, and a good 10 years on me, age-wise. John and I chatter another minute and say goodbye. He warns me not to stay out there too long as it will be getting dark soon. True, the sky was bright pink and orange. The sun was indeed beginning to set. I hadn't really noticed. I continued down the path towards the man. When we were nearly passing each other, I look up to make brief eye contact, smile and say hello, like everyone here does, even if you don't recognize the person. My eyes instantly met his. He was already looking at me. His dark eyes locked on mine. He wasn't smiling. I didn't know him at all, but I knew something was wrong. It was in his eyes. I swallowed my politeness and looked to the ground as we passed. I had lived in my uni city the past couple years, so I knew a red flag when I saw one, and my country bumpkin manners evaporated. I quickened my pace a little before entering the woods and shyly looked back. The guy was still walking in the same direction, following John. I felt relieved, starting to walk into the woods. It takes about 30 minutes to follow the path through the woods to the end. The pathway exit opened into another field that led to another set of woods. The sky was now a dark purple, the dimming light having been obscured to me by the trees. I was near the entrance of the second set of woods when I felt it. Fear. Complete crippling and absolute fear worked its way like electricity through me. I never felt anything like it before, or since, but I knew what it was. I whipped around. Standing at the exit of the first set of woods was the man. I could still make out his green jacket in the fading light. He's doubled back, and very quickly too. I had looked back several times while in those trees, and he hadn't been there. For a second I froze, as he did. He knew I'd seen him. To sprint the distance between us, it would take him about 5 minutes. He was obviously in good shape. I bolted into the woods. There was only one way I could go. I didn't care to look behind me. I sprinted for a couple of minutes before taking a sharp left turn off the path into the trees, hoping to throw him off a bit, but I couldn't see a thing. The light was already darkening and the trees made it 100 times worse, especially as I was now in the thick of them. Their branches catching my clothes like fingers, whipping and scratching my bare legs so badly. I ran and my lungs protested in pain, while my heart was beating like mad. I couldn't anymore. I got myself on the ground behind a big tree, my back against it, knees to my chest, hand over my mouth to stifle my breathing, desperately trying to pump air into my lungs for the next sprint. I listened for the first time. A few seconds pass silently. Then I hear him. Heavy footsteps snapping twigs behind me about 20 feet to my left. I dare not to look in case he sees me. I have my phone, but I know I have little chance of signal being where I was, and he'd either hear me talking or see the light from the display. I'm not ashamed to say at this point I started to cry, the tears falling silently down my cheeks.
"What the hell?"
I hear a deep voice exclaim.
"Where are you? I know you're here. I saw you."
I have to clasp both my hands across my mouth to stop myself from making any noise. I can hear him moving around. I panic and find that I have the courage to slowly peek from behind the tree. He was about 10 feet behind me, less than 20 feet to my left, with his back to me. I moved back and my eyes search the surrounding area. I pick up a pretty heavy rock. I carefully check him again. His back still turned, but he's searching through the trees. Hunched down lower to the ground now. I make a snap decision, and with everything I had left in me, I threw the rock behind me to the right. It clattered through the branches of the trees and made one hell of a noise. I watched him immediately bolt in its direction, laughing. He laughed. I paused a little, hearing his footsteps get quieter, until I thought I wouldn't be so visible to him if I moved and threw myself forward. I ran, trying to put as much distance between us as possible, but I was also aware that I was getting farther and farther away from home. I knew there had to be a stream somewhere close. If I found the stream, I can follow it as it borders the land and runs parallel to some of the footpaths. I ran until the trees finally cleared, and I can just make out another field through them on the other side. I thank God, and I push myself a little bit further till I'm out of the trees. The ground disappears from below my feet, and I go head over shoulders down the stream embankment. I crash into the water below. As I sputter it out, I feel both relieved to have found the stream and terrified that he's heard me. My phone is now ruined. I slowly make my way downstream as quiet as possible, listening for him the whole time as the stream borders the woods, looking up periodically just in case. After a while, maybe a half hour, I notice the trees begin to thin out and realize this is the edge of the woods where I would have been exiting and where my pathway connected to the original one I had started on. If I ran, I could get home in less than 20 minutes. As quiet as I could, I dragged myself on my stomach back up the embankment, army style, wanting to stay as low as possible. I peek over the top. I could just barely make out the opening of the woods exit path about 50 feet away. I sat and scanned the forest line for a couple of minutes, my eyes trying to make out movement despite it now being pitch black. Nothing. I couldn't hear anything either. I pushed myself up and sprinted as fast as I could across the field onto the pathway. I knew the gate that I'd entered through was in the adjoining field. It really wasn't far. I was so happy. I hear a screech from across the field. I swore my legs nearly gave out then and there. He had been waiting for me. I turned my head and saw him sprinting out of the woods at full pelt. I yelled and pushed myself further, tears coating my face. All I could do was run. I crossed into the main field now and I could see the moonlight shining off the metal gate. My house was just 5 minutes away after that. I have never focused on anything as much as that gate. He was faster than me and getting closer, yelling at me the whole time. I ran, pushing myself up and over the gate, and ran up the road. I dared look as I made the turn from my road. He was still following me. I raced up my driveway and threw myself into the door, running into the living room crying, yelling hysterically. My dad ran outside while my mom grabbed a hold of me as I collapsed, shaking. As it turns out, my parents had already called the police. As I said, I was going out for an hour or so at 7, and it was now past 12, and I hadn't answered when they had called my now broken phone. We called the police again to explain. They came and I gave a full statement. Both my parents and the police were surprised. Nothing like this happens here. There hasn't been a major reported crime in at least 100 years. But one look at me and it was obvious I was telling the truth. I was covered head to toe in marks, soaking wet and covered in mud. I won't go into how this experience changed me. It's depressing. But I will say the thing that scares me the most is that they never even had a suspect. Despite him following me so closely, he was gone by the time my dad ran outside. That guy is still out there, and who knows what he's really capable of. On a weekend in the fall, a friend asked me if I wanted to go camping. I'm definitely not an outdoors person, nor do I enjoy being in the forest. I agreed though because I felt bad since this friend had asked me before and I declined. As soon as I agreed, I immediately regretted it. I honestly don't even know where we were, but my friend drove for hours away from the town we were living in at the time. The forest was so thick it was literally what you see in scary movies. My friend told me I was being a wimp, but I got a weird vibe from the whole situation. We had arrived in the evening, so by the time we put up our tent, it was dark. What is that? I asked when I pointed to the number written on the tent. 4054. I don't know, something that was there when we bought it, my friend said. I didn't think much of it, but I was still creeped out by the fact that we were literally in the middle of nowhere. I woke up and I'm guessing it was around 3 in the morning and I heard what sounded like someone making strange noises, almost animalistic. My friend sat up and looked at me. I was about to ask if he heard it too when we heard branches snapping right behind the entrance of our tent. I could see someone's shadow right through it. They were crouched down, sitting right next to us. I guess I was thinking of calling the cops because I grabbed my phone, but there was no cell service. The person left and my friend and I were too scared to try to leave. Then we heard something else. The tent was being unzipped, but slowly. One zip at a time, like it was in slow motion. "Get out of here," my friend yelled, throwing something at the entrance. It actually worked and the person ran off. Again, the animalistic noises occurred at this point. Let's make a run for the car. I glanced out of the tent to see the car way in the distance. Windows smashed and tires popped. We're stuck, literally trapped. My friend was freaking out. "We'll walk in the morning to try to get cell service. Then we'll call one of my other friends to come get us," I remember saying. The wait for morning seemed excruciating. We didn't sleep at all that night and I kept hearing branches snap. Finally, at the first light, we quickly peeked out of the tent and decided to walk to get cell service. When we got outside the tent, I was scared. Where the tent said 5054, someone had crossed it out with red marker, then wrote underneath it, "Tent 4054 is no more," with tons of exclamation points. My friend and I kept walking closer to get out of the forest and finally got cell service. When we finally had our friend come pick us up, we were telling him the entire story. "See what they did to the car?" As I pointed to the damaged and ruined vehicle, I saw someone dramatically sit up. They had reclined the passenger seat, and when I looked, they were sitting perfectly upright as the seat rose up. They turned and looked out the window straight at us. A huge, animated smile was on the man's face. All of us were freaked out and our friend drove away quickly. I still think of tent 454 is no more. I don't want to know what that was supposed to mean. In March of 2003, when I was 17, my brother and I took a weekend camping trip to the Los Padres National Forest. We had gone there many times with our family for day camping, swimming, and just lounging around. This time though, we went alone for a 2-night camping trip at our favorite spot that most locals simply called the Gorge. We will never forget this weekend for all the wrong reasons. We got there Saturday morning around 9 a.m. and hiked the 5 miles out to the Gorge. The Gorge is a large swimming hole with a huge 60-foot rock cliff boulder that visitors love to jump from into the deep water below. The jumping rock cliff is very steep, and one must jump in a specific location below to ensure they do not hit the rocks protruding from the wall face. The area has many primitive camping spots and is overall a beautiful yet isolated place. The first day was very fun, and after a long day of swimming, catching crawdads, jumping from rocks, and just relaxing, we set up our tent, made a fire, ate our cans of SpaghettiOs and a few crawdads we had cooked for dinner. Towards the end of dinner, we were visited by a large group of students who were camping further down the river. They stated they were students from the Bay Area who had a few nights left in their almost 2-week-long school camping trip. We offered them some chips and snacks and chatted a bit with them before they made their hike back to their camping spot. It soon got dark and my brother and I got ready for bed. My brother was 2 years younger than I and had a deep fear of isolation. So we slept in the same tent and agreed that we would keep the fire burning the entire night to ease his anxiety. We put 5 large logs onto the fire and crept inside our tent and got into our sleeping bags. We both fell asleep very fast as we were exhausted from the day. Around 2:30 in the morning, we were both awoken by a large splash of water near our tent that put out our fire. We heard no voices and could not see much from inside our tent. We froze in terror. My brother began to cry and I tried to calm him down. I told him that I would go outside to investigate and that everything would be okay. I told him that our water bladder must have fallen off the tree where we had hung it, and I'm sure it was some kind of coincidence. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped our tent, and stepped outside. I pointed the flashlight over the fire pit and saw 4 large men sitting around our fireplace staring at me, with what I can only describe as expressionless faces. It appears as though they had split open our 2-gallon water bladder that we had hung over the tree and had thrown it into the fire. I was in shock and I didn't know what to say. For about 5 seconds, none of them said anything. We just stared at each other. Then one of them said in a deep voice,
"Get your friend out here."
Then I heard my brother hyperventilating and screaming in our tent in a way that made me feel helpless. I had no weapons and my brother and I were outnumbered 2-1. I asked the men what they wanted and told them that we could just leave and that we are sorry if we had taken their camping spot or invaded their area. They ignored my question and just stood up. That is when I saw 2 of the 4 men were holding something in their hands. Long swords shaped in appearance like a machete or a small sword, but they looked homemade and very primitive. The men yelled at us to get our asses up with them. I thought for a second they might be rangers getting mad at us for having too big of a fire, but once I glanced at their clothing and saw their baggy pants and their black and gray hoodie type clothing, I knew we were not that lucky. I had heard in the past that drug dealers or the Mexican cartel had been caught hiding large amounts of marijuana plants in the forest and wondered if these people were some of the men who somehow felt that we were a threat to their crops. I was in fear of our lives. The men didn't directly touch us or threaten us with violence, but I definitely felt an implied threat in their tone and believed that we really had no choice in the matter. My brother, who was still crying, and I followed the lead male while the other 3 men fell back behind us. My brother put his hand on my shoulder and was visibly shaking. He then whispered to me that we were walking in the direction of the 60-foot rock cliff and that we needed to run. I was petrified and had not been paying attention to where they were leading us, but realized he was right. I stopped dead in my tracks and said to the men, "What are you going to do to us?" The lead male stated,
"Nothing, but we're just gonna have some fun with you guys."
I felt that we really had no choice but to do what they said, and hoped that they were all merely screwing with us and that this would be all over soon. After about 30 seconds of walking, we arrived to the jumping spot on top of the boulder, overlooking the gorge swimming area. One of the men stated,
"Have you guys ever jumped from here?"
I told them that yes, I had, but my brother had not, since it was a pretty high jump and was very dangerous for most people due to the height and the rocks below. The men laughed again and called my brother a pussy. I told them that we were not, as I had jumped from the spot before, but that it was not safe to do in the dark. The men then formed a half circle around us, and one of the men said,
"I want to see. Show us that you are not a bunch of pussies."
I screamed at them that it was too dangerous at night, and during the day it was dangerous enough. I told them that there are many rocks that you have to avoid, and that if you did not jump correctly, it could kill you. I pleaded and pleaded. The men just laughed and took a few steps closer to us. I was beyond scared and could hear my heart beating through my ears. My brother at this point was crying loudly and saying things I could not understand. He was beyond terrified, and so was I. I grabbed his hand and told him we needed to get away from these men as we were in great danger. I told him that I had jumped off the rock boulder into the water before and knew where to jump, and that if he jumped with me, we would be okay. I told him I would use my flashlight to help guide us, and I would tell him where to put his feet and how far to jump. The men laughed at us as we had our conversation and showed zero humanity or pity. I grabbed my brother and placed his feet with my hand onto a specific place on the rock ledge where I remember jumping from last time I was there months before. I explained to him that I knew he was scared and so was I, but we needed to jump out as far as we can and slightly to the right, otherwise we would hit the rocks. He was shaking, crying, and kept telling me that he couldn't do it. He then urinated on the floor. The men laughed and kept saying they couldn't believe how scared we were. I then told my brother that we needed to jump now, and that it would be okay if he listened to me. I told him that after we jumped, we would swim to the shore on the right, and would hide in the bushes until daybreak, and would then go for help. I then grabbed his hand tightly and told him that when we hit the water, he needed to tuck his legs and arms in, so that they would not get hurt from the impact of the water, and instructed him that he needed to swim hard to the surface as we would sink pretty far down due to the height we were jumping from. I grabbed his hand and we jumped. I pulled him hard with me to ensure that we would be safe from the rocks below, and that he jumped far enough out. We fell for what seemed like a minute, but was only a few seconds in reality. My brother yelled all the way down in a way I have never heard from another human being before. Terror, dread, and fear of imminent death reverberated from his voice. I felt helpless and almost forgot where we were for those few seconds. Then we hit the water. As soon as we hit, I lost my grip on my brother's hand, but I did hear a second impact in the water. I swam towards the surface with all my energy and took a deep breath. I then listened for my brother to surface but heard nothing. I panicked and dove into the water to try to grab him. Just as I dove, I felt his leg brush against my hand and realized that he was about to surface. I swam up again and heard my brother. He was crying and kept telling his arm hit the rock and he couldn't feel it anymore. The men above were laughing again and I heard one of them say,
"They fucking made it, those idiots."
I then heard objects splashing in the water around us and realized they were throwing beer bottles or rocks or some other hard objects at us. I quickly grabbed my brother and helped him swim to the nearby shore. The whole time we swam, many objects landed dangerously close to us, and I felt that if any had hit us, it would have caused death or great bodily harm to us, especially if we were hit in the head. My flashlight had been lost in the fall and we were in complete darkness. We reached the water's edge and I pulled my brother to shore. Objects continued to rain down around us and we could hear the men yelling and laughing. I told my brother that we needed to run. He was crying and holding his injured arm that he could not feel or use it. It had a deep cut around the elbow, and even with just the starlight we could see that this was a serious injury. We stumbled down the tree line and began making our way through the darkness to one of the main trails from past memory. We fell again and again and were cut by branches and rocks all over our bodies as we wandered about down the overgrown trail. Everything in my body told me to keep going and to get as far away from these men as we could. We walked for many minutes until we could no longer hear the men, and we waited. I wrapped my brother's arm with my shirt and told him that it was over and that all we had to do was wait until morning for help. We sat in that spot all night and my brother cried and shook for hours. I just put my arm around him and patted his head, as I did when we were children whenever he had a panic attack and our parents were not around. At daybreak, we could finally see the severity of his injuries. He had a deep gash in his arm and his shoulder was obviously dislocated. I helped him hike up the nearby trail, and we walked all the way back to the base camp ranger station. We explained what happened to the rangers and they sent 2 armed officers to go investigate the location. My brother was sent to a nearby hospital for treatment, and I joined him on the ambulance ride over. The rangers and the police never found the men, but did retrieve most of our gear. The scary thing about this incident is that the same week, 2 teenage boys were found dead at the bottom of the gorge jumping area, and that their group had encountered the same people as we did at their camping location, with similar machete objects, who chased them off their camping spot. I am glad to be alive, and my brother and I have never gone camping alone again, or have never been back to that location. All that we have left from the incident are scars on my brother's arm, hospital bills, and a lot of trauma. An article of the death of the 2 teenage boys is below. I can only hope their deaths were accident as the authorities ruled. I did not find out about their deaths until 7 years after, but was horrified about the similar circumstances and timing of the 2 events. As to the men that forced us to jump that day, let's not meet again. Every summer, my family makes the trip from Texas to Vermont. 2 summers ago, my parents bought a new home, and for some reason, our house smelled really, really terrible. So, my mom went to the local candle and scent shop and ended up bonding with the woman who owned it. She convinced her to give me a summer job. The first month went smooth, with really only a few bad customers. One day, I was checking inventory in the back when I heard the bell above the door ring. I walked to the front of the store, calling out to whoever just entered, but no one replied to me or appeared to be in the store. So I just forgot about it and moved on with my day, blowing it off as the wind. That night, when I was getting into my car, I found a piece of notebook paper stuffed in the space between the slit of rubber in my window. It had my full name and a crudely drawn picture of a wedding ring. What the hell? I blew this off as my best friend and coworker, Courtney, trying to scare me like she always did. The next day at work, I told Courtney that she wasn't funny. She told me that she didn't do anything. Courtney always owns up to her pranks. After that, I was creeped out, but again dismissed it as another one of my friends. I was sitting at the register playing on my iPhone when I heard someone walk into the shop. I looked up to see a rugged man at the counter. I was a 4'11" teenage girl, and this man towered over me at least a foot.
"Are you Sarah M?"
He said this in a deep, slow voice. I had never seen this man before in my life, so how could he know my name? I didn't know what to do, so I remained silent and started to slowly back away from the counter, grabbing my phone, heading towards the back exit.
I'm sorry about the note in your car. I was just too nervous to ask you out.
At this point, I was about to nope the hell out of there, but I knew I couldn't just leave the shop unattended with the creep in there. My boss would literally murder me, and maybe he will leave anyway. I'm really sorry, but I have a boyfriend back home and I'm 16. I tried my best not to sound intimidated, although I probably sounded like a chipmunk that pissed itself.
Well, you look like a girl that hasn't had good fun in a while.
I didn't know what to do. I started to pull the mace out of my pocket. I think I'm okay on that, but you should leave, sir, before I call the police. At this, he looked like he would kill, and tried to pull me over the counter. He had me in a tight grip and he tried to pull a small kitchen knife out of his pocket. But before a second thought, I pepper sprayed him directly in the face. He loosened his grip and I grabbed my phone and bolted to my car. I locked myself in the car and called 911. It would be 10 minutes until the police could get to my location. The operator told me to start my car in case he got up. I tried to start my car, but it wouldn't budge. My one thought was, in what way will I be cut up? I could hear the police car pull into the parking lot. When the police found the man inside the shop, he was crying behind the counter. Apparently, this man had stalked me for 3 summers. He lived in a cabin in the mountains, and he hadn't talked to anyone for 10 years, and he had severe mental problems. A few years ago, he saw me and my family hiking through the woods and felt that we were meant to be, a match made in heaven, in his opinion. A few weeks later, I had my car looked at. The throttle had been missing, explaining why my car wouldn't move when I tried to start it. I still go to work at the scent shop, but I'm now 21 and married. I wonder where he is now, but please, Mountain Man, let's not meet again. This story happened about 2 years ago while I was in university working on my degree in biology. I had signed up for a trip to gather some samples for an experiment some students in the ecology department were going to run. It required the collection of samples from several sites, so they recruited biology, ecology, and forestry majors to help them complete the sampling in a shorter period. The area my group was to take samples from was a few hours from my university in the Pacific Northwest. There are 9 of us in my group, 8 students and a supervising professor. We got to the campsite in the late evening and set up our tents. One of the other students had brought a big container of split-pea soup from home and was sharing it with the others on the trip. I don't really care for split-pea soup, so I declined the offer. Everyone had some except me, one other student, and the professor. Come the next morning, the 5 students who had eaten the soup were not in the best shape. They were in the grips of some gnarly food poisoning and were in no shape to hike for 8 or 9 hours to collect the samples we needed. The professor who was supervising us had originally some rules, such as traveling in groups of at least 2, and we had to return to camp by nightfall. Now, those rules were tossed out to make sure we kept our timetable to collect all the required samples. We were told to do your best to complete the work assigned as long as you can do it safely. That morning, I set out for a long day of hiking. After a mile or so, I ran into the stream I was supposed to follow. I needed to travel about 4 miles upstream, stopping every quarter mile to collect samples of water and soil. This meant I had to hustle to get back before dark. Halfway through the day, I realized that wasn't going to happen. About 2 miles into my hike, I stopped for lunch, sitting on a log overlooking the stream. The scene was really peaceful until I smelled the cigarettes. It wasn't the smell of the cigarette being smoked, more the musty smell of a heavy smoker's car where cigarette butts have been left to ferment for weeks on end. I looked around but couldn't see anyone. I just assumed the wind had blown the scent from some hunter or hiker over to me, but minutes later, the smell hadn't faded. The vegetation in the area wasn't that thick, but there were still a lot of places for someone to duck behind a tree or a bush. I was unnerved that someone was apparently staying so close enough to me for me to smell them this long without so much as a word. I quickly packed up the trash from my lunch and continued up the stream. The musty cigarette smell went away for the next few hours. It wasn't until I arrived at my last sample location late into dusk that I smelt it again. The woods were getting really dim by this point. Looking back on it, it was a really stupid idea to stay out so late, as just hiking back to the camp in the dark would be pretty dangerous, even without a cigarette-smoking stalker. Having just put the collection tubes in my back, I shined my flashlight around the darkened woods looking for whoever was giving off the smell. I didn't see anything that caught my attention. I would actually be more correct to say that I saw too many things in the dim light that may have been a head sticking out from behind a tree or someone crouching low in the foliage. I didn't like the idea of being in the dark woods with a stranger who, for the second time, was lurking near me without revealing themselves. So I began to double time it back to the stream. I made much better time on the way back even though it was dark because I didn't have to stop to take any samples. Even so, I didn't get back to the camp till a bit before 10. I was the last one to get back and everyone but the professor was already asleep. I didn't mention the cigarette smell to the professor because he seemed tired as it was, and he headed to his bed in the RV soon after I got back. I headed to my tent soon after. At some point in the night, I woke up needing to pee. I decided to head in the woods to do my business as I knew some of the other students were still feeling ill and needed the RV toilet for more urgent matters than just having to take a leak. I walked about 100 feet into the woods, found a tree, and did what I needed to do. As I turned back to the camp, something caught my eye. Somewhere off in the woods was a tiny, red glow. I was confused as to what it was until it flared momentarily and I realized it was the cherry of a cigarette. I stood there for a while watching the red ember glow, fade, then move slightly closer to the ground as to whoever was smoking would take it out of their mouth. Not being able to see the person, I assumed that they were watching the camp. I didn't know if they had seen me make my way into the woods or not, as the fire had been doused and the moon was only half full, so there wasn't very much light. I made my way slowly back to the camp as quietly as I could and entered the RV to wake up the professor. I told him about the person smoking in the woods and about the smell of cigarettes earlier in the day. However, when we got outside the RV, the ember from the cigarette was gone. My professor woke up the other student who hadn't come down with food poisoning, and we took turns watching over the camp. I didn't see or smell anything else when I was on guard duty, and went to sleep when the professor woke up for his turn. In the morning, the professor, the other student, and I went to where I guessed the smoker had been standing the night before, and sure enough, we found about 10 cigarette butts on the ground next to the tree. The tree itself looked like someone had been twisting and stabbing a knife or other sharp object into it, as the bark and the outer layers of the wood had been damaged and chipped away. The professor decided that the group should head back that day even though we hadn't collected all of the samples we were assigned, to be on the safe side. We packed up camp and drove down the thin dirt trail without incident. The second we got onto the paved highway though, a white paneled van pulled out of the clearing just off the shoulder and began following us. The van stayed behind us all the way back, pulling off the highway when we did, taking the same surface streets that we did, and only stopped following us when we turned onto the road leading to our university campus. Everyone was freaked out by this, but it was around 9 at night on a weekend, so the security office on campus was closed. We decided to unload the RV and call it a night, as the van hadn't followed us onto campus. I offered to help the professor catalog and store the collection tubes from our trip, so it was another couple hours before I left the biological science building and started heading toward the dorm building I lived in. I stepped out into the cool night air and began walking, my professor having left the building in the other direction to get into his car and drive home. It was a couple dozen feet outside the building, which was now locked, when I was hit with the musty smell of old cigarettes. I looked around and about 25 yards away in the darkness, off the footpath, I saw the cherry of a cigarette smoldering away. I was pretty scared at this point, but hoped it was only a student or some faculty staying late having a smoke. I couldn't completely convince myself of this, as the musty cigarette smell was the same as what I smelled in the woods the previous night. I started down the footpath and soon passed whoever was smoking. 100 feet or so later, I looked over my shoulder and saw the cigarette cherry bobbing in the darkness. The smoker was following me. This creeped me out a bit more, but I still held it together. That is until I rounded a small stand of trees and saw a white paneled van parked alone in the parking lot. I took off at a sprint towards my dorm building. I looked over my shoulder a few steps into my run. I saw the cherry of the cigarette fall to the ground and the dark shape beginning to move after me. I didn't look back. but I could hear someone running in the grass off the footpath. I got to the entrance of my dorm building and frantically waved my key card in front of the key reader that controlled the door lock. As soon as I hear the soft beep, I open the door, jump in, and shut the door quickly. I stopped and peered through the glass door. I saw the dark shape stop short of the lit pathway. I just watched for a minute or two. Then I saw the spark of a lighter. The light is just barely bright enough to illuminate the shaggy beard and brim of a baseball cap before it disappears and was replaced with the red glow of a cigarette. I turned and headed up the stairs to my dorm room. By the time I get to my window overlooking the same yard I had just ran through, there is no trace of a dark figure or the light of a cigarette. After that, I didn't see the white paneled van again or smell that musky cigarette smell. I hope I never do. For some background, this happened back in 2003 when I was 6 years old. I'm from Michigan and this experience takes place over the summer. In the area I live in, we have a community pool that everyone who lives in the community is welcome to use. A special event this pool throws is called a midnight swim. The whole point of this is for the pool to be open till midnight. The pool usually closed at 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. The midnight swims were held on Friday nights. There are 3 midnight swims held each year I always looked forward to. Before you think I had bad parents for letting 2 6-year-olds stay out swimming until midnight, my brother and I were both excellent swimmers since we had learned how to swim at age 3. And for being out till midnight, well, we lived in a safe neighborhood where nothing bad ever happened. On this particular day, we had to wait until 9 p.m. before we could go to the pool because my parents had to work late and our sitter didn't want to leave the house and take us to the pool. So, 9 o'clock rolls around and my brother and I are ready to go. My parents get home and get ready themselves. As my parents are getting ready, me being my 6-year-old self gets bored and decided to wait for them out on the front porch. A little layout of my neighborhood. There is a main road just to the left of my house. Anyways, I'm walking around on my front lawn when I hear a voice call out to me saying,
"Hey kid, come over here."
At first, I thought the voice was coming from inside my head. Don't judge me, I was 6. But after hearing the voice call out a few more times and looking around, I spot a man standing in the shadows of some trees. My parents had taught me not to talk to strangers, but I was standing right in front of my house and I thought it would be safe. I asked the man what he wanted and he said he wanted to show me something. Realizing that there was something strange with how the man hadn't come out of the shadows, I told the man no and I was going back inside. The man didn't like this one bit. He scolded me for not listening to my elders and to do what he said. At this point, I was shocked. I didn't expect this man to yell at me, but I stupidly decided to not go inside and stay on the porch. I told the man that I didn't know him, to which he replied that he was a friend of my parents and that they wouldn't mind me going over to talk to him. It was at this point my dad had walked out and asked me who I was talking to, but by the time I had pointed to the trees, the man was gone. So, to the man that tried to lure a 6-year-old boy into the woods, let's not meet ever again. In October of 2008, the body of an 11-year-old boy was discovered under a shallow layer of vegetation over 50 miles from his home. A group of hunters found him laying on top of a hill in Logan Creek State Forest, located in Reynolds County, Missouri, near the foothills of the Ozark Mountains. The remains were turned over to local law enforcement, where they were DNA matched to Billy Evanston, who was reportedly missing in the summer of 2005. He was later positively identified by members of his family. An autopsy failed to provide sufficient answers to the many questions this case presented. Evanston's was the 5th body associated with what authorities dubbed the Logan Creek incidents. Each victim was found in the same forest and bore particular similarities. Evanston was no exception. First, despite having been in the woods for over 3 years without any kind of preservation methods undertaken, the body showed no signs of decay. There was no obvious cause of death. However, an autopsy revealed that there was no blood anywhere in his circulatory system, and tissue damage to blood vessel walls led the medical examiner to believe that it somehow combusted and burned away without damaging other parts of the body. Also, in each one of the victims, the optic nerve inexplicably appeared to have been severed. A disposable camera was discovered with Billy Evanston's corpse, along with a pocket-sized composition notebook belonging to 17-year-old Eric O'Neill, the first victim of the Logan Creek incidents. His body was discovered in 1997, but there was no other evidence found. It is unknown why or how the notebook reached the opposite side of the forest as O'Neill's, but graphological analysis revealed the handwriting inside belonged to him. The notebook, camera, and a series of drawings attributed to the third victim, 7-year-old Jennifer Marlowe, discovered in 2001, form the entire foundation of this case, as documentation of the events leading up to the other victims' deaths have not yet been found. The film in Evanston's camera was developed and the pictures thoroughly reviewed by an investigation team. 8 photographs were taken. The remaining 16 left on the reel are blank. 3 highly accredited photo forensic analysts agree that the images were in no way altered with. The investigative team worked tirelessly to match descriptions from O'Neill's book to each photo. These excerpts bear striking similarities to the photographs, even though they were written 8 years before the photographs were taken. These similarities helped investigators piece together a rough timeline all the Logan Creek victims likely followed. Photograph 1, dated July 8, 2005. This is a photo from Billy Evanston's 11th birthday party, where his mother gave him the camera as a gift. The young boy is seated at his kitchen table, surrounded by a group of children from his class. A cake reading "Happy Birthday, Billy" sits in front of him. His father is pictured lighting the candles. His mother is the photographer. Photograph number 2, dated July 11th, 2005. This image shows the Evanstons' backyard at dusk, captured by Billy's bedroom window on the 2nd floor. Billy is believed to have taken this picture. At first glance, there is nothing out of the ordinary, but upon further inspection, 3 slender gray figure-like digits can be seen curled over Billy's window. The owner of the limb is not pictured and remains unidentified. Corresponding journal entry, dated November 30th, 1997. I have no idea where I am. It feels like someone is driving an ice pick into my left eye, and my memory is fuzzy. The only thing that I can remember is the end of the dream I had last night. I was in bed and heard something from outside in the middle of the night. I know that it was a dream because it was daylight, like brighter than the sun daylight. But in the middle of the night, I got out of bed and went to the window. When I stuck my head out to look around, everything went dark. Then at least 4 hands clamped down on my shoulders and yanked me forward and then drug me upward. I'm in the woods now. I've wandered around all day. I am completely lost. I haven't seen any other hikers, campers, or any other human beings, and it's getting dark. Sometimes I can hear footsteps behind me, but when I turn around, I can't see anything. There aren't even any animals or bugs. Photograph number 3, dated July 15th, 2005. Taken the day Billy was reported missing by his parents, this is the first photograph of Logan Creek State Forest. Billy's parents stated that they had no idea how he got there. They say they had put him into bed the night before and could not find him the next morning. His window was open, but there was no signs of forced entry or an intruder. Billy's disappearance at the time was ruled a kidnapping. The picture shows a perfectly circular clearing in an otherwise densely forested area. What little vegetation remains appears to be in the process of turning to dust. A thick blanket of gray ash covers the clearing completely, but cannot be found outside of the border of the circle. 3 trees stand untouched in the center. Original speculation pointed to a fire in this area of Logan Creek Forest, but it provided no explanation for the geometric pattern of damage or the intact trees left behind. The photographer is unknown, but believed to be Billy Evanston. Corresponding journal excerpt, dated December 4th, 1997. I thought it was ash at first, but our tool shed burned down when I was a kid. This isn't what ash feels like. I'm not sure how else to explain it. Ashes are flaky and almost have a papery texture to them. This stuff feels like sand. There was this weird static energy or something in the circle. I don't know how else to describe it, but all the hair on my body stood straight up, and I heard this quiet humming coming from the back of my head as I approached the trees. If I stayed there too long, I felt nauseous. I'm taking some of the sand or whatever it is back to have someone look at it if I can ever get home. Photograph number 4, dated July 12th, 2005. This photograph shows a handprint on a tree trunk. It is the same color as the gray clearing. and 3 elongated digits connected to an oval-shaped palm contrasted starkly against the deep brown of the dark tree. Investigators pointed out the similarities between the handprint and the 3 fingers in photograph 2. The photographer is unknown but believed to be Billy Evanston. Corresponding journal entry, no date. I've lost track of how long I've been here. I'm beginning to think that I was not dreaming the night that I was taken. My shoulders were sore and I found purple and green bruises under my shirt. They weren't human hands. They had a thumb of sorts, but only 2 fingers. I took my shirt off and found them all over my torso. Photograph number 5, dated July 14th, 2005. This haunting image appears to have been taken at dusk. Pictured are the branches of several trees in the forest. The photo is blurry, but 6 pairs of glowing eyes peek out among the leaves. Further inspection revealed hunched humanoid figures woven between branches, staring down at the camera. The creatures have yet to be identified. The photographer is unknown, but is believed to be Billy Evanston. Corresponding journal entry, no date. They are watching me. I can't sleep anymore. I just sit on the ground, hugging my knees to my chest and keeping my eyes shut. I can still tell they're looking at me. Sometimes I hear footsteps behind me during the day. I can see a figure out of the corner of my eye for a second. I don't know if I'm getting better at finding them or if they just want me to see them. Photograph number 6, dated July 15th, 2005. This photograph shows 4 lights streaking through the sky above Logan Creek Forest. It closely resembles many other photographs claiming to have captured UFOs or extraterrestrial life. A finger in front of the camera lens covers the top left corner of the frame. The photographer is unknown but believed to be Billy Evanston. Corresponding journal entry, no date. A huge wiring sound, like a jet taking off. They want me to think they're leaving, trying to take my guard down. I've been running now, but the woods just get deeper. There is no way out, but up. Photograph number 7, dated July 15th, 2005. This photograph is of the gray substance, like what was found in the clearing from photograph 3. This one was taken from inside the clearing. The camera is angled down, showing a pair of legs from the knees down. Billy Evanston is believed to have taken the photo, as well as have appeared in it. Particles of the still, unidentified substance coats his feet and seems to be snaking up the rest of his legs. Corresponding journal entry, no date. Please help me. That humming sound is all I can hear. The ground has turned against me, and that gray dust can crawl right up my legs and down my throat. It's hot. It burns. There's no way out, but up. Photograph number 8, dated July 15th, 2005. The last photo on Evanston's camera is by far the most unsettling. Pictured is Billy Evanston being dragged through the forest by 2 unidentified figures, which, though blurry, display striking resemblances to the figures from photograph 5. They are not facing the camera. The figures appear to be tall, but hunched over. Evanston's mouth is open as if he's screaming, but his body seems still. Some of the members of the investigative team believe that Evanston was dead when this photograph was taken. The photographer is unknown. Corresponding journal entry, no date. They took me up, but I can't escape. There's no way out. Jennifer Marlowe was reported missing in December 1995, but was not found until March of 2001. When her parents were questioned about her disappearance, they responded the same as the families of the other victims. They had put Jennifer to bed the night before, but there was no sign of her the next morning, no evidence of a break-in or kidnapping. She had seemingly vanished into thin air. When asked if they noticed any strange behavior before her disappearance, they provided a series of drawings done by Jennifer in the weeks leading up to her abduction. Her parents didn't think anything of the strange creatures depicted. Rather, they thought it was fueled by the 7-year-old's imagination or too many science fiction movies. The drawings contain various everyday scenes such as family portraits, busy streets, and Marlowe's backyard, but blended in with the normal events are gray figures with elongated digits resembling those described by Eric O'Neill and photographed by Billy Evanston. Sometimes they are waving, sometimes they held their hand to their side, but one of their arms was always extended with one finger pointing upward. Originally, investigators believed this to be a kidnapping, an unfortunate abduction resulting in the murder of a child, but a prevalent crime nonetheless. However, the inexplainable details of the Logan River incidents have led several investigators to explore the idea of some sort of supernatural involvement. No bodies have been discovered since Billy Evanston's, but it is still unclear which of the thousands of current missing persons will return home and which will end up in the Logan Creek State Forest. Jefferson National Forest lies just north of Blacksburg, Virginia. My absolute favorite part of the forest is Panda Pass Pond. The pond itself is scenic and beautiful, but the best part is the miles and miles of hiking trails accessible from the pond. I try to hike between 3 to 6 miles per week. I do this for 2 reasons. Firstly, because it's great exercise, and secondly, because it helps keep me sane. Today, however, the sanity part changed. Today, just like I do every week, I packed a few bottles of water and a collapsible water bowl for my dog Lana, and headed for the pond. When I parked, I noted 6 or 7 cars in the parking lot and thought about how I'd for sure need to keep Lana close to me so she wouldn't bother any of the other hikers or pond goers. I always turn on a hiking app on my phone as soon as I get out of the car. The app helps me gauge the distance I've hiked, and most importantly, it helps ensure that I don't get lost. For any of you that may have knowledge of the area, you know that it's borderline impossible to get lost in these trails, but I like to have the security. I got out of the car, shouldered my bag, grabbed the dog leash and turned on the app. I was greeted with the familiar start workout and I began walking towards the pond. Everything seemed perfect, the temperature was cool, the sky was overcast for the first half mile and I was completely alone. As Lana and I rounded a bend, we saw another hiker. This hiker was a man in his early to mid-20s and was moving. His eyes were wide and unblinking and he looked nervous. He was running, but I doubted I would have been able to keep up with him. Lana and I stepped aside to let him pass and I offered a friendly good morning. This guy never stopped looking ahead. He never even acknowledged my existence. As he passed, I pulled out my phone to get a video of his odd behavior and I noticed I had absolutely no service. My hiking app's GPS showed me standing on a blank map. My mile per minute tracker had skyrocketed to 2 hours per mile and was steadily climbing. I turned the app off to save battery and I decided I would just stick to the trails I already knew. When I finally reached the pond, it was a ghost town. Usually there are older couples and moms pushing jogger strollers around the pond loop, but today there wasn't a soul in sight. The combination of the deserted pond and the strange wide-eyed hiker was giving me an uneasy feeling, and for a moment I considered turning around and heading home. As I was standing there contemplating on what to do next, I felt Lana pulling enthusiastically on her leash. Okay, Lana, let's go," I said as we moved forward. There's this section of pond loop that forces you to cross a wooden bridge. The bridge separates the pond and a small section of marshland. Usually when you cross it, you can hear bullfrogs bellowing and see ducks swimming around lazily. Today though, there was nothing. No sound, no movement, nothing. I found it a little unnerving. But as we were so close to the trail, I decided to push on. We took our usual route, Lady Sniper Trail to Joe Pye Trail to Poverty Creek Trail. Usually, once we hit Poverty Creek Trail, we take a right and head back to the car. But today was such perfect hiking weather, I decided to take a left and try a new trail I'd never been on before. I double-checked my location on the post-trail map and I decided I would follow Poverty Creek Trail to Royale Trail, then loop back towards the parking lot about halfway down Royale. As soon as I turned left onto Poverty Creek, I experienced the worst case of vertigo I've ever experienced. I leaned on a low-hanging branch for a few minutes to try to regain my composure. When I finally felt normal again, I decided to snap off a branch and use it as a walking stick, just in case the vertigo came back. The branch gave me a ton of resistance before finally coming off. However, it didn't make a sound. I stopped and stared at the branch that should have come off with an ear-shattering crack, and I realized I couldn't hear anything other than my own breath. I looked up to the sky, barely visible through the canopy of trees. The sky was getting a lot darker than when I first stepped onto the trails. I felt my heart racing. Calm down, it looks just like it's gonna rain. That's why you don't hear any animals, I thought to myself. For some stupid reason, I decided to keep going. I could have, and most definitely should have turned around, but I kept going and turned onto Royale Trail. After about 15 minutes of walking, and hearing only the sound of Lana panting, I figured I should be close to the point where I loop back and get out of the woods. Another minute or two of walking presented me with a trail that headed into the general direction I needed to go. The trail was unmarked, unlike all the other trails. Whatever, just get out of these woods before you get stuck here in the rain. I said this out loud, mostly just to break the silence. This unmarked trail looked pretty well traveled, so I assumed it was okay. I assumed so very wrong. The trail quickly narrowed to nothing more than a deer trail, but it was going the way I needed to go. I decided to follow it. The vegetation started to get really thick, and I had to duck my head so I didn't get hit in the face by stray branches, barreling through the bushes like I should have been, loud enough to wake the dead. But instead I heard nothing but my own heavy breathing. Suddenly I fell through the brush into a clearing. On my hands and knees, I started to laugh how crappy this hike was going and looked over at Lana. She was frozen in place. All of her hair was raised and her teeth were bared. She looked straight ahead and let out a low growl. I looked up, hoping it was just a deer or a rabbit. Instead, I saw something that made my blood run cold. In the center of the clearing stood a man in camouflage. He was facing away from me with his head down. Lana growled again and I saw the man's head perk up. "Run," he said in a low, gruff voice. I ran, faster than I thought my feet could carry me, little Lana somehow matching my stride. As I silently crashed through the brush, I turned to see if the man was following us. He was, but he wasn't running but still seemed to be gaining on me. Every time I looked over my shoulder, he was a little closer. I could see his eyes, but he flashed an unpleasant white smile as he gained on us. I knew that I had to be close to 460, the highway that runs through the forest, and I knew if I could just make it to the pavement that I'd have a chance of making it home.
"Run, little piggy."
The man taunted just behind me. I saw the highway and changed direction. My legs screamed for me to stop, and every breath I took felt like broken glass was filling my lungs. I dove through the tree line and heard the man laugh as I crash landed onto the shoulder of 460. I scrambled to my feet and turned around just in time to see the man melt back into the woods. The last part of him I saw was that white smile. The silence that I had been in for the better part of an hour stopped. The sound of passing cars and semi-trucks suddenly blasted me, and I realized I was safe. I looked around and got my bearings and realized I was still at least 2 miles from my car. I started walking back towards the parking lot, making sure to keep ample distance between myself and the tree line. During breaks in the passing cars, I could hear twigs snapping and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I finally made it back to my car. I was shaking so bad I dropped the keys twice trying to unlock the door. As I was closing my car door, I heard the man's eerie taunt again.
"Run, little piggy."
I've come to the decision that I will never hike there again. I live in the mountains about 10 miles outside of a small town, near a winding backroad highway well known for its many accidents, a lot of which happen to be collisions with animals, deer, small rodents, and sometimes more often than not, mountain lions. I grew up in the country my whole life, so I've seen just about every animal my side of the state has to offer, whether alive or roadkill. Recently, I saw one that I could neither identify or rationalize. My husband and I had stopped by for dinner with his coworkers in town down the winding road from our home. Once it grew close to midnight, I knew we should be getting home. My husband insisted he wanted to stay a little bit longer to have a drink with his buddy. Reluctantly, I agreed he could stay, even though he knows I hate going home late at night by myself. We have about a half a mile of driveway leading to our home, which is blocked off by a padlocked gate. I get paranoid every time I have to get out of my car to unlock the gate pull inside, and then relock the gate behind me. Not that I'm afraid of something attacking me, but way up in the country a wild animal mauling me. The number of mountain lions and bears in our area was definitely above average. I headed back home alone, my husband promising he'd only be out for another hour. I took the dangerous road extra cautiously in the evening. The thick cover of trees surrounding the road made it pitch black. After finally arriving at my road, I hit the gravel fast, eager to get inside. What I saw next made me slam on my brakes so hard I fishtailed a bit and scattered gravel every which way. What I saw barely 2 feet in front of my car was incomprehensible. It looked almost like a human figure at first. Its ribs stuck out so far it took a barrel shape. It was hunched over, but if it stood up straight it had to be at least 8 feet tall. Tufts of matted hair all over its body. What skin shone through appeared to be mangled. Long limbs resembling human arms, but too thin and discolored. Its legs arched like wolves. It had no sign of a human face. The face it had seemed to be a snout that contained a sharp set of canine teeth that shone and snarled at me. My eyes locked with its piercing yellow eyes. It stared me down for what felt like an eternity. Then all of a sudden it broke our gaze, swiftly disappearing into the woods. I was so scared I sat in my car until my husband arrived home after an hour later. He had to knock on my window to get my attention. He questioned me about it once we were in the safety of our own home. I've been dealing with paranormal experiences with spirits since I was a child, but my husband says he has never seen me this shook up before. I'll take a ghost over that creature any day. This is a story I was told by one of the other guides who had spent around 6 years guiding canoe trips in the Lake of the Woods. Let's call him Steven. I want to remind you that I did not experience this, but Steven had told me about a few experiences he and the other guides he worked with had. What I do want you to know is that we do not joke around about Wendigos or skinwalkers at our workplace. We do not tell these stories to our campers anymore, and we don't even say their name but refer to them only as W or S. This is not something that we joke about or just make up to scare campers. I'm not an expert in Wendigos or skinwalkers or Native American culture by any means, and I hope not to offend anyone, but the knowledge that I have on them has been passed down by guides and their experiences. One detail that I should explain before I tell Steven's story is that a definite way to tell that you are seeing a Wendigo or a skinwalker is if the animal or creature has 2 bright, glowing red or yellow eyes. One summer about 5 to 6 years ago, Steven had a couple encounters with the Wendigo. His first encounter was on an earlier trip in the summer, where their destination was into Shoal Lake. It was a 6-day trip, which had about 60 miles of paddling, and taking your packs and canoes over the land to another lake, into Shoal. On day 4, they were going out of Shoal, through a portage called Headman's Portage. Sounds made up from some scary story. No idea why they call it that, but it's quite fitting. There was a campsite that is pretty frequently used about half a mile from the portage. We just called the campsite Headman's. Steven and his trip left Shoal Lake aiming to get through Headman's Portage and stay at the campsite right after it. It's a little long, but a nice highway of portage without too many ups and downs. I believe the Canadian Park Service even clears out this portage, which may be the only one that is frequently maintained in the Lake of the Woods. The short paddle from the portage to the campsite is just surreal and beautiful. It's through a little stream, with 10 to 15 foot cliffs on both sides covered in moss and beautiful cedars. Steven and his trip got to Headman's campsite, and later on, just before they were going to bed, they discovered they left their sleeping bag at the end of the portage. It was around 9, so it was getting pretty dark by this point. Steven and a camper set off in a canoe with their headlamps quickly to retrieve the pack. The paddle took them about a half hour, and at this point you could really only see what your headlamp was shining on. They grabbed the bag and started to head back. Shortly after leaving, Steven started to hear loud splashes and things falling from the water behind them. He dismissed it at first because beavers are pretty common in this area, and when they slap their tails it sounds pretty identical to a huge rock being chucked into the water. But the splashes kept going, and were right on his back as they kept paddling. Steven looked behind him to see a huge rock around the size of a baseball come flying at him and land into the water at his side. They began to paddle like crazy to get back to the campsite and away from whatever was chucking these giant, super heavy rocks at them. Steven looked back between the paddles, and on one of the cliffs about 15 feet up, he saw 2 distinct red glowing eyes on top of it. The rocks stopped and they made it back okay. The rest of their trip went along nicely without any other occurrences. But I never feel great about going through Headman's Portage, and triple check that I don't have any bags there when I do. This story takes place about 2 years ago. My aunt, married into the family, has cousins, not related to me, who live on a farm in La Pointe, Utah, on a reservation, and thought it would be fun to have all us other cousins go stay with her for a few days and see the Dinosaur National Monument. My aunt's grandmother had recently passed away, and her house was basically empty, so we went to stay there. It was a pretty old house, to say the least. It was made out of painted white cedar blocks and was pretty run down, but we were only staying there a few days, so we didn't care how luxurious it was. The front door led into a small kitchen, and off the kitchen to the right was a small room with a TV, 2 couches and a chair. Off of that room was a larger living area with 2 more pull-out couches and a door leading to the side of the house. Off the living room was a hall that led into 2 small bedrooms and a bathroom. It was a pretty small house considering we had around 18 people staying there. Along with the old and empty house we were staying in, there were 2 other houses on the property belonging to my aunts, cousins, and their families. These were the only houses for about 2 miles. There were 12 kids in total, ranging from 3 to 16, me being the oldest, as well as the 2 other kids who lived in the other houses who wanted to come stay with us. We all slept on the pull-out couches and the floor. Other than the parents, there were 2 other people who were staying there. They were soon to be married, so they were staying there for a few days before the wedding. It was a whole big mess of people, but bear with me. They didn't want to sleep in the same house because they weren't married, and religion and all this crap. So the guy, we'll call him B, was sleeping in the small camper outside while his fiancée slept in one of the bedrooms. Now we can actually get to the creepy stuff. On the first night we were there, me and one of my cousins were on the pull-out couch in the first little room, while all the other kids were either on the other couches or on the floor, in either our room or the other. It was about midnight. Most of the kids were already asleep. We were watching Disney movies and dozing off when we started to hear strange noises outside toward the field. It sounded like low growling and panting, but not entirely like it was coming from an animal. There was just this weird human-like sound to it. I assumed it was some sort of stray animal and got up to see when one of the other kids who lived next door, we'll call him L, jumped up and told me just to ignore it and go to sleep. I was really confused and the noises were still happening, but the terrified look on his face told me I should listen. The creature would pace around the house and stop at the door by the kitchen for a few minutes before continuing to circle the house. Neither of us got any sleep that night. The next night was basically the same setup. Kids sleeping everywhere, movies playing, a few people still dozing off. I was exhausted from the night before and managed to fall asleep when I was woken up by one of the youngest kids quietly crying and crawling into bed with me. We'll call him A. I asked him what was the matter, and he said he was scared by the big dog outside the window. I turned to L and asked if they had a dog. He looked completely scared out of his mind and said no, and told me to ignore it once again. I stayed up for a while after that, watching movies with A, when he asked me to walk with him to the bathroom. A little bit of explanation before I continue. This house was shaped like a short L, the bottom part being the kitchen and the 2 living rooms, and where it turns was the hallway with the bedrooms and the bathroom. The bathroom was right at the beginning of the hall. There was a small window to where you could see the wall, where the first living room was, straight ahead, along with a window that you could see through into the living room, where we were sleeping, and then the rest of the house to the left. Anyways, I was walking A to the bathroom and switch on the light when I see it. An extremely tall, dog-like creature standing on its hind legs facing the window looking into the living room. Its fur was matted and its eyes seemed to be almost glowing orangish red. Its hands looked human-like, but with dark fur and long claws. I screamed, and the creature ran back around the side of the house on its hind legs. I picked up A and carried him back to the living room to quickly find L closing the curtains. "What was that?" I whispered to L. "I don't know." "If you ignore it, it'll go away," he whispered back. "You've seen it before?" "Only a couple times, but not recently." Our talking woke up L's younger sister, and surprisingly, nobody else. I'm guessing she knew what was going on because she seemed just as scared as we were. I sat A down on the bed and turned the TV up louder, drowning out the sounds of the creature was making outside, and hoping to calm A down a bit and take our minds off whatever the hell we just saw. The noises circling the house continued for about another half hour, when they stopped at the back door in the other room. I peered my head around the corner to face the door. The door handle on the first door started to move back and forth. You could see the silhouette of something huge behind it. I rushed over to shut and lock the other door, trying not to wake anyone else. Just as I did, B, guy sleeping in the camper outside, also L's uncle, burst through the kitchen door, slamming it behind him. L asked B what was going on, but he didn't want to say another word and rushed down the hall and into the bedroom with his fiancée. He came out holding a shotgun and pulled a chair into the corner of the living room, giving him a view of both the kitchen and the back door. He gave us a look of both terror and anger. He told us to go back to sleep. We didn't. He sat there all night until the noises stopped around sunrise, then went back outside into the camper without saying a word. I'm surprised no one else woke up, and no one else knows what happened that night. The next morning, there were huge paw prints around the house, and B was discussing something with L's dad, who lived in one of the other houses. They both looked concerned and scared. It was very unsettling. We left later that day for reasons I can't remember, but I'm glad we did. I didn't want to spend another night in that house, and I'm pretty sure that what we saw that night was a skinwalker. This story belongs to a friend of mine. He told me this once, and I simply have to tell it. My friend is of Native American heritage, a tribe who settled the North Pacific West Coast. He is quite the character. For one, he is a whopping 6'10", and he has the blackest eyes you could imagine. He always has this frowning face going on, which makes him seem even more intimidating. He is everything but a bad guy. In fact, he is the most gentle of giants. He was working at a gas station up north back in 1992, and he pretty much always worked the graveyard shift from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Business wasn't exactly booming at nights, so he was usually watching TV or reading magazines between customers. And there were a few. The area he lived and worked in was deeply associated with all things Native American. There was a potent sense of pride in the surrounding communities, but also a very distinct presence of superstition and old traditions. My friend was no exception. He was a firm believer of the ways of old. This made his encounter even more terrifying. One night, he was sitting as usual, watching TV when a customer entered the gas station. The customer paid for his gas, a pack of smokes, and some soda and returned to his car. Nothing unusual. But my friend looked out the window toward the customer's car, and he spotted what looked like a huge dog sitting by the edge of the woods. Now, the window was located on the side of the building, some distance from the door, overlooking the pumps and the roof covering it. On the sides of the roof are pretty strong lights, which shine into the gas station. This gives the gas station not only an eerie lighting with the blinds casting long, striped shadows, but also blinds the teller to an extent. As he peered through the window trying to focus on the dog, it was gone. He didn't think much of it, even if it was a wolf. He was inside, and wolves don't tend to rob gas stations at night. Wolves were common here, but this wolf was huge. He brushed it off and returned to his mindless watching of TV. A couple of hours go by and not a single customer has entered since the last one. He was just about to refill some condiments when he heard a large thud coming from the back. It wasn't inside, he could hear that, but it came from the back. And behind the building they kept the garbage. The gas station had been visited before by the scavenging homeless, but my friend didn't really care. It wasn't his garbage, and it was just garbage. Let them take it. But it kept getting louder. He decided to grab a flashlight and a gun from the office and circle around back to tell whoever ventured there to leave. His presence alone would have scared off anyone, but he wanted to feel safe just in case. He exited through the sliding doors, walking past the window he was just sitting by. As he turned the corner, he shines a light towards the dumpsters. As the cone of light hits the dumpsters, my friend instantly drops the flashlight and the gun. It's the huge dog he saw before, scouring through the garbage. It wasn't a dog, though. It clearly stood on its hind legs, reaching the same height as him. It couldn't be a bear, as it was too gaunt. The creature's eyes had been glowing in the light of the flashlight, making it even more terrifying. He ran inside the gas station and wasn't followed. He locked the door, stayed inside the whole night, and quit the next day. My friend is convinced that he saw a skinwalker, a shape-shifting shaman of sorts, which are a common occurrence in the Native American lore and culture. It's just a really creepy story. I'm not sure what to think of what happened. I may just be overthinking things, or my sister may have just been joking with me. I figured I would share my small story here, in case anyone had any insight on what happened. However, I don't quite believe anything is monstrous, as I suspect to be at fault. I probably just misheard. For perspective, I will tell you that I live out of the southern part of British Columbia, Canada. I live a good hour and a half away from the nearest town by car, and my home is completely surrounded by forest with a few distant neighbors. It is not uncommon for us to see and hear coyotes, wolves, bears, and cougars, so we have a large dog for protection. However, the latest dog passed on, so our new protector is just a puppy and she's not very brave just yet. And I don't think she could have helped the situation if she wanted to. It happened the summer after my graduation. I got a call from one of my neighbors asking if I could tend to her garden while her and her husband went on a fishing trip. I took the walk down the hill with my dog through the brush so that she could lay out the details of specific care her plants would need. My family has known this woman since we moved into our home 20 years ago, and as children we would all go down and visit her, make her cards and chat, and she would allow us to play in her swimming pool in the summer. I trust her completely and have house sat for her before, so it was no odd request for my sister and I to go help out. The garden was new and absolutely beautiful. I have a garden of my own, but it was nothing compared to hers, which was gated and was in pristine condition. The mosquitoes were horrid, so she made her instructions short and I retreated back up the hill to inform my little sister of our assignment. The first day was terribly hot. My sister and I attempted to get up early to evade the heat and bloodsuckers. but in the end, they were all sitting in the shade waiting for us to arrive. It took a full hour and a half to completely soak the entire garden, and by then we were sweating, bloody, itchy and irritable from all of our newfound bite marks. We were supposed to water the garden every morning so that the sun wouldn't dry up the water throughout the day. So I got up early to wake my sister, who after yesterday's assignment refused to go down with me, protesting that she wanted to sleep in and to leave her alone. Not wanting to be held responsible for the demise of my neighbor's veggies, I reluctantly trotted down the path to my neighbor's. Both my dogs were off on some squirrel-infested adventure, so my trek was made alone. Only a few birds that morning until I made it farther down, and the closer I got, the quieter it became. My attention, however, was on the sun, and I wanted to finish my task ASAP. When I was almost done, I took a stretch and went to turn off the hose, wiping the sweat from my forehead. Across the field from the garden, I thought I heard a person, which would have been very odd, so I stood still to listen. What I heard was my sister calling my name in a shrill voice. My sister and I would often call each other in strange, exaggerated screeches and voices in just that particular way. I knew for a fact that my sister is far too lazy to hike all the way down and sneak through the brush across the field just to yell at me. I listened again but heard nothing. Finishing up, I assumed I had just misheard, believing it to have been a bird or something, though the odd happening struck in my mind. Later on, I referred the account to my sister, who laughed and joked with me that this must have been the creature her friend told her about. The creature she was referring to was called Wendigo or Skinwalker. I honestly don't know the difference between the two. I don't know what these creatures are or if they actually exist, but if they were to, they're supposed to live in this kind of area. I put it out of my mind anyway, not believing in such things. The next day, I was with my sister tending the garden, and my dog came down to see us. I was shocked to see her paw was all bloody, thinking that she had cut herself on a piece of sheet metal. I ran with her back up to the house to see if I could clean and fix it. My sister didn't want to come up with me, so she stayed in the garden to finish up watering her part. It turned out the blood on my dog's paw was not her own, and that she had simply caught an unfortunate pack rat, whom she delightedly tore to pieces. When I came back, my sister wasn't in the garden. Confused, I began to walk to my neighbor's house when she came outside to meet me. She told me she had heard her name being called from across the field in my voice, in the same way I heard mine. She was visibly spooked and insisted we go back up to our house and leave the garden for tomorrow. I refused and told her she could go up without me if she wanted, but I had to finish the garden. I suspected she was only kidding with me, and I was waiting for her to give up right away, like she normally would. Instead, she stayed with me, holding her arms, and refused to walk home alone. Once we finished, we both came back together for the next 3 mornings to water the garden, and no other occurrences happened. To this day, my sister claims she wasn't lying. I'm not sure if these creatures are supposed to be smart enough or talented enough to pull off stunts so specific. We have lived in the same house in the middle of the woods for our whole lives, and we can be loud and silly without fear of annoying anyone. But if someone or something had been close enough to listen, they definitely had plenty of time to do so. Also, how these occurrences only happened when we were alone gives me goosebumps. If you have any answers for me, I would appreciate any info you have. I won't reveal who I am or much about where I live, and to be honest, it's been a few months since this happened, but I just came to terms with it now, and I have to warn people about what's out there, what they knew, what we don't. Warning, this is a very long read and some of the content below is very disturbing, but I can't hold back, so here's my story. Occasionally, I like to go hiking with my friends. There's not much more to do, honestly. We live in a small mountain town in Colorado. It was fun at first, but by now, we know the trails by heart. By the end of the summer, there was only one we hadn't tried. Now, there's a reason for that. The trail goes right through a portion of the forest that the Ute people consider to be sacred. I'll admit, I have hang-ups when it comes to these things. You don't wear hats in church, you don't let the American flag touch the ground. You don't trudge all over somebody's sacred land for the fun of it. Still, my friend, we'll call him Mark, convinced me to go. He said that regardless of whether I went, he'd go anyway, and since no one else was going, he managed to get me to go with him. That's one of my other hang-ups. Don't go hiking alone. Don't let friends go hiking alone. Too many tragic news stories start that way. So I ended up going with him reluctantly. The whole way there, he was talking about how this was the coolest trail he'd ever been on. Yes, he'd been there before, though only once. His ploy had been to get me to come with him, so he could show me. He admitted this in the casual way that friends admit being jerks to friends. Sometimes I didn't blame him. I had a tendency to have a stick up my butt, and what followed only reinforced it. We arrived at about 9, I remember, giving us plenty of time. It was farther away from the town than most trails, and it wasn't near a paved road, so there was a lot of walking just to get there. No tourists knew about it. A lot of locals and even some Ute didn't know about it. But if you followed a game trail through a bunch of trees, it would widen out and lead its way through some mountains, densely forested terrain. What struck me was how quiet it was. This, apparently, was what Mark found so awesome. For some reason, in this particular place, you couldn't hear any birds chirping or any wildlife whatsoever. It was complete and utter silence. Eventually, I had to go to the bathroom and I stepped off the main road, just so Mark wouldn't see me. As I was going, I spotted something through the trees. It looked like some sort of clearing, just past the shallow creek, with a log going over it. My curiosity got the better of me and I looked at the log. It didn't seem to be an act of nature. It was a makeshift bridge, I was sure. True enough, when I tested it, it seemed to be stable. I put one foot in front of the other and crossed. When I reached the other side, I pulled my way through some trees and saw the first image of the day that I will never forget. Though to many, it wouldn't have seemed like much. In front of me, there was vegetation, trees, ferns, brush, but suddenly, it all stopped. Within a perfect circle, surrounded by small, perfectly arranged rocks, there was nothing but smooth dirt. It was strange, not in the least because the shape of the rocks was absolutely perfect. They were partially submerged in soil and fit together like bricks. Every single one of them was the same uniform white color, and as I got closer, I saw things had been carved on them, symbols. They were old, very old. Even if I had understood them, their distinct shapes had been lost over the years. That was strange, but what disturbed me was that this circle wasn't actually perfect. On one edge, just one, a group of rocks had been kicked up. They were scattered around, as if they actually had been in a perfect brick wall, and something shattered them. In this area, the otherwise perfectly smooth dirt had been kicked up. There was something about it that just unsettled me. As quiet as the entire forest was, it felt quieter here. I quickly turned around and went back to Mark, who made some lame old number 2 joke. I should have forced him to leave right there. Instead though, we kept going. After all, the day was only half over. While the forest itself was cool, at least Mark's perspective, I found the trail to be rather disappointing. It just went on and on. There was no alternate paths, and there was hardly any challenging terrain. For Colorado, this whole area was so flat, it was hardly a hike at all. The trail was just long, very long. It took us until noon to reach the end. There was no one else on it. I know that it was a hard trail to find, and many of the other locals might share my sentiments, but we were there all day and we didn't run into anyone. Of course, it wasn't until we reached the end that things started to get really weird. The trail didn't loop at all, and I inwardly groaned knowing that we would have to walk these same 3 boring hours back. We took our time eating our lunch. As we did, I swear I could hear noises for the first time. There were animals moving through the forest nearby. We could hear the rustling of the brush. I looked and saw through the foliage the vague outline of a single buck's head moving past us. It was odd, but I dismissed it. We packed up what was left of our lunches and started the trek back. Every once in a while, I would hear the rustling again. I'd look into the trees and oftentimes I would see the buck's head. Eventually though, I noticed it was making far too much noise, and it was doing so far too frequently. Mark told me to slow down and stop, and being Mark, he cracked a joke about it. But finally, he went silent, and we both still heard the rustling. Now even Mark was a little freaked out. He turned around and saw the vaguest outline of the buck's head again. This time to me, there seemed to be something wrong. The head was far too high up, around the higher branches of the trees. I noticed it. Mark didn't. I should have said something, but I didn't have time. Just as I was there, it was gone again, going off further into the forest. I remember Mark talking about how the deer was annoying as hell, about how he was going to scare it off or something. I don't remember exactly what he said, and that bothers me, because I should remember. He was one of my best friends. I do remember him yelling at it, and at the time it was funny.
Hey Buck, yeah, you, leave us alone.
He walked off the road and disappeared down the ridge, behind a layer of trees, pursuing it. For a minute, there was silence. That minute became 2. Mark? I called out. No answer. 5 minutes passed. I climbed down the ridge after him. Mark! I followed the general direction he had gone in, keeping the way back to the road in my mind. I wouldn't go far. I knew, because he was smart enough to not go far. He hadn't. After a short time, I found a place where there was no signs of struggle. In addition, there was blood. There was a lot of blood. It was all over the trees and all over the ground. I cursed to myself. There were other things too, in addition to the blood. Pieces of flesh that I didn't like to look at. There were marks showing that something had been dragged away from here. "Mark," I called out, ferociously now. Forgetting the trail for a second, I ran forward, along the drag marks. After running too far to be safe, I reached a small ravine, with a creek running through it. I narrowly stopped myself. It wasn't a long drop, but it would hurt you, and a sprained ankle in the middle of the forest was bad news. The trail stopped here. "Mark," I murmured, then called out again, "Mark." I heard something, but it wasn't Mark. Across the ravine from me, I heard rustling and saw the trees stirring. Something stepped through the brush and revealed itself. It was the second image burned into my mind. Please give me a second. I've spent every single day for the past few months trying to tell myself it wasn't real. At first, I saw a head of a buck, but it came forward and I realized that it was at least 7 feet above the ground. I was staring at a 7-foot creature straight in the face that had a massive buck's head, but a humanoid body. The creature snorted. Its buck face remained neutral, scared looking even, as if it wasn't sure of the malicious whims of the body beneath it. There was blood dripping from its horns, which were not like the horns of an average buck, but jagged, pointed, and unorganized. A mess of sharp points. Its human body was dark-skinned and naked. I remember both of its arms and legs. They started human, but near the bottom they distorted and became animalistic. At the end of its legs were powerful hooves. At the end of its arms were hands and very long claws, every bit as jagged as the horns on its head. In one of those claws was Mark's body being held by his shirt. I examined him only briefly, just long enough to notice that the shape of his head was not what it had once been. For a moment there was silence. I didn't scream. I couldn't believe what was in front of me. Then the creature's ears ruffled. It dropped Mark and started backing up. Its deer head hung lazily to the side as it moved. My brain rang, suddenly. It's going to jump the gap. It's coming for me. With the logical side of my mind shut off, I turned around and ran, hopefully in the exact opposite direction the way I came. Behind me, I heard a powerful grunt, and then a scuffle of the monster landing on the bank. There was a horrifying roar. Something that sounded like a grizzly bear and a buck shouting together. I had never run so fast or so desperately in all of my life, but it was gaining on me, and as I ran through the forest, I started to feel its warm, hungry breath on my back. Its hands were extending, and I swear I could feel its claws scratch me. I ran and scurried up the bank leading to the path. I don't know how I got there without it grabbing me, but I did. Then I took off down the road, hoping I was going the right direction. While running, I threw off my backpack and gained some speed. I think the bank delayed it, slightly. That's the only reason I can account as to how I got in front of it. Somehow, I ran and ran and ran. I didn't stop. Eventually, I didn't hear it anymore. But I didn't care. I kept running. I have never been a long-distance runner, but my adrenaline was not going to wear off anytime soon. I intended to take advantage of it. When I reached the end of the trail and saw the road again, I couldn't believe it. I got into my car. Just before I took off, I shot a glance back up the trail, at the point where it went up between the two mountains, and was visible from the road. I would regret it. Standing there at the beginning of the trail was the skinwalker, as I've come to call it. It had given up its chase, but stood there, watching me hungrily, waiting to see if I would come back. Its deer head hung lazily dead to one side. The blood on its body was beginning to dry. It had run the whole trail and didn't look tired at all. I twisted the ignition and floored the car and never came back. They never found Mark, and I would never explain what happened. No one would believe me. I thought I needed to tell someone, which is why I'm posting it here. It came back to me in my dreams, nightmares. That creature, the skinwalker. Somehow, I doubt that forest was really sacred. In fact, I'm sure it was the opposite. Because the image that flashes through my mind most often is not the horrific creature. It isn't Mark's corpse. It's that circle, which must have been maintained over the years by those who knew, those who understood. That old circle, left alone for so long. I'm not being followed by anything other than my memories of that moment. That moment that felt like an eternity to me was clearly only a few seconds, but they were the most haunting seconds of my life. For a bit of context, I'm a Canadian university student currently living in central Quebec. Not like Montreal or anything, but a very small town bordering a very small city in the middle of nowhere. The landscapes are sort of an emerald dream, with titanic mountains jutting out aggressively, all of which blanketed in a dense forest. I love my town. Everything's within walking distance. Friends, the bar, the lake. It's all great and nearby, so we often hit the town together. No need to drive anywhere or anything. Last night, we decided to have a little bonfire on this little ridge off the side of the lake, which doesn't really provide too much surface area for a bonfire. For this reason, the 10 of us were huddled around a dimly lit campfire instead. Guitars being played, fine alcohol is being drank, and good times are being had by all. As the night draws on, I've charged myself with keeping the bulk of the fire going. Nobody else is too apt at any sort of camping or otherwise outdoorsy activities in my group. Up to this point, all was very normal, other than my close friends acting a little off. After our first few, he had ran out and left by himself to go get more. The ridge was out of sight of the road due to the dense forest paths that we used to get to and from it, so he goes and cuts through it alone. When he gets back, he's acting like he had 100 beers. Looked like he wasn't used to his legs. Strangely enough, he had a full case of beer with him, so I assumed he hadn't drank any more. He also wasn't gone for very long at all. Honestly, we drank together often, me and him. I know what he's like drunk, and this was especially unusual. So he's trying to talk to the people, but he just can't say real words. It's as if he was trying to perform all of the accents of normal English speech, but didn't actually understand the words or syntax. Kind of like one of those videos that are meant to show what English might sound like to non-English speakers. As I mentioned before, the fire wasn't providing much in terms of light. So when we'd head off to go grab some firewood, I'd usually jerry-rig my cell phone flashlight to my belt to keep the area in front of me well lit. We do this a few times, and some of the others begin to lose motivation to collect wood, so I take matters into my own hands for the last run of the evening. This brush was completely uncultivated, super thick, very dark. The only discernible paths that were about shoulder width were obstructed by an oddly fallen tree here and there. So I'm yanking at trees, trying to feel for anything dry. Even my phone light was falling behind waist-level foliage. I didn't really have too much lighting. Once I got a handful or so, I figured it'd be good enough for the last burn, so I get the idea to head back. But just as I get this thought, my phone falls straight onto the ground. So of course, it had to land face down, blocking the flash, preventing me from finding the right way. Regardless, I didn't look forward immediately. For some reason, I decided to let the darkness sink in. I had never been in such a dark environment that I was unable to see my hand in front of my face. Even the brightest moonbeams couldn't breach the canopy above. However, as I focus on my surroundings, I quickly realized I was referencing my frame using a subtle glow. It was yellowish but twisted into a green color the more I concentrated. I was immediately very startled by its lack of movement, yet curious. I hesitantly paced inward, carelessly leaving my phone on the ground. The glow split distinctly into 2 yellow-green bulbs that were locked onto each other. They're my eyes. My vision is really bad, especially with lighting, so from a distance my eyes will merge the source of light together. For instance, I can't see stars. This caused my curiosity to go nuts. What kind of fat raccoon is trying to stalk me through these bushes? Something was hitting me though. I was terrified. I bore a fear so intense that my stomach began to churn. My curiosity has always outweighed my fears, and this situation was no different. I began to know what it was. It began to know me. There was this very strange bond in that moment that chilled me to the core. I felt a connection to this living thing, but its eyes were pumping fear into my body. The worst mistake I'd ever make is to follow. Nervously, I yelled loud enough to attempt to startle whatever it may have been in this chilling stare down against me at only about a 7 or 8 foot distance. Its absolutely motionless reaction to my help began to chip away at my sanity. Was I staring at 2 elaborately placed lights in the middle of the woods? No, it couldn't be. They had eyes, and this battle cry didn't even make him flinch. Because of that, part of me rationalized that it could not possibly be any animal. It's probably some kind of prank, or a marker for some type of ecology job. So I pressed towards it again, walking as if I knew for sure that this was all to be logically explained. As I closed the gap, my vision began to home in on these lights. Plainly defined ovals, resplendent with the brightest darkness I'd ever felt. When they were legitimately just out of my range of clear vision, the lights, which were waist level before, rose up. They rose as eyes would on a bear standing onto its hind legs, instantly reducing me to a quivering mess. Odd thing is, bears don't have antlers. I haven't ever heard of a moose with piercing eyes that can stand on its hind legs either. As soon as it began straightening up, I was already getting out of there. I just ran. Luckily, I managed to kick my phone out of the dirt and quickly picked it up. The flashlight was still going, making it really easy to spot once I kicked it. Rolling through the woods, illuminating phone now in my hand. I made it back to my campfire completely out of breath. Now, normally I'd spray this story all over my friends, but I knew they'd just think I'd went crazy or hit my head collecting wood. Also, considering I didn't have a bundle of sticks anymore, my shortness of breath was probably a little unjustified. I sat down and noticed that my friend from before was still being very strange, but it seemed like with every passing minute he was adapting more to the conversation and was steadily attempting to contribute more and more. We're all good friends, which is why I find this unusual, considering the fact that he legitimately could not speak English 1 minute, and then within 15 he's practically back to normal. Still, something was off. He was the last to leave the campfire, even after the other guys had pissed it out, and he just stayed there staring at the ashes. After most of us had gotten home, he calls me. An entire minute of silence. The whole time I'm shouting at him to tell me where he is, and that if he's too drunk to get home, I'll go and find him. Disturbingly, he just hangs up. After a cigarette and another half a beer, he calls me back again. This time he's trying to talk like before, but he can't pronounce any words again. He never did touch that case of beer he brought, by the way. Just sat next to him during the whole fire. So I tell him to stop being an idiot and to tell me where he is. He hangs up again, leaving me to figure that he's just drunk, emotional, and that maybe I was just being a little too harsh on him. Honestly though, I was just so shaken up and I needed to confide to somebody about what I had just seen, but he was incapacitated and it frustrated me. After that, I went to bed and I figured he was just being strangely drunk. It was insanely weird to me, but I had a few drinks too and I wasn't really having any of his crap and I figured I'd try to get some sleep. When I wake up in the morning, I have a text from his roommate asking me why he saw him crawl from underneath his car in the driveway this morning. We haven't seen him since, and his roommate said he thought he'd never made it home because he didn't come in. So, what's wrong with my friend? I'm hoping he comes back because if he doesn't, my buddy just got his skin and carjacked by a flesh gate or something. So now I'm scared. Sorry for the long post, I just needed to vent and tell the story properly as I remember it. Update. He came back home around 8:30 p.m. last night looking a little shaken up, but otherwise normal. He seems fine for now. This happened last night, so for the past 2 days, I've been reading a lot about skinwalkers. I've scourged the top posts of all time and read every single story from there, and also the local news for skinwalker stories. I live in NWT. It's the province about Alberta. About 200,000 in population, beautiful in the summer. We're surrounded by the woods and lots of lakes. There's one particular trail people often drive to access said lakes. Anyway, last night I was driving on the trail with a guy friend to find a secluded spot. He recommended V Lake, which was the first lake you access on the trail system. The way it's set up, there's a long narrow dirt road at the right of the highway that you have to drive for at least 20 minutes before you get to the lake itself. The dirt road is surrounded by trees and is riddled with little lakes here and there. It's my favorite lake to drive to, mostly because I love the narrow dirt roads with lots of tall trees. So it's Sunday night and we're the only ones driving. We weren't high or drunk, we were just having fun, listening to music. Then as I was driving, about 10 minutes into the dirt road, an extremely strong smell of rotten flesh filled our noses. This weirded my friend out and made me panic. The first thing that came to my mind was skinwalkers. It was vile and the smell just hit us all of a sudden. The windows were closed and the AC was set to the lowest. The car is clean and nothing there could have caused it. I asked him what he thought of the smell. He said barbecue. I told him there's a current fire ban in effect in the city. That can't be. He agreed and he said it smelled really rotten to him. The smell was strong. It was making me nauseous. I'm now more aware of the woods surrounding us. How it actually makes me feel kind of claustrophobic. How every turn and curve makes me more and more anxious. My gut was telling me something isn't right, and I kept thinking skinwalkers and the stories I've read up for the past 2 days. I was getting more scared by the moment. Then we drove through another curve and my lights and high beams shone quickly on a person standing inside the mouth of the woods, and that's when I panicked. I asked my friend, "Do you still want to drive down this road?" "Yeah, I don't care," he replied. During this time, I seriously knew something wasn't right and my brain kept screaming at me to turn around. I kept glancing at my mirrors. Frank Ocean's voice wasn't calming me down. I was so scared. I think he saw my discomfort, so he piped up again. "We can turn around if you want." I slammed on my brakes and did a 4-point turn and hightailed it out of there. Once we were back on the highway of the trail, I told him about what I thought of the smell, but not the person I saw in the woods. I didn't want to freak him out. We had a long conversation about it. I knew we shouldn't have, but he kept asking questions because he was curious, so I answered, but tried not to mention its name. Also, while we were there, we were parked at the picnic ground of a lake, and little stones started hitting the driver's side of the truck. A couple would hit every minute or so. It unnerved the crap out of me, but I ignored it. There was no one else in the trail because we didn't hear or see anyone driving. That was kind of weird too. One statement of his that kind of unnerved me was, I think it was trying to lure us further into the woods. So on the way back, I had him drive so I could calm down. I was calmer on the drive back. There were some foxes with glowing eyes in the middle of the road that kind of freaked me out at first, but then I realized they're just foxes. Also saw roadkill by the immediate side of the road that wasn't there before, which was pretty weird. It was about the size of a beaver, but really nothing to panic about, I think. So yeah, this all happened from 1 to 3 a.m. last night. I now really believe in skinwalkers. Just wasn't expecting on encountering one. My uncle, aunt, and all my cousins live in Utah, like 2 states over from me, California. They drive around a lot, especially for family reunions. My uncle often tells all the kids and everyone else a story when we go camping, mostly since someone usually wants to hear it again. He was driving back home alone one night in the summer. He knew the area well and he wasn't worried, but he was still kind of creeped out from, well, driving alone at night. He was in a long road of that sort of sparse, deserty area with the hills and bushes. My uncle then heard a weird noise, like a chirp or something. The way he described it was the first part of the he that Michael Jackson makes, without the second he. It sounds very ridiculous, I know, but unsettling in the cold, dark outdoors. And it seemed clear enough to not have just been creaking metal, or something like that. Obviously, he got a little weirded out by it. He's a lively, tough dude with the company of others, but he hates being alone. My uncle heard it from somewhat far away, but then he started hearing it again, and it was almost ramping up, getting faster. It was also getting slightly louder. He sped up, but it still continued to get closer. He looked to the left outside his window and saw something running almost parallel to his truck, pretty far off the road but inside the bush area, upright like a tall, skinny human. He said it was brown and furry, and it just bothered him. It wasn't horror movie monster scary, but it was something's wrong scary. He heard the moving of leaves. The noise was now basically constant. It sounded different, like a person sounds when they're tired and speak every syllable in one breath of air. The animal thing sort of faded into the plants. The thing was, though, he didn't feel any less scared, since now he feared it was in front of him, and that he would see it clearly on the road. But nothing happened for the rest of the ride. He usually clears out the night with his story. Camping stories are fun, but they're sort of harmless. This one gets everyone creeped out and thinking, something that wouldn't have gone away if he told the story earlier. For a little background on my story, I live in a small town outside of Kansas City, Kansas. But the area I live in has lots of history around it, and there was a lot of Native American activity in the area. My house has a long driveway and is in the middle of a stand of woods. The woods have been there as long as there's records of the area. When we first moved into our home, everything seemed pretty normal, but after living there a month, that's when abnormal stuff started to happen. Pounding on the roof, animal scratches on our vehicles, and we started finding a lot of dead animals on the property. We even contacted Kansas state game wardens, but couldn't find any evidence of poaching or poisoning, or even the animals getting hit by cars. So after about 2 years of this, my older brother moves back in and brings his dog with him. One night at about 11 p.m. the dog starts whining to be let out, so I put him on the leash and let him walk around the yard. Suddenly, he starts trying to yank me back towards the house. This uneasy feeling washes over me and I notice something that smells like rotting catfish guts. I feel like someone was watching me, so I turn around, and down by our garage, just inside the light, I see this figure. It was about 5 feet tall, hunched over, and it was very pale. It had small, deep, beady eyes and had a deer-like face. A sense of pure terror washed over me. I've never been more scared of anything in my life, and to this day, I've never felt that level of fear. I ran back into the house to wake up my dad and brother. They grab some shotguns and run outside to check it out. All they find are some pretty deep scratch marks on the garage. We contacted the game wardens the next day. I described what I saw and smelled, and they said it was probably a very sick deer that had contracted some sort of illness or something of that sort. Weird stuff kept happening for another 2 or 3 years. Then we had a really bad drought and stuff stopped occurring. So I don't know what the hell I saw that night. I was wondering if anyone had seen or smelled anything similar to that.
So, for the context of this story, this was about 10 years ago. I was about 13 the first time my parents took me and my little brother to Disneyland for the first time, and it literally was the happiest place on earth. Me and my brother, who was only 10 at the time, adored the rides, the fireworks, the food, just the magic in general. It was my favorite family vacation we had ever taken. However, I seemed to get a lot of negative attention. I was tall for my age and already well developed, so I would get stares from older men. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I overheard my dad mention something to my mom about a father with 2 children staring at my ass in the line of a ride. This barely concerned me though, considering where we were at. On the 3rd day of our vacation, my parents were so worn out, they didn't want to go to the park anymore. I begged and pleaded with them to allow me and my brother to head off on our own, and finally, my mother talked my father into allowing us to go and explore Disneyland by ourselves. Taking my brother firmly by the hand, we walked to the park entrance and experienced a newfound sense of glorious freedom as we walked through the gate by ourselves for the first time. It was almost like seeing it all over again in a new light. Like I said, I was completely oblivious to most things since I had grown up in a small town in relative safety. I was a nerd and nobody ever paid attention to me at my middle school, so I didn't expect them to pay attention to me anywhere else. I remember getting in line for Pirates of the Caribbean, and I felt someone else get in line behind me and my brother, and he was standing very, very close. Close enough to almost be touching my brother. Since my brother has autism, and I didn't want him freaking out because someone was so close, I decided to play the sacrificial lamb and stepped between him and my brother. However, this just made him step even closer, practically pressing up against my body. I felt uncomfortable, but I chose to ignore him as we got closer to the front of the ride. Stepping into the boat, I stuck my baby brother on the side and slunk into the middle seat. From behind me, I could hear a commotion and someone slid in next to me. The creepy guy who kept pressing up against me. It didn't take him long to continue getting in my personal space, his hand practically touching my upper thigh. I was a shy 13-year-old, and he was a grown-ass man. How the hell was I going to try and keep him off me? He would have crushed me like a bug. So I tried to huddle next to my brother and enjoy the ride. As it went on, the guy's hand went from a relaxed stance to a firm grip, his thumb digging into my skin. I wanted to cry and vomit all at the same time as my oblivious brother watched the animatronic pirates. As the ride was getting to a standstill, the guy finally turns to me and gives me a smile. At least, I think it was a smile. It was super dark in the ride. It could have been a snarl for all I knew. He mentioned something about seeing me and my brother around the park, that we looked like we were lost, and that he could give us a behind-the-scenes tour of the park since he was an off-duty park employee. He said he worked for the Tower of Terror over in California Adventure. I politely declined, and the guy finally lets go of my thigh, but kept his leg securely glued to my own. I couldn't get out of that damn boat fast enough. Heart in my throat and my brother in tow, we got out of the ride and burst onto the busy street. I didn't know what to do except get away from the creep, but he tailed me and my brother for another 10 minutes. Finally, I realized what my 13-year-old terrified self had to do. I marched up to the closest park employee, a young, short woman with blonde hair, and started telling her about the events of the last half hour. I tried to point out the man, but apparently as soon as he saw that we were going to talk to the staff, he hightailed it out of there. She reassured me that they would do everything in their power to try and find the guy, but she couldn't make any promises. We were asked to go to security and not to walk back to our hotel alone, so I could give a description of the man, which I was unfortunately unable to do because of the dimness of the ride. They called our parents, who were visibly shaken but glad that we were okay. The rest of our vacation went off without a hitch, but my brother and I were kept by our parents' side the entire time. Even when we went back when I was 16 and my mother kept me glued to her hip the entire time, it was only when we went back when I was 19 that she allowed my brother and I to wander off again. By this point, me being my loud-mouthed, swearing self you now see before you. I guess these occurrences aren't uncommon in the park, unfortunately, and for the sake of those who are victims of something like this, I pray that you speak up, fight, do whatever you can to get away from people like that man. And to the man on the Pirates ride, let's never meet again, you pedophile.
First off, I love my family very much. I have 3 aunts, 2 uncles, 4 cousins that are very close to me. So of course, when my mother won the trip to Walt Disney World for 10, we knew we had to make a big family trip. We paid for my Aunt Bonnie and her husband Ron, Aunt Jean, Cousin Audrey, Uncle Bruce, Uncle Dan, and Aunt Linda. But we invited everyone else to come if they could pay. My family is comprised of doctors, engineers, and for God's sakes, my grandfather is an actual rocket scientist. They could absolutely pay. We planned ahead and all got on a flight that landed in Orlando at about the same time, and we got adjoining rooms at the hotel. Altogether, we took up 5 rooms. Even though all my cousins are old enough to drink, Nathan, Audrey, and I played with the doors that connected our family's rooms. It was late when we got to Florida. We didn't account for the hour time change. So my aunts, uncles, and mom, who were all older, went to bed fairly soon after we checked into our rooms. But my cousins, my sister, and I are all young and in a Disneyland hotel without parental supervision. I'll admit, we acted a little childish, but I felt happier than I had in a long time. We swam and played through the pool. My cousin Nathan got a luggage cart and raced us down the hallways like a skateboard. We took a whole bunch of soaps from the maid cart and we didn't get caught. Sarah was being a bit of a mother hen, but she eventually lightened up and had fun too. We were all laughing so hard that Audrey wet herself. She excused herself to go change, but when she came back, she looked different. It's getting late and Sarah's right. We're all being a little rowdy, Audrey mumbled. I think it's about time we go to bed. I checked my phone to see what time it actually was, and I think everyone else checked too. A big 12:17 a.m. glared at me. Whoa, yeah, we better get back to our room, Nathan said. He pushed us back to our respective rooms, and we vowed to meet up for the free breakfast downstairs at 8:30. My sister and I got in, put on our pajamas, and fell asleep, and didn't wake up until 7:56. I woke up to the sound of my sister screeching to my mother that she didn't have enough time to put her makeup on, and she wouldn't be joining us for breakfast. My mom was trying to convince her that she looked fine, and their family, and don't care what she looked like. I got up and started my morning routine. Who you trying to impress, Goofy? Oh my god, Mom, no. I started laughing quietly with toothpaste still in my mouth. What if there's a cute guy down there and he's supposed to be my soulmate? But we don't get to spend the day at the park and start a relationship because I look like one of those stupid monster things Caitlin watches on TV, my sister cried. I started laughing harder because I imagined Goofy looming behind my sister while sitting at the breakfast table. Don't laugh at me, just go on without me, I'll catch up. She was insistent and my mom eventually gave up. I sat down on the nice couch in the room and waited for my mom to finish getting ready. We finally got down to the breakfast area at 8:35 and met up with the rest of our family. I left to get my mom's food and to make my own from the buffet area. I was waiting for the waffle to finish cooking when I noticed something back in the corner of my eye. Curiosity got the best of me and I turned around to see what the shadow was. Mickey himself was standing a couple feet away from me, entertaining a table of Swedes. It got colder, blowing down from above, which I assumed was the AC vent sending some Disney magic into the room. The waffle maker beeped. I got the almost burnt waffle onto a plate, grabbed it as well as the rest of the food and took it back to the table. By this time, my sister had rejoined us, with her full Disney World ensemble on, except the lipstick. I swear to God, she looked like a Mac worker who gets paid commission, came by and threw everything they had on her. She had her head tipped back even when she was eating, and no one could figure out why. Finally, my Aunt Bonnie ventured a question. "Autumn, are you feeling okay?" Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm just waiting for my lash glue to set." She was wearing fake eyelashes to Disney World. I should have known. This is the kind of junk I have to put up with all the time. After breakfast, we went back up to our rooms and grabbed whatever we needed for the park. It only took us a couple minutes, but to me it felt like forever. I was so excited that I waited outside our room in the hallway for my sister and mother to finish getting ready. Luckily, Nathan and Aunt Bonnie were waiting in the hallway too, so I wasn't too bored. It seemed like once my sister emerged from the room, we were in the park in a matter of seconds. We were all giddy and eager to get on a ride, so we planned which one would be the best to ride first. My uncle suggested Jungle Cruise, and we all laughed, remembering the family story of him getting scared by the skipper wielding a gun on the original ride the first year Disneyland was opened. Like I said earlier, my aunts and uncles are older. We decided that the Jungle Cruise was the best bet, so we all got in line. We looked at the scenery while we waited. We got to the front of the line and packed into the boat. I was about to get on when the worker stopped me and said that there were too many people in the boat and I'd have to wait for the next one. My mom offered to wait with me, but I declined and told her to have fun. The boat with my family shoved off and I was put in the empty single rider's line. The next boat swung around in no time and I got in. It was basically the same ride I loved at Disneyland, with a few minor changes. I gazed in amazement at all the robotic animals and live trees. I even looked down into the green water to see my reflection. I guess I looked too closely into the water because I fell in. I felt a hand on my back, but it was too late. I was already in the water. Now, you might not think this was such a big deal, but those robotic boats are on a track, and so are the animals. And I couldn't see where I was kicking, and one mistake could result in my foot hitting a gear in the best case scenario. I thought I was just treading water, but soon I found myself downstream near the alligators. I was very scared, but I was trying my best to stay calm and not to get any of the gross water into my mouth or nose. Soon enough, an empty boat came by to pull me out of the water, and I was rejoined with my worried family. My mom took me back to our room so I could take a shower while the rest of our group went on another ride. While I was bathing, a man came to our room wanting to speak with my mom. She told me that she'd be right back, and by the time that I got out and had fresh clothes on, she was. The man was from their legal team, and they worked out a compensation for my trauma. Our entire family's vacation was now all-inclusive with $200 spending money each. I guess you could say my mom made a good deal. Thankfully, my mom had my stuff when we went on the Jungle Cruise, so I just put on my backpack and off we went to meet up with the rest of our family. We found them fairly quickly with the help of some vague texts from my sister, more descriptive texts from my cousin Audrey, a park map, and a cast member. They were deciding what to ride next. My Uncle Dan was trying to convince everyone that we should ride the train. Not the train that went around the park, no. The Thunder Mountain Railroad train. No one wanted to go on the roller coaster right then, including me. So he said he'd go by himself and meet us for lunch at the pizza place in Tomorrowland. We waved goodbye to Uncle Dan as we went off to find another ride, and he went to the back of the line. We decided to go on the Indiana Jones ride before lunch, which was a bad idea because half of our family got motion sickness. Uncle Dan didn't have a cell phone, so we either had to wait for him at the meeting place, which would make people sick due to the food, or meet him at the next ride. Our group didn't want anyone throwing up, so we went to wait for him at the exit of the ride. We figured since we had only been gone about 45 minutes, Dan would either be still in line or on the ride. We waited an hour, but no sign of him. Our family was getting really worried. Some thought the line was longer than we thought. Some thought Dan went back to his room without telling us, but the rest thought he was over to the meeting place and was waiting for us there. We sent a small expedition team of my sister, my cousin Sarah, my Aunt Jean, and Uncle Bruce over to Tomorrowland to find our lost one. We waited another 15 minutes before we got the call that Dan was nowhere in sight. Frustrated and very hungry, my Aunt Linda went over to the cast member sweeping nearby to ask for help. She didn't get to finish before a shriek filled the air. This wasn't your normal, "Oh, I'm on a thrill ride and wouldn't it be fun to scream." This was, "I woke up while they were doing minor surgery on me" scream. A deafening crack split across the sky, like thunder, except there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Everyone looked wildly around to find the source of the sound, but it seemed everywhere. Someone pointed to the ride behind us with their mouth agape. I instinctively looked. A train was falling out of the sky, directly towards the track. We ran over to where Linda was and stared in horror as the train screeched towards the ride, appearing to be on track to crashing in the car that was already on the rails. I squinted my eyes, and just before impact, the falling train stopped. It hovered for a second before gliding into the exit platform. We all screamed when we saw Uncle Dan emerge from the crazy train. He went through the exit and rejoined us. "Hey," he said. "What's going on? Did something happen?" I was in shock. He didn't remember a thing. I texted my sister to let them know that we found Uncle Dan and that we were coming over to the food place. We prompted him on our way over, but we brushed it off like we were playing a joke on him. I had a bad feeling about something, but I kept going because I didn't want to hold anyone back or miss out. Soon enough, we got our food and everything seemed to be more or less back to normal. I was halfway through my slice of pizza when I had to use the bathroom. I was still a little shook up about the Jungle Cruise thing, as anyone would be, so I asked my mom if she would come with me. She agreed and we excused ourselves from the table. Surprisingly, there was no line for the women's bathroom, so I just went right in while my mom waited outside near the drinking fountain. You know how you can sort of see outside the stall, from in between the cracks? Well, I was looking around. I normally do this when I'm anxious, and my eyes locked on the wall vent near the sinks. Something black was coming out, but I couldn't quite make it out, like it was blurred. I blinked a couple times to clear my vision, but the blurriness stayed the same. I kept looking at this bit of weirdness until some of it spilled onto the floor. It looked like the end of one of those cheesy Grim Reaper outfits kids wear on Halloween. This struck a fear in me I've only felt one other time, but I knew somehow that I couldn't let it know I was scared or even saw it. Trying to keep my cool, I called my mom in while I watched the thing coming out of the vent. As soon as I heard her footsteps on the linoleum, the vent creature evaporated like smoke. I got of there as fast as possible, and was going to tell the others when the speakers crackled to life. "Attention! The park will be temporarily closed due to maintenance. We are sorry for any inconvenience." We packed up our food and headed for the nearest exit. I noticed while we were waiting in line to get out, a couple of guys wearing black shirts and khaki pants run from a door out into the park. I think they were park security, because on their belts they had guns. The line moved quickly after that, and soon enough we had our hands stamped. We got back to our rooms and I took a nap while we waited for the park to reopen. My mom woke me up after they made the announcement that the park was open again, and I was ready to go back in a flash. When we got back in, one of the first things I noticed was there was ropes around the entrances to the single riders lines. All in all, this was a weird trip, one that I'll never forget. I was about 6 or 7 when we took a family holiday to Disneyland. I was a fairly aloof child, and stranger danger was something that had been drilled into us at school. My mom was paranoid about going off with strangers and was convinced that I was a target, being a blue-eyed blonde kid. All I wanted was my freedom to run around. From day one, I had a Velcro strap around my wrist, with a cable linking me to my mom, who wore the other end on her wrist. I was effectively on a lead. A week at Disney on a lead was hell for me, and probably for my parents too. Nowadays, you could call it ADD. Back then, it was called naughty. If I wasn't trying to undo the strap, I was barking like a dog. I was a joy of a child. The last day there, I had calmed down. Well, I was speaking like a human again, rather than a dog. I begged and begged for my parents to let me off the lead until they finally gave in and said yes, I could take the strap off. but I had to hold one of their hands. Fair deal. All went great to begin with. I stayed close to my parents, held their hands. As time went by and it became clear that I wasn't going to run off, I was allowed moments of freedom. No hands. There were so many exciting things to see, all my favorite Disney characters waving, and my favorite music playing. We began to cross an open area, which I think was generally towards the exit of the park. I was still hands-free. My attention was firmly fixed on Minnie Mouse, who was ahead of me. My dad grabbed my hand. I stuck to the rules. The deal was that I had to hold my parents' hand, so off we went towards the exit to leave. When my dad started running, I began to run too. I wasn't sure of what we were running to, but I was a hyperactive child, so in my head was yay, running. I then heard my mom scream, my name from behind me. I looked over my shoulder to see my mom, my brother, and to my surprise, my dad chasing after me. I felt the hand holding mine tighten, and I looked at the man I thought was my dad. He was a mid-50s man with gray hair and a gray beard. Not my 40-year-old dad, with black hair and no beard. Creepy dude never once looked at me. His face was blank and he looked calm. My little feet brakes came on out of shock, and I became a lead weight, which along with the people who stopped around us due to my mom screaming was enough for my sprinting family to catch up with me. Would-be child abductor then clearly decided that he didn't fancy his chances against my dad, dropped my hand and disappeared. My dad chased him and my mom and brother grabbed me. I can't remember much of what happened afterwards. My dad was built for comfort, not speed, so he didn't catch the dude. My mom was hysterical. I was gutted because this meant I was never being let off a lead again. I think my parents saw the police out there, and they said there were a number of attempted abductions around that time at the Disney park. Disney child abductor, let's not meet again. We're people too, you know. That fact is more easily forgotten about us than just about any other group. Do you know who I'm talking about? I'll bet you didn't say hotel cleaning staff. The fact that you didn't proves my point. We see the strange things that you seem to believe get sucked up into oblivion when you're not there. We see every single scrap you leave behind. And while we would never steal it, we see it, we judge, we remember. Which must not bother you that much when you forget that we're people too. I've seen a lot of crap. That last part is literal. I'd say at least 50% of the guests leave an unflushed turd. It is a staggeringly high amount, seriously. Did I miss the memo? Either everyone's pooping habits drastically changed when they go out of town, or half of America is home to a perpetual crap shrine at any given moment. But at least everyone has to defecate. It's a meager defense, sure, but it's a defense nonetheless. Not everyone needs to throw a used condom on the floor. Come on people, let's make sure it lands in the trash can. Once again, you're forgetting that an actual person needs to pick up everything you leave on the ground. But I've learned to deal with almost all of it. We have a procedure for everything, from used needles to forgotten wedding rings. The worst stuff is the truly unusual crap that comes from truly unusual people forgetting the fact that we're forgotten people. And when every domino is lined up perfectly, we see things that we're sure never to forget. The most memorable guest for me was the man in room 1913. Everyone has their quirks. Look hard enough at each of us and you'll seem strange by some standard. I can't sleep if my work blouses aren't folded nicely. So what, I'm odd, and so are you. The man in 1913 was a different kind of odd. I was working in the lobby when he came in. Myron was at the desk. Since we're a small motel, all of the employees know each other, and our duties frequently overlap as our job titles blur. I've been around long enough to know that Myron's a good guy, but he shouldn't be working with customers. He's overweight, sweaty, and stresses out far too much when people make him uncomfortable. I watched it all unfold when the man came in and didn't say a word. Myron tried to talk to him for a full 2 minutes while the guy just stared blankly ahead, a sincere smile on his face the whole time. The dude was probably in his 50s, short, had gray hair, and was halfway into the twilight zone. I was starting to smell the sweat emanating from Myron's husky frame when the man finally reached over, wrote something down, passed it to Myron, and gave an ugly, broken-tooth grin. Myron gave him a key, hands shaking, and let out an audible sigh of relief. His experiences with the man, at least, were over. I was the only one working late shift for housekeeping that night, and Myron was the only other employee still on the clock. So when a call came into the front desk about a noise complaint, he wasn't allowed to leave his post. It was my job to check things out. I could hear it before I got to the man's room. It was opera music. The instrumentals were apparently being played by heavy-duty sound equipment, something much more powerful than what our crappy motel provided. But the singing was off-key and coming from someone inside the room. I paused outside the door and waited for a moment to be sure that I was, in fact, hearing what my senses told me that I was hearing. A deep-voiced man was singing along to an Andrew Lloyd Webber composition, though I couldn't place which. His lack of talent was clearly not reflected in the lack of his confidence as he belted out lows and highs alike. As I listened closely, I realized that I could hear something else as well. There was a soft crying. It was hard to distinguish at first, but once I picked it up, it was unmistakable. It was a woman sobbing in a way that conveyed not quite fear, but instead utter hopelessness. I was about to knock on the door when I heard the first crackle. It wasn't very loud, but it was clearly the sound of a sudden electrical burst. It was followed by another a few seconds later, and one more after that. A mild burnt odor, like overcooked popcorn, began to waft from the room. The more time that passed, the less I wanted to open the door. It was nearly midnight. I was a 25-year-old female. It was pitch black, and we were on an outdoor balcony that faced the parking lot and barren woods beyond that. I really didn't want to proceed further, but I needed this job, and there would be no explaining things to my manager if we just let the complaint slide. And if I lost this job, I'd be forced out of the country. If I didn't face this, it could mean that my life would be over as I knew it. So I knocked. All of the sounds stopped instantly, as though someone's hand had been on the power button and was waiting for me. The mild odor persisted, but nothing else continued. I waited 20 seconds and knocked again. I became very, very aware of how high the balcony was, and how I could not see anyone, and how quiet the trees were. I knocked a third time. Finally, the door began to give way. I didn't hear anyone walk toward it. It opened immediately on the third knock, leading me to believe that someone had been standing on the other side of the door the whole time. It was too dark to tell if the peephole had been covered. The smell grew slightly stronger as the gap increased about 5 inches. I did not hear any further crying, and all of the lights were off inside. For a few seconds, there did not seem to be any reaction. That's when I noticed my shoes were getting wet. I looked down to see that liquid was seeping out from underneath the door frame. It was slow, but there was a lot. It was though someone had calmly poured out a 1-gallon jug of water onto the floor until it saturated the rug and began to seep outside. The water was very cold. That's when I got right out of there. The sheer terror of the moment was the only thing that I felt right then, and there wasn't a thing in the world anyone could have said at the time to keep me around. I told Myron that the guest had agreed to turn down the music, and hoped that the problem would just go away on its own. It didn't. I was working the morning shift 2 days later. The man had only paid for a single night, but the do not disturb sign was still hung since the morning after my encounter. Several calls went to his room unanswered. When my boss went to run his credit card for the second morning, it was declined. Due to our erratic scheduling, I was the only one on housekeeping duty that morning. So once again, someone else's problem became my problem. I felt a lot braver in daylight, just brave enough in fact to hold back my tongue so that I could hold on to this job. I knocked several times, giving the standard housekeeping announcement with each one, before unlocking and opening the door. No one was inside, but it wasn't exactly empty. Someone had scrawled an entire wall of nonsense words in permanent marker. 66 pennies were stacked in a neat tower on the table. The floor was soaked. Upon opening the bathroom, I found the toilet was running over because it had been stuffed with cloth. When I pulled the cloth out, I saw that it was several sets of baby outfits. The bed, oddly enough, was neatly made. I was surprised to see the Bible laying squarely in the center. I picked it up and the cover flopped open, revealing the "This Bible Belongs to You" page. My full name was written in there. That's when I noticed the smell. It was faint, but the burning scent was gone. It had instead been replaced with something metallic. My heart racing as I looked over every square inch of the room. Believe me, I know every nook and cranny of those motel rooms, and I had the entire place checked in under 40 seconds. I didn't find anything that could explain the smell. I felt a very small wave of relief that there wasn't anything else odd for me to find. It was my job to turn over everything in that room, and if I could find it, it wasn't there. I frowned. I supposed that I hadn't turned everything over. With a heave, I flipped the double-sized mattress. The entire bottom was covered in crimson. The metallic smell reared its head as I exposed its source to the world, and I dropped the mattress in shock. Still damp, it made a splurge sound as it fell back down. Tiny drops of red liquid spattered my thighs. I turned to run but fell onto the cold, damp rug. Pain echoed up and down my forearms as I landed face first on the ground. I winced as I turned to look at my legs and found myself staring at a face. It was a child's doll. Clearly, it was what caused me to trip. It must have been jammed underneath or inside the mattress, invisible since it was coated in a dark red hue as well. The only explanation was that it had fallen out when I dropped the mattress, because it hadn't been there before. I'm glad I remembered how high the balcony was. That tore through my mind at the last second. I nearly sprinted over the edge. I waited for an explanation from the police. After a month, I accepted the fact of an indefinite wait was the only response I was going to get. Why would the hotel maid be important enough to deserve any explanation? We are people too. My experience was forgotten by anyone who had something to remember. I still need the job, so I won't tell you any more about where I work. The only thing that I will add is that we cleaned up room 1913, and it's still in use, as though nothing ever happened. I've decided to post on here because no one in my real life believes me. I'm not sure what's going on. It started a couple weeks ago, harmless noises coming from inside the air vents. I thought maybe a mouse had gotten in to get away from the heat outside. I thought nothing of it until 2 a.m. I was woken up. It wasn't only in my vent, but now it started pounding on the porch located right outside my room. I quickly jumped out of bed and ran to get my mom. Half asleep, she followed me to the living room and waited, to no avail. She mumbled under her breath and told me to go back to bed. A couple nights passed and there was nothing. I thought it was over. I was watching Netflix when I heard it again. It sounded as if it was running back and forth, but only in my vent. I cursed myself for all those Ouija board sessions I did, and told myself that this is what karma feels like. I expressed my concerns to my dad, and he told me that he put traps under the house, just in case. I knew they were skeptical. I didn't blame them, but I also knew what I heard. After my dad covered a hole and added traps, everything seemed to have calmed down. Well, almost everything. My dog was now acting weird. Weirder than normal, that is. She would pace back and forth, growling and barking quietly whenever she passed the vent. She paid no attention when the noises were happening, but now that they had stopped, that's all she seems to care about. Weeks went by and there was nothing to note. I walked into my bedroom at midnight one night and went about brushing my teeth and getting ready for bed, when suddenly I heard what I thought was scratching. I looked everywhere but no signs of anything out of the ordinary. I explained it anyway. It could have been my chinchillas in the other room, and went back to bed. The next morning I told my mom about it and she discovered that the animals were too far from the wall. It was not possible for the noise that I heard to be them. I got shivers down my spine but tried my hardest to forget about it. Again, days went by with nothing and I thought maybe, for a while, I had just gone a little bit crazy. Sleep deprivation can do that to you. As I was taking off my makeup one night, I heard the scratching again. It sounded as if it was in the wall. I tried to pay no attention to it and continued what I was doing. It sounded as if it was crawling underneath my bathtub. I ran quickly to get my mom, but after waiting for about 10 minutes in silence, I walked back to my room, defeated. Why was I the only one hearing the noises? And what is it? It happened again. 3 a.m, of course. I came home from a late night of partying and drinking. I don't recommend. And landed face first on my bed. Now let me tell you, drugs and alcohol do not mix, but I know what I heard. I was just about to fall asleep when a huge bang came from the wall closest to me. I jumped up, obviously terrified, and looked around. "Leave me alone," I screamed into the darkness. "I don't want to be bothered." Silence. I fall asleep feeling uneasy that night, angered almost, like there's something heavy weighing down on my chest. This is a true story. When I was 7 years old, I was scared of the dark. I shared a coping technique similar to most young children. I'd jump out of bed and shamefully ask my mom if I could sleep in her bed. or on the floor. Most times, she would say yes. My mom had a small TV on her nightstand, one of the old ones with a manual channel knob, that she would watch until late at night, and it would light up the room while I was falling asleep. One time, I woke up in the dark room in the middle of the night after she had turned off the TV and had fallen asleep. That's when I saw a witch in the corner of my mom's bedroom, about 12 feet away from me. It was a cliche-looking witch, with the green, lumpy skin and large nose. Her gaze faced the door, and from the bed it looked like she was looking to the right, but peering at me from the corner of her big, black eye. There may have been vague impressions of shoulders. Otherwise, her body, if she even had one, was not visible. I was horrified, to say the least. I stuffed as much of myself under the covers as I could, while still being able to see it, afraid to look away. I fell asleep eventually, and when I woke up, she was gone. The next night, I slept in my mom's bed again and woke up to the same thing. Same witch, same pose, same place. Same horrified child not trying to fall back asleep. It never moved, and even as a kid, I will admit, I wondered if it wasn't just stuff on the shelves in the room that created an illusion. After the second time I told my mom, she was concerned, but when the 7-year-old says that she saw a witch in the bedroom, what can you really do? To my surprise, my brother said he also saw a witch. It was outside of his bedroom window, just floating there, staring at him. He didn't want to sleep in his bedroom either. By the way, my brother would not have made it up just to sympathize for his pathetic little sister. Whenever possible, mean big brothers will do whatever they can to disprove their little sister's claims, but not in this case. When he said that, it scared me. I can't imagine what my mom was thinking. Now, I don't know if this part really happened or not, because memory is faulty, and I could be getting my real childhood experiences mixed up with my childhood dreams/imagination. But one night, after my mom turned off the TV, I pointed the witch out to her, and I swear she pulled the covers up over her face like she was scared. I saw it a lot, and for a couple weeks this went on. I kept telling my mom about it every day. Eventually, she must have gotten fed up with the witch talk because one day, in broad daylight, my mom scooped me up in her arms and grabbed a spatula in the other hand. We headed into the bedroom where she proceeded to hit the walls with the spatula, yelling, "Leave my daughter alone," into the empty room. I know my mom was scared, and I think that scared me more than the actual witch did. Anyways, time passed and I stopped sleeping in my mom's room as much. My mom renovated her bedroom and I never saw the witch again. I forgot all about this until I was 15 years old. It's like I blocked it out of my mind. I'm now 27, now that the house is long gone. I still wonder what the heck it was. I'm not being followed by anything other than my memories of that moment. That moment that felt like an eternity to me was clearly only a few seconds, but they were the most haunting seconds of my life. For a bit of context, I'm a Canadian university student currently living in central Quebec. Not like Montreal or anything, but a very small town bordering a very small city in the middle of nowhere. The landscapes are sort of an emerald dream, with titanic mountains jutting out aggressively, all of which blanketed in a dense forest. I love my town. Everything's within walking distance. Friends, the bar, the lake. It's all great and nearby, so we often hit the town together. No need to drive anywhere or anything. Last night, we decided to have a little bonfire on this little ridge off the side of the lake, which doesn't really provide too much surface area for a bonfire. For this reason, the 10 of us were huddled around a dimly lit campfire instead. Guitars being played, fine alcohol is being drank, and good times are being had by all. As the night draws on, I've charged myself with keeping the bulk of the fire going. Nobody else is too apt at any sort of camping, or otherwise outdoorsy activities in my group. Up to this point, all was very normal, other than my close friends acting a little off. After our first few, he had ran out and left by himself to go get more. The ridge was out of sight of the road due to the dense forest paths that we used to get to and from it, so he goes and cuts through it alone. When he gets back, he's acting like he had 100 beers. Looked like he wasn't used to his legs. Strangely enough, he had a full case of beer with him, so I assumed he hadn't drank any more. He also wasn't gone for very long at all. Honestly, we drank together often, me and him. I know what he's like drunk, and this was especially unusual. So he's trying to talk to the people, but he just can't say real words. It's as if he was trying to perform all of the accents of normal English speech, but didn't actually understand the words or syntax. Kind of like one of those videos that are meant to show what English might sound like to non-English speakers. As I mentioned before, the fire wasn't providing much in terms of light. So when we'd head off to go grab some firewood, I'd usually jerry-rig my cell phone flashlight to my belt to keep the area in front of me well lit. We do this a few times and some of the others begin to lose motivation to collect wood, so I take matters into my own hands for the last run of the evening. This brush was completely uncultivated, super thick, very dark. The only discernible paths that were about shoulder width were obstructed by an oddly fallen tree here and there. So I'm yanking at trees, trying to feel for anything dry. Even my phone light was falling behind waist-level foliage. I didn't really have too much lighting. Once I got a handful or so, I figured it'd be good enough for the last burn, so I get the idea to head back. But just as I get this thought, my phone falls straight onto the ground. So of course, it had to land face down, blocking the flash, preventing me from finding the right way. Regardless, I didn't look forward immediately. For some reason, I decided to let the darkness sink in. I had never been in such a dark environment that I was unable to see my hand in front of my face. Even the brightest moonbeams couldn't breach the canopy above. However, as I focus on my surroundings, I quickly realized I was referencing my frame using a subtle glow. It was yellowish but twisted into a green color the more I concentrated. I was immediately very startled by its lack of movement, yet curious. I hesitantly paced inward, carelessly leaving my phone on the ground. The glow split distinctly into two yellow-green bulbs that were locked onto each other. They're my eyes. My vision is really bad, especially with lighting, so from a distance my eyes will merge the source of light together. For instance, I can't see stars. This caused my curiosity to go nuts. What kind of fat raccoon is trying to stalk me through these bushes? Something was hitting me though. I was terrified. I bore a fear so intense that my stomach began to churn. My curiosity has always outweighed my fears, and this situation was no different. I began to know what it was. It began to know me. There was this very strange bond in that moment that chilled me to the core. I felt a connection to this living thing, but its eyes were pumping fear into my body. The worst mistake I'd ever make is to follow. Nervously, I yelled loud enough to attempt to startle whatever it may have been in this chilling stare down against me at only about a 7 or 8 foot distance. Its absolutely motionless reaction to my help began to chip away at my sanity. Was I staring at two elaborately placed lights in the middle of the woods? No, it couldn't be. They had eyes, and this battle cry didn't even make him flinch. Because of that, part of me rationalized that it could not possibly be any animal. It's probably some kind of prank, or a marker for some type of ecology job. So I pressed towards it again, walking as if I knew for sure that this was all to be logically explained. As I closed the gap, my vision began to home in on these lights. Plainly defined ovals, resplendent with the brightest darkness I'd ever felt. When they were legitimately just out of my range of clear vision, the lights, which were waist level before, rose up. They rose as eyes would on a bear standing onto its hind legs, instantly reducing me to a quivering mess. Odd thing is, bears don't have antlers. I haven't ever heard of a moose with piercing eyes that can stand on its hind legs either. As soon as it began straightening up, I was already getting out of there. I just ran. Luckily, I managed to kick my phone out of the dirt and quickly picked it up. The flashlight was still going, making it really easy to spot once I kicked it. Rolling through the woods, illuminating phone now in my hand, I made it back to my campfire completely out of breath. Now, normally I'd spray this story all over my friends, but I knew they'd just think I went crazy or hit my head collecting wood. Also, considering I didn't have a bundle of sticks anymore, my shortness of breath was probably a little unjustified. I sat down and noticed that my friend from before was still being very strange. But it seemed like with every passing minute he was adapting more to the conversation and was steadily attempting to contribute more and more. We're all good friends, which is why I find this unusual, considering the fact that he legitimately could not speak English 1 minute, and then within 15 he's practically back to normal. Still, something was off. He was the last to leave the campfire, even after the other guys had pissed it out, and he just stayed there staring at the ashes. After most of us had gotten home, he calls me. An entire minute of silence. The whole time I'm shouting at him to tell me where he is, and that if he's too drunk to get home, I'll go and find him. Disturbingly, he just hangs up. After a cigarette and another half a beer, he calls me back again. This time he's trying to talk like before, but he can't pronounce any words again. He never did touch that case of beer he brought, by the way, just sat next to him during the whole fire. So I tell him to stop being an idiot and to tell me where he is. He hangs up again, leaving me to figure that he's just drunk, emotional, and that maybe I was just being a little too harsh on him. Honestly though, I was just so shaken up and I needed to confide to somebody about what I had just seen, but he was incapacitated and it frustrated me. After that, I went to bed and I figured he was just being strangely drunk. It was insanely weird to me, but I had a few drinks too and I wasn't really having any of his crap and I figured I'd try to get some sleep. When I wake up in the morning, I have a text from his roommate asking me why he saw him crawl from underneath his car in the driveway this morning. We haven't seen him since, and his roommate said he thought he'd never made it home because he didn't come in. So, what's wrong with my friend? I'm hoping he comes back because if he doesn't, my buddy just got his skin and carjacked by a flesh gate or something. So now I'm scared. Sorry for the long post, I just needed to vent and tell the story properly as I remember it. Update. He came back home around 8:30 p.m. last night looking a little shaken up, but otherwise normal. He seems fine for now. This happened last night, so for the past 2 days, I've been reading a lot about skinwalkers. I've scourged the top posts of all time and read every single story from there, and also the local news for skinwalker stories. I live in NWT. It's the province about Alberta, about 200,000 in population, beautiful in the summer. We're surrounded by the woods and lots of lakes. There's one particular trail people often drive to access said lakes. Anyway, last night I was driving on the trail with a guy friend to find a secluded spot. He recommended V Lake, which was the first lake you access on the trail system. The way it's set up, there's a long narrow dirt road at the right of the highway that you have to drive for at least 20 minutes before you get to the lake itself. The dirt road is surrounded by trees and is riddled with little lakes here and there. It's my favorite lake to drive to, mostly because I love the narrow dirt roads with lots of tall trees. So it's Sunday night and we're the only ones driving. We weren't high or drunk, we were just having fun, listening to music. Then as I was driving, about 10 minutes into the dirt road, an extremely strong smell of rotten flesh filled our noses. This weirded my friend out and made me panic. The first thing that came to my mind was skinwalkers. It was vile and the smell just hit us all of a sudden. The windows were closed and the AC was set to the lowest. The car is clean and nothing there could have caused it. I asked him what he thought of the smell. He said barbecue. I told him there's a current fire ban in effect in the city. That can't be. He agreed and he said it smelled really rotten to him. The smell was strong. It was making me nauseous. I'm now more aware of the woods surrounding us. How it actually makes me feel kind of claustrophobic. How every turn and curve makes me more and more anxious. My gut was telling me something isn't right, and I kept thinking skinwalkers and the stories I've read up for the past 2 days. I was getting more scared by the moment. Then we drove through another curve and my lights and high beams shone quickly on a person standing inside the mouth of the woods, and that's when I panicked. I asked my friend, "Do you still want to drive down this road?" "Yeah, I don't care," he replied. During this time, I seriously knew something wasn't right and my brain kept screaming at me to turn around. I kept glancing at my mirrors. Frank Ocean's voice wasn't calming me down. I was so scared. I think he saw my discomfort, so he piped up again. "We can turn around if you want." I slammed on my brakes and did a 4-point turn and hightailed it out of there. Once we were back on the highway of the trail, I told him about what I thought of the smell, but not the person I saw in the woods. I didn't want to freak him out. We had a long conversation about it. I knew we shouldn't have, but he kept asking questions because he was curious, so I answered, but tried not to mention its name. Also, while we were there, we were parked at the picnic ground of a lake, and little stones started hitting the driver's side of the truck. A couple would hit every minute or so. It unnerved the crap out of me, but I ignored it. There was no one else in the trail because we didn't hear or see anyone driving. That was kind of weird too. One statement of his that kind of unnerved me was, I think it was trying to lure us further into the woods. So on the way back, I had him drive so I could calm down. I was calmer on the drive back. There were some foxes with glowing eyes in the middle of the road that kind of freaked me out at first, but then I realized they're just foxes. Also saw roadkill by the immediate side of the road that wasn't there before, which was pretty weird. It was about the size of a beaver, but really nothing to panic about, I think. So yeah, this all happened from 1 to 3 a.m. last night. I now really believe in skinwalkers. Just wasn't expecting on encountering one. My uncle, aunt, and all my cousins live in Utah, like 2 states over from me, California. They drive around a lot, especially for family reunions. My uncle often tells all the kids and everyone else a story when we go camping, mostly since someone usually wants to hear it again. He was driving back home alone one night in the summer. He knew the area well and he wasn't worried, but he was still kind of creeped out from, well, driving alone at night. He was in a long road of that sort of sparse, deserty area with the hills and bushes. My uncle then heard a weird noise, like a chirp or something. The way he described it was the first part of the he that Michael Jackson makes, without the second he. It sounds very ridiculous, I know, but unsettling in the cold, dark outdoors. And it seemed clear enough to not have just been creaking metal, or something like that. Obviously, he got a little weirded out by it. He's a lively, tough dude with the company of others, but he hates being alone. My uncle heard it from somewhat far away, but then he started hearing it again, and it was almost ramping up, getting faster. It was also getting slightly louder. He sped up, but it still continued to get closer. He looked to the left outside his window and saw something running almost parallel to his truck, pretty far off the road but inside the bush area, upright like a tall, skinny human. He said it was brown and furry, and it just bothered him. It wasn't horror movie monster scary, but it was something's wrong scary. He heard the moving of leaves. The noise was now basically constant. It sounded different, like a person sounds when they're tired and speak every syllable in one breath of air. The animal thing sort of faded into the plants. The thing was, though, he didn't feel any less scared, since now he feared it was in front of him, and that he would see it clearly on the road, but nothing happened for the rest of the ride. He usually clears out the night with his story. Camping stories are fun, but they're sort of harmless. This one gets everyone creeped out and thinking, something that wouldn't have gone away if he told the story earlier. For a little background on my story, I live in a small town outside of Kansas City, Kansas. But the area I live in has lots of history around it, and there was a lot of Native American activity in the area. My house has a long driveway, and is in the middle of a stand of woods. The woods have been there as long as there's records of the area. When we first moved into our home, everything seemed pretty normal, but after living there a month, that's when abnormal stuff started to happen. Pounding on the roof, animal scratches on our vehicles, and we started finding a lot of dead animals on the property. We even contacted Kansas state game wardens, but couldn't find any evidence of poaching or poisoning, or even the animals getting hit by cars. So after about 2 years of this, my older brother moves back in and brings his dog with him. One night at about 11 p.m. the dog starts whining to be let out. So I put him on the leash and let him walk around the yard. Suddenly, he starts trying to yank me back towards the house. This uneasy feeling washes over me and I notice something that smells like rotting catfish guts. I feel like someone was watching me, so I turn around, and down by our garage, just inside the light, I see this figure. It was about 5 feet tall, hunched over, and it was very pale. It had small, deep, beady eyes and had a deer-like face. A sense of pure terror washed over me. I've never been more scared of anything in my life, and to this day, I've never felt that level of fear. I ran back into the house to wake up my dad and brother. They grab some shotguns and run outside to check it out. All they find are some pretty deep scratch marks on the garage. We contacted the game wardens the next day. I described what I saw and smelled, and they said it was probably a very sick deer that had contracted some sort of illness or something of that sort. Weird stuff kept happening for another 2 or 3 years. Then we had a really bad drought and stuff stopped occurring. So I don't know what the hell I saw that night. I was wondering if anyone had seen or smelled anything similar to that. When I was 12 years old, my 15-year-old brother and I experienced a very horrific event while at our grandparents' cabin. My grandparents own a cabin on a rather large island in southern Sweden, which contains only 2 cabins, separated by slightly less than a mile. One summer, my brother and I, along with my mother and sister, went to visit them for a weekend. The thing we did most during our days there was go fishing. On the first day of our stay, we were planning to fish. We set everything up. All we had to do now was go dig for worms, which we used for bait. Grabbing a shovel along with a bucket, we went back up to the cabin and down a short slope and through a trail where we usually find plenty of worms. The forest is very dense and barely any light shines through, which makes the whole setting a bit unnerving for me, as I have always been easily frightened. I hear something walking and I look at my brother with a very scared face. He brushes it off as if there was nothing to be afraid of, and insists that we go check it out. We walk a bit further down the trail, which I know leads to an open meadow, as I have been there looking for mushrooms with my mom at a previous occasion. Before we get to the open, my brother holds up his hands as to indicate for me to stop. I looked over his shoulder and see behind the trees what appears to be a moose looking directly at us. I got relieved as I knew they were friendly, and as I had seen plenty of moose nearby. My brother, however, who has never been scared of anything, looks back at me with the biggest eyes I've ever seen, and the most pale I've ever seen someone, as he tells me we should get out of here. Without questioning him, I start to walk back while he keeps pushing me as to make me move quicker, and as we reach the cabin, we are pretty much running. My mom and grandma were sitting at the porch as we got into the front, and I tell them that we saw a moose. My brother, on the other hand, remains completely silent. Safe to say that there was no fishing that day. The following day, we didn't even bring up fishing. I'm sitting on the porch reading a magazine, and my brother is sitting inside on the couch doing the same, although he still has the scared look in his eyes. I spend the following hour or two reading several magazines until my grandpa asks me where the shovel is. I realize that we left it where we were looking for worms the previous day, and I tell him where it is. Just as he was about to go and get it, my mother tells me that my brother and I have to go get it, since we left it there. She also tells me that we should go dig up some worms, as she wants to go fishing later with us. I don't question it, but my brother seems unnerved by it. This made everything all the more unsettling for me, as my brother is not easily scared at all, pretty much the opposite of me. We put on our shoes and head to the back of the cabin and walk down the trail heading to where the shovel and bucket is. Once we are about 10 feet from where the shovel is, my brother stops and tells me I should go and dig, as he did it the last time. I do as he says, and I start digging for worms. I have this very strong feeling that he stayed back because he was scared something would happen. I start hearing the bushes around me sway, and I hear sneaky footsteps moving closer and closer. Everything is all the more creepy as I have no idea where the footsteps are coming from. 1 second I'm sure they're coming from my right, the next it feels like they're coming from a completely opposite direction. I quickly put a few worms that I found in the bucket, and as I fumble to pick up the shovel, I feel as I'm being watched. My brother walks up to me and helps me seal the bucket, and I tell him it feels like someone is watching, to which he responds that we should leave. Just as we turn around and are ready to head back, I hear a crack from behind me and turn around. I look down the trail and see the moose once again, peeking at me from behind a tree. It looked very different from what they usually look like, as it felt much slimmer and sort of twisted. At the time, I'm more confused and curious than I am scared, and my brother is dead silent. I can't quite see the whole body of it, but I know that something is wrong. I stand for a couple more seconds watching it, as it is staring right at us. From what I can see, I realize that it's not standing on its 4 legs. It is leaned forward, as an old man with really bad posture, with its arms hanging straight down. I also had a weird sensation that the creature was trying to talk to me, saying, "Let me help you." In a few seconds, I get struck with panic and start walking really fast back to the cabin, my brother doing the same. It only takes a second before we are both in a full sprint running back to the cabin. I turn around and the moose-like creature is nowhere to be seen. We put the shovel by the shed where we took it, and bring the bucket of worms to the front where my mom and grandparents are. The day goes on as if nothing had happened, and we don't speak of it at all. Since this happened, I never thought I'd bring it up with my brother. We both just sort of knew that it would feel wrong to speak about it, and none of us had visited my grandparents' cabin since. To this day, I'm not sure at all what I saw. I mentioned it to my friend once, and he told me if what I said was true, then it was probably a Wendigo or a skinwalker. He showed me some pictures from Google, and I instantly found resemblances of the creature that I saw back then. Until recently, I had completely repressed this event. But after reading several stories about Wendigo and skinwalkers, my mind has once again become haunted by this event. And in a terrible way, I realized that what I most likely saw was something far more horrific than a moose. Out of all the things I've read about Wendigo, the most terrifying thing is that people say never to talk to it. I'm just imagining in my head what could have happened if I tried talking back to the creature when I felt it was speaking to me. Part 2. Alright, so some people asked me to share more regarding the events that happened when I was visiting my grandparents' cabin. I have not been there since, but my grandmother and her new husband stay there every summer. Note that this is about 6 years ago since the moose incident. Through the magic of Facebook, I contacted my grandma. We don't know each other all too well anymore, so I don't really feel comfortable calling her. I told her about the moose-like creature and how my brother and I both saw it. She proceeded by typing for nearly 15 minutes, and I waited patiently. Her reply was a full story of her own encounter with what she said she had hoped to be just a dysfunctional moose. Her writing was in Swedish, so I will do my best to translate it. About 20 years ago, I was staying in the cabin by myself. Your grandpa was working at the time, so I was alone for the whole week. One night while I was sleeping, I woke up with an uneasy feeling. I wasn't sure why, but I just knew something was wrong. I felt as if I was being watched. My first thought was to fall back asleep, and so I did. I woke up in what I believe was about an hour, and this time I was sure something wasn't as it should be. I felt the same feeling of being watched, and I could clearly hear something moving outside. I grab my bedside candle and light it. As I get out of bed, I choose to not pull the curtains as I have a terrifying feeling that someone will be staring right at me. By now, I am convinced that something is trying to rob me. I was sleeping in the room at the back of the cabin, and so I walked up to the front and looked out by the porch, but see nothing. There are no neighbors nearby, and I can't call the police as I don't have a phone. I decide to go back to bed and try to sleep the fear away. I lay there for at least an hour without falling asleep. And although the sound is gone, the unpleasant feeling has stuck around. At the backside of the cabin, right outside my window, was an older cabin, which was used before this one was built. The place was creepy, and we eventually decided to burn it down some years later. Anyways, I hear something bumping around side of it, and I realize that I'm gonna have to look out the window. I get out of bed, light the candle again, and pull the curtains. The uneasy feeling is still there, and I have the strongest feeling that something is going to stare right back at me. I pull the curtains, and for a complete second I am caught in complete terror. I see something staring right back at me, but it's no robber. It's not a person. It's a moose. I expected to be relieved to find that it was nothing but a harmless animal, but that is far from what I was. After a few seconds, I calmed down, and the panic faded a bit. The thing was still staring at me, but it was sure not a normal moose. I took a few seconds to investigate it. For a first, it was not standing on 4 legs. It was bent forward, as if in the upper front legs were just barely floating above the ground. It was also much slimmer than moose usually are, and it had this sort of disturbing twist in the body. The antlers looked flat out terrifying. Naturally, it doesn't say anything, but I had this strong feeling that it wanted me to come out. It wanted me to let it help me. Although I felt that's what it wanted me to hear, I just knew the thing had bad intentions. I faint within a few seconds, and I wake up in the morning and let out a scream of panic. The creature is gone, and I am contemplating whether or not I was dreaming. To this day, I was unsure if this actually happened, or if I was just dreaming. Now that I know you saw the same thing, I know it was real. My grandma suggested that I tell my brother that I spoke to her about it, and I am seriously considering doing so. I mean, this for sure confirms that what we saw was not a normal moose. I had some thoughts, thinking it might have just been a handicapped or dysfunctional moose. But by the way my grandma said it tried to communicate with her and convince her, I knew it was the same thing that my brother and I encountered, as it too tried to talk to us. Apparently, she had already told this story to my mom and grandpa, but they just brushed it off and said it was either an injured moose or she was dreaming. Hearing about this story just made me all the more scared, but at the same time curious about what the creature actually was. And what was its purpose? Was he trying to lure us into the forest? Was he actually trying to help us with something? Hopefully, I get some more clarification the more I talk to people about it. I ended up sending some pictures of Wendigo and Skinwalkers to her, and she definitely saw resemblances between them. That all sent shivers down my spine. To all of the people reading this, if you ever encounter a weird-looking creature with antlers, do not speak with it, or even acknowledge their presence. That's what they want. So this is a story about an experience I had late last year. I was in Dorset, UK, the night before Christmas Eve. Opinions are welcome as I can't really explain it, and everyone I tell the story to thinks I'm just crazy or I'm making it up. What makes me think this may not be a skinwalker is that I've always heard that they won't enter a person's home unless you specifically invite them in, unless it took the open window as an invitation. In addition, I have nothing which to explain the orb and flashes unless I'm really losing my mind. Either way, I don't claim to have any literary ability. I also didn't know anything about skinwalkers until I tried to figure out what this thing was. I'll just tell it like I experienced it. I was staying with my parents for a while in my old bedroom. We had picked up the house cheaply just 3 years prior, when its former elderly owner suddenly passed away in one of the bedrooms. A friend and I had been hanging out for a week or so, enjoying the holiday, playing video games, going for short walks with my sister's dog on the nearby beach surrounding the fields. On the 22nd of December, this friend left to go spend Christmas with his own family, and not knowing what to do with my newfound bedroom for the evening, I decided to go to sleep early, around 9 p.m. for a change. My bedroom is on the second floor, and my window was left open a few inches to let in a cool breeze. My sleep was restless. I kept waking and re-entering sleep every half hour until around midnight, when I finally drift off for good, or so I thought. Now, I don't often have dreams, and if I do, I don't remember much of them, but the dream that I had this night was stranger than the others, and it is relevant to the rest of the story. I was seeing through the eyes of another person as they emerged from a bush in one of my neighbor's gardens. They were steadily and silently approaching my own garden, climbing over a 6-foot wooden fence as easily as you or I climb a set of stairs. I couldn't see any hands or feet. It was as if it was a Steadicam just gliding over the ground. My sister's dog was asleep on the tiny patch of grass near the tree, and I came to a stop directly beneath my open window. The viewpoint then switched to resting on a branch near the top of the tree in my garden, watching the back of a pale white humanoid figure silently glide up the side of my house and looking at me through my open window. This is where I woke up, covered in a cold sweat, and decided that I should just lay there for a while with my eyes closed. All I could hear was the wind in the trees outside, as I thought about the dream, hoping to remember some more of it. Without warning, the silence was broken by my sister's dog barking like crazy. About 10 seconds later, it turned to yelping before fading into silence once more. Thinking it was squirrels or something else spooking the dog, I planned to go back to sleep. But then I start to hear slow scratching sounds on the wooden paneling on the outside of the house. It only covers the second floor, so I reasoned that it couldn't have been my sister's dog. So I sat up, intending to take a look outside, pausing momentarily to glance sideways at the radio clock illuminating the room with its yellow-orange glow. And of course, it's 3:33 a.m. exactly. This is when the unexplainable intense fear washes over me, stronger than I have ever felt before or since. It definitely felt like something was in the room with me, like I was somehow intruding or being watched. I thought I could hear a low murmuring coming from all around me. I saw something move across the ceiling and come to rest behind the room's main light shade. I closed my eyes and laid down again for reasons I can't explain even now, as if I was being willed by an outside force. Then, with my eyes still closed, a floating white orb appeared roughly where I had seen the shadow on the ceiling, accompanied by the sound of 1,000 lighters being sparked at once. It was almost deafening. There was a bright white flash that filled the room with light that I could clearly see with my eyes still closed. As the flash subsided, I was left in total darkness again. I immediately sat upright, wondering what just happened. Slowly, I reached for the bedside light with my right arm, and it wouldn't turn on. Memories of unplugging it so my friend could recharge his laptop at some point earlier in the week came flooding back to me. It was only then when I was made fully aware of the dark humanoid figure now standing completely motionless in the center of my room, beneath the main light, as it unnaturally snapped its head to the left to watch my arm reaching for the light. It slowly turned its head back onto me, and I couldn't make out any facial features. It was as if its skin absorbed all light like a black hole. I stayed there for a good 2 minutes, just paralyzed in fear, not really comprehending what it was I was looking at. Then it abruptly, in a very jerking, unnatural movements, took a single step towards me and extended its open hand, ending in long, almost talon-like fingers. As it came even closer, I felt fear increase proportionally to its distance from me. It was almost touching my face when fight or flight mode engaged. Without even thinking, I jumped out of bed and slammed on the wall to turn on the main light switch. My head flicked back to cast a fresh eye on the thing, where inside of a fraction of a second, it crossed the room and threw itself out the open window, clearing the garden in a single jump before disappearing into the night at an impossible speed. I went downstairs to check on the rest of the house, and to make sure my parents were okay. Into the garden, I found my sister's dog whining softly, and attempting to hide behind the tree, shaking. I can't stop thinking back to that experience and wondering what would have happened if I stayed put, or even taken its hand. I've always been a bit of a skeptic, ever since I was a kid. Scary stories don't faze me, creepy games never frighten me, and whenever I hear something weird at night, I instantly assume it's something normal, an animal, or just the house settling. Despite this, something very unsettling happened to me the other day, and I'm not really sure what to make of it. I think it's the first time in years I've been genuinely frightened. I live in a forest area in the US. Me and my girlfriend live in a large cabin, and although there are no roads nearby, our nearest neighbors are at least a mile away. We also have 2 cats, one of which sleeps in the bedroom with us, while the other often goes out at night and does whatever cats do when they're out of sight. Anyway, I like to stay up late at night and sleep late into the morning, whereas my girlfriend's an early bird. It was 1 in the morning and I was watching a crappy TV in the living room while my girlfriend slept in the bedroom. I was beginning to grow tired when I heard something outside, near the cat door. For clarity, our cat door uses an electronic chip, so only our cats can use it. I assumed it was just one of the cats coming in or leaving the house, and I just ignored it. Then I heard it again. It sounded like something thudding against the cat door. It happened several times at random intervals, until I lost my patience and decided to go open the door. Clearly, the cat was having trouble getting in. I never thought about it at the time, but it was weird because we feed our cats well, and they're very lean rather than chubby. I passed the bedroom and peered in as I walked past, to see if my girlfriend heard the noises. She was fast asleep, but the cat that sleeps with us was staring at the window. I call her name. Nothing. She keeps staring. I shrugged it off and kept heading towards the kitchen. The back doors are through there, by the way. Anyway, so I reached the back door and saw a dark shape through the translucent door. I sighed, expecting the cat to be out there, and opened the door. It took me a moment to open the door, and I saw the cat tense up as I opened it. The door opened fully. I froze. It wasn't my cat. Whatever it was had started moving before I opened it up. I only caught a glimpse of a distorted figure, kind of like a tailless dog, bolting, and I mean absolutely pelting it. I freaked out and slammed the door shut. What the hell was it? I wasn't sure. My natural skepticism kicked in, and I assumed it was just my other cat, and I had merely startled it. Perhaps the darkness made it appear larger. Nevertheless, I was creeped out, and I decided to go to sleep. As I slipped into bed, I realized something horrifying. The second cat was asleep on the rug. It took a while to get to sleep that night. Everything seemed normal until a few hours later. I awoke to a strange feeling of dread. Something wasn't right. My girlfriend was fast asleep. I held my breath and heard something creaking by the door. It sounded too loud to be one of the cats. It was as if a person was walking about. I reached toward my bedside cabinet and flicked on the lamp. The room was illuminated and I saw something just standing outside the door, staring at me. The same twisted figure I had spotted earlier outside. It wasn't very tall, maybe a little over 5 feet, but it was its face that scared me the most. I only caught a glimpse of it, but what I saw will stay with me forever. It looked like a dog, but with an elongated face and almost human-like eyes. You know that weird, distorted snarl dogs pull when they're pissed off? It had that expression. I instantly started yelling profanities as I scrabbled backwards, trying to straighten up. The creature turned and sprinted down the hall. I heard it dash outside and go past the window behind us, just above the headboard. I managed to look out as my girlfriend started to panic as she woke up fully. We both caught a glimpse of whatever the hell that thing was as it dashed off into the woods near our home. Grabbing my trusty shotgun from underneath the bed, as well as a couple rounds from the ammunition box that sits next to it, I ran out of the room in my underwear and rounded into the kitchen. The door was open. I'd forgotten to lock it when I saw the thing originally. I haven't seen it since, but we still live in our cabin. But I've bought sturdy locks for all the main doors and windows in the house, and always check the exit points at night. I also go to bed a bit earlier than I used to, so I'm asleep when the freaks of the night start to wake up. I've read a bunch of forums, and the only thing that I can compare it to, based on what I saw, is a skinwalker. If you know anything about these things, please let me know. As I am writing you this, other skinwalkers are in front of my house. They are surrounding me. If I die, I want you to know what happened. I stand alone, nobody to help me. I hear them howling. By my estimation, there are at least 5 of them. But let's tell the story from the beginning, shall we? My childhood was nice. It was going smooth and buttery until my 8th birthday. After a long day and a party with my friends, summer heat slowly disappeared as the night came on. I was out in the backyard playing with my Spider-Man figure. I was feeling safe and happy, until my dog shot across the yard and ran off into the forest. I should probably describe the dog. He was a big Siberian husky, white. His name was Johnny. Anyways, back to the story. The dog shocked me. Then in a second, I went from feeling safe to feeling like I could die at any moment. Right then, fog rolled into my backyard. I could see the outline of a figure standing in it. Then, a wolf howled. It sounded like a wolf at first, but it sounded wrong. I screamed for my dad, who came out running. I told him about Johnny and the wolf howling. He then said, "Son, there's no wolves in this country." He ushered me inside and grabbed his shotgun and went searching for Johnny. He came back empty-handed, but I knew something happened, that he saw something. I could see it in his eyes. That night, he stayed awake on the couch, gripping his shotgun until the sun came up. From that point on, every night the fog would roll in our backyard, and the figure would start howling. As I grew older, I could not be convinced by my father it was just a wolf. So, on one winter evening, he sat me down in the couch by the fireplace and told me a story. "Son, long before men ruled the earth, other creatures lived on it. So, naturally, when we came, they felt angry. They wanted to get rid of us. That thing you see every night howling is one of them. They are called skinwalkers. They are sort of shapeshifters. They can take the shape of a human or animal. Also, they take their memories, their voice, their life. But you can always recognize the skinwalker from the real deal. When they speak, there is something wrong in their voice, a certain amount of something sinister. My son, I have dealt with skinwalkers all my life. Looks like you'll have to do that too." He then gave me an unmarked red leather-bound book and told me to read it in its entirety. And so I began. In it was everything about skinwalkers. How do they live, and what they do, what do they feed on, and how to hunt them. My father then moved away to the city when I was 20. He knew then I could guard the front line. Fast forward a few days ago, I was in the backyard of the same house. Me, now a fully grown male, 25 years old, I was guarding, and an idea came to my mind. I'm gonna catch that skinwalker. So I prepared my traps, some signs, and put my lucky necklace on my neck. I poured holy water everywhere, in the sprinklers too, put salt in my shotgun gauges, also in my sniper rifle rounds. Night came, and by my expectations, at around 10 p.m. the fog came in. What was driving me to hunt this skinwalker was this. I can't have a family with this thing around us. Why, you may ask, because this skinwalker didn't do anything to me. Wrong. He got my dog. My dad found it in the creek a few days later after he was hunting. He took a good friend of mine. I didn't want my kids to live a life like me, to be scared constantly, to not have a teenage life just because this thing came every night and attacked my house. So when the fog came, I got ready on my roof and waited. After only 10 minutes of waiting, it was here. He started doing as usual, howling and throwing stuff at my house, mostly animal carcasses. And then, out of nowhere, I turned the sprinklers on. It screamed so hard it was shaking my house. Then I shot at it with my silver bullet with some salt. It came down, but I knew it wasn't dead. It was just unconscious. I then came down from the roof. I didn't turn off the sprinklers. I picked the thing up. It must have weighed around 300 pounds. But I was a huge dude, 6'8". I have trained for this my entire life. I was ready. I took it into my basement and strapped it into a chair, placed in a cage that had electricity running through its bars. I then waited for it to wake up. When it did, it started howling immediately. It changed from its wolf shape to one of my dead friends just to hurt me. I left it there to rot. But then, it started howling again. It called another. This brings me to this moment. It's still howling. They are surrounding me. I have ammo and food in my bunker. My house was built like a fortress, but the chance of survival is small. I will try to stop them, to save you. So if I die here, take my example. Be prepared for everything. Last night, I had an experience with what I believe to be a skinwalker. I was sleeping on my couch. I'm in the process of remodeling my bedroom. It had been storming on and off all night, but in that moment, the wind was only blowing. It was about 1 in the morning when I was woken up by a very strange noise. I can't describe it that well, but it sounded like an animal call, except as if a human was making the sound. It was a long, deep noise that kept on going, almost like a foghorn. It sounded like it was right outside my window, in my backyard. In case you're wondering, I live in a country near the Ozark Mountains, and directly on the Trail of Tears. I've lived out there, in the middle of the woods my whole life. I've heard and seen everything: bears, deer, cougars, raccoons, coyotes. But the sound that I heard that night wasn't like anything that I've ever heard. I'm not going to lie, it scared the absolute hell out of me. I immediately went to my bedroom. I have a window that looks into my backyard as well. I wanted to see whatever it was, but I didn't want to pull back my living room curtains to come face to face with it. I couldn't see anything through my bedroom window, so I turned around and started walking back to the living room. Then something hit my window. It wasn't strong enough to break it, it just sounded like someone hit the palm of their hand on the glass. At that point, I went back to sleep and ignored the sound. Looking back on it, I should have recorded it, and I tried when the noise came back the next night, but every time I took out my phone, it stopped. Today, I built up enough courage to go into my backyard and to investigate. There were loose limbs everywhere. I had a bonfire a few weeks ago. The remaining ashes had been dug through, not blown by the wind or damaged by the rain. No, it looked like something took their hands and dug a hole. I did some research, and I think it's a skinwalker. I'm no stranger to these things. I've heard lots of stories about them, and considering that I've seen several things walking through the woods through my lifetime, I'm starting to become really convinced. So this happened to me last September, and I'm writing about it now, only because I've read so many experiences people have had that I'm at a point where I'm more comfortable talking about what happened. My best friends live out by a country farmland in Michigan. The land is very old and probably traces back to the Native Americans. There is even a nearby road called Indian Trail. Well, it was around 1:30 a.m. and I was leaving their house. And to paint a visual of what their yard looks like, the driveway is in the shape of a U, and they have many cars parked except for this one part near the front of the house where there is a giant evergreen tree nobody ever parks in front of, and a light that hangs over to illuminate this area. Where my car was parked is the furthest to the left, and I have to walk across the entire yard and past the tree in order to get to my car. Well, as I left that night, I reached about the center of the yard and suddenly felt my heart rate was skyrocketing. This happened out of nowhere, and I started running to get to my car as fast as I could. As I got into my car, my front windows were foggy, and as I started the car, there was a small patch clearing up at the bottom of the windshield where I could see clearly. And that's when I saw the thing squatting by the evergreen tree and watching me. I have never had that feeling as though my body was burning at 300 degrees and my heart was in my throat throbbing. I looked through that small patch of my window, which was now growing larger, and the thing wasn't moving. It was still frozen in place and squatting. It was not human, and it was not animal either. My body went numb. All of this happened in a matter of 30 seconds, and I backed out of the driveway and drove down the dirt road to get home, probably driving 70 miles an hour. I immediately repressed what happened to that point, and I don't even remember how I got home. The next day comes around, and I go over to their house again, and I was sitting in my friend's room, and I told her that I saw something in her yard last night. And she freaked out at me because she said it could have been a robber or a dangerous person. And I told her no, it wasn't a person. I described it as the khaki man because it looked like those saggy khaki tan pants, but only the entire body was that texture. The head was bald with ears folded into the scalp and pitch black beady eyes like round buttons. Well, her husband overheard me talking about this, and he entered the room halfway into the story and waited for me to finish and told me that his dad and brother have all seen it at once, and they called it Gollum, like the creature from the Lord of the Rings. I didn't know what it was, and they showed me a figurine of it, and it had similar resemblance to it. None of them ever seen it more than once. I told them that I didn't want to know anything more about it, and I tried to erase that this ever happened because it literally flipped my entire perception of this world around. Anything is possible. And while I've had paranormal experiences growing up as a child, I wasn't too scared about things like that. But to come across a creature that is not something my brain could have ever comprehended at this point, I believe that all kinds of things are out there. But all this time has passed since and I'm still traumatized from it. I don't want to live in fear and I still visit my friends frequently. But ever since then, they always walk me out if I'm leaving late at night. After a couple months passed, I decided that I wanted to know what it was that I saw. And after diving deep into online forums of people's paranormal experiences, I came across a story mentioning the term skinwalker, which I never heard before, so I decided to look it up, and that's what sparked my interest on researching more. I have read tons of stories online about encounters others have had with skinwalkers, which led me to research more about Navajo Native American folklore, and the one who walks on all fours. A part of me thinks that it could have certainly been that, but another part of me is not so sure, because this thing almost looked alien, and not so much like a coyote. Although we often hear coyotes in this area late at night. I described what this looked like to my friend who lives at the house, and she illustrated a spot-on picture of it that I'll attach here. I would love to hear from any of you with possible insight related to the subject of skinwalkers, as well as if you've seen anything like this. I have had some nightmares from it, and have thought about possibly talking to a Native American shaman who owns a shop nearby. But I'm not sure how I could approach a topic like that because it's a topic they don't like to speak about, which is why I wanted to share it here first. I told this story to some friends tonight after not thinking about it for a while and remembered how odd and creepy it really is. The man who told me about this terrifying experience in the Colorado wilderness is one of those distinct relatives that everyone has. They're your third cousin, twice removed, or something to that effect. I'm not positive exactly how we're related, but he's an incredible guy. I'll call him Greg. Greg is a decorated Green Beret with a silver star to his name that he earned by capturing the leader of an Afghan sniper cell without incurring any casualties. Despite his status of a huge badass, and not his inconsiderable size, 6'3", 200 pounds, Greg is a teddy bear. Just an extremely humble, kind person. I have a lot of experience in the outdoors and have lived in Colorado for most of my life, and Greg and I had an extended conversation about our adventures in the woods at my grandmother's house for Thanksgiving. We were sitting on the couch wearing tacky holiday sweaters when a conversation turned to hunting. Greg mentioned offhand that he used to be an avid hunter, but had an experience that turned him off to it. He doesn't even like guns anymore, something I found surprising coming from an accomplished soldier. I pushed him to tell me what happened, and though he seemed uncomfortable with the idea, he finally did. I'm going to switch to first person now and try to write exactly what Greg told me. It was late October, which means elk season is up in the Indian Peaks wilderness, and I went up there to bag a few elk and just relax for a few days by myself. I parked the truck near a trailhead about 8 miles from where I would end up setting up camp, and was looking forward to the nice weekend in the woods with some nice peace and quiet after packing all my gear and getting ready. The first morning, I was in my deer blind, about 20 feet up in a tree with a cup of coffee and my rifle. The sun had just come up an hour or so ago. About 50 yards from my tree, the tree line ended and opened up into a big meadow where a lot of elk tended to roll through, and I could sight my rifle pretty well through the trees and could see most of the big grassy area. Maybe a couple hours had passed, which really isn't boring that deep in the woods. I just drank my coffee from my thermos and listened to the life around me, feeling the woods getting ready for winter. I couldn't believe my luck when I glanced over the meadow and saw a large group of elk had started grazing in the meadow. The silent animals plodded along, munching at the grass, oblivious to me watching. Among the group was one of the most beautiful elk I had ever seen. It was called a monarch, which means its antlers had 8 points each, something really rare. I quietly clicked the safety off my rifle and sighted in on it. When you're hunting an animal like this, you want to put the bullet right where the skull meets the spine, in order to sever the spinal column and kill it instantly and painlessly. The focus when you get in the zone is incredible. I swear I could feel the firing pin punch forward and the bullet leave the barrel as I pulled the trigger. That beautiful elk went down silently, and all the others scattered for the tree line. I was ecstatic about the shot and the elk as I climbed down the tree and set off for the meadow. I had left my rifle up in the tree, something I regretted soon, and I had only a small knife on me to gut the animal and drag it back to camp. As I was making the short walk between my tree and the meadow, I noticed that the woods around me were completely silent. Some of this is normal after you fire a gun in the woods, but for it to drag on this long was unsettling. I thought nothing of it and continued the short walk through the dense pines. As I was about to clear the trees and step into the meadow, I noticed something odd. I could see the elk's body lying in the grass through the trees, but there was something else there. There was what looked like another elk, antlers and all, on the opposite side of the dead elk from where I was coming to walk out of the tree line, almost looking as though it was gently nuzzling the other elk's dead body. This was weird. To see another elk treat a dead elk like this, they usually just scatter, but I continued to walk towards it, hollering in an attempt to startle the other elk off. It snapped its head up and looked at me. Over the body of its fallen friend, the strange new elk eyed me with its unafraid glare. I say glare because it didn't feel like an animal looking at me anymore. Its glassy black eyes gave me the same caught red-handed feeling that you got when your parents catch you when you're doing something wrong. I felt suddenly uncomfortable, out of place into the woods that I loved so much, and somehow hated and guilty. I no longer wanted the elk. I stopped dead in my tracks and watched this animal as it eyed me angrily. What it did next gives me nightmares to this day. It stood up, and it was not an elk. The thing that stood before me on the other side of the dead elk must have been lying on its stomach, and put its arms down and pushed up, putting its legs under it. It reared back, glaring at me all along with its evil, glass eyes. My breath caught in my throat. Most of its body was at least somewhat human, but terribly emaciated and elongated. It appeared to stand 10 feet tall, not including the antlers atop of the elk head. It was bald everywhere but the neck up, and looked sickly pale pink. Its legs and knees bent backwards, like the back legs of an elk. This horrible, skinny, naked, unnatural thing just stood there, glaring at me with a hatred that was palpable. The woods around us were silent. It might have been seconds, minutes, or hours. I felt the disapproving parent feeling shift. I felt more like an ant under a shoe. I took a step back. My boots felt like 10 pounds. My body felt numb. And the noise of my footsteps was ear-splitting. I took one more and then turned and ran. Running through those thick woods is tough, but I ran faster than I ever have in my life. I passed under my tree with my $4,000 rifle still sitting in it without even slowing down. I ran all the way back to my camp, which must have been a mile before I stopped for a breath. It took me another minute to dare to look behind me. I was alone, but the woods around me were still silent and brooding. I wanted more than anything to pack up and go home, but I knew that I would not likely make it back to the car before nightfall, and I did not want to be exposed at night. I cooked an MRE in my tent and stayed there the rest of the day. When night fell, I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag and tried to sleep, but I couldn't stop myself from staring at every little noise. I kept thinking about the possible rational explanations for what I saw. Maybe there's a crazy guy out there who found an elk head and is wearing it around scaring people. But no explanation came up when I quailed the maddening fear that I felt. That horrible sense of being hated and guilty far from home. And nothing explained why that thing was 10 feet tall with inverted knees. As soon as the sun came up, I ran back to the blind and took it down. Then ran back to camp with my rifle and bag, packed everything up, and hiked out. I've never fired a gun in the woods since, and I don't ever intend to again. I'm not a spiritual person, but if that wasn't something in the forest telling me to leave it alone, I don't know what is. I can take a hint. I don't think I'll ever know exactly what that creature was, but I know what I saw. Next time you're up in the woods alone, be quiet, be respectful, and don't kill anything you don't have to. I thought at first Greg's story was too far-fetched to be true, but as he told it, I saw how truly scared he was. This confident, soft-spoken military man was shuddering through his story, hands shaking and face pale. I don't know what to make of it, but he said the area this occurred is one I'm quite familiar with, and it can be quite an eerie place. I have had a few experiences solo camping up there, but nothing on this scale. Sometimes being alone in the woods can feel like anything but. It just might be that there's some force out there, some inhuman creature that guards the woods. Just in case, I take extra care to be respectful whenever I'm among nature. You never know what could be watching. I had just gotten off Interstate 40 and was driving on US 191 north through the Navajo Res in Arizona one night heading to New Mexico. I'm looking for a gas station, not a car on the secluded highway. It being too dark and I somehow took a wrong turn onto a dirt road. It was because of my lack of sleep. The sign read, Ganado. Still driving, trying to make sense of my direction, I ended up at this garbage dump site. I was completely lost and saw nothing. Just pitch black darkness with the only light of the moon and some wisps of clouds covering the small part of it. Miles of bushes, some small trees, and a cornfield. The dump site was a large area. Piles of garbage were stacked. Debris scattered the road and bushes. Deciding that I needed to figure out where I was, I stopped my car and put it in park. My AC was on and the smell of decaying fish hit my nose like a baseball bat to the face. Gagging, I turned off the AC, ready to look at my phone for Google Maps. The smell was foul, but I needed to get on the right track. My headlights had illuminated the area so I could see most of the piles. Then I noticed something was moving just near the pile. There was a small coyote digging through the trash. I could see it clearly with my bright headlights. But the weird thing was, I realized it wasn't a small coyote. It looked like a small build figure of a kid. The kid stood up quickly, looking at me. I could clearly see his face and what he wore. Swearing out loud, I could see that he was covered in black paint with a fur pelt wrapped around him that looked like it had been recently skinned. I noticed that it was the pelt of a small coyote. For a few seconds, everything registered in my brain. There in front of me stood a little boy about 12 years old, covered in black paint and wrapped in a small coyote pelt, digging through the trash looking for something. And now he had stopped what he was doing, standing there looking at me. I let out a yelp and the boy looked to my left. And as my head turned, nearly causing myself whiplash, there stood another, much larger figure in the brush. There stood a tall, heavy-built man covered from head to toe in paint. The parent. Also wearing a larger thin pelt of a coyote. He stood there staring at me, his face covered in red and black face paint. Shoulder-length messy black hair hung limply down by his shoulders. He wore a huge quantity of turquoise necklaces, a silver concho belt around his waist, and silver bracelets that shine from both my headlights and the moon. It looked like it was teaching the little boy, his son, something at night. I could see his face from a distance. A stern, mean face. His eyes weren't normal. They were black, soulless, and beady looking. It was as if they were looking into my soul. Then he smiled from ear to ear. I saw his sharp teeth. What the hell? Again, I screamed bloody murder as he ran at my car. My foot above the gas, I made the decision not to try to run them over for fear of having my window busted and being dragged out into the bush. Screaming, my heartbeat hammering against my chest and trying not to have a heart attack, still gagging at the smell that worsened. I put the car in reverse, stepping on the gas, nearly running off the road as he ran towards me. As I was making a U-turn, I heard the sound of what I know were his nails scratching the back of my car. I put the car in drive, my throat hurt from screaming, but that was all I could do as I looked into my rearview mirrors to see him sprinting down the road catching up to me. 54 miles an hour on the dirt road, then onto the highway, another 70 to 80 miles per hour, hoping I wouldn't crash. Driving like a madman, fully awake, my thoughts were racing, trying to make sense of what I saw. I made it back onto Interstate 40 and kept driving, too afraid to stop, making it to New Mexico in record time. I kept my story to myself because of the backlash my friends and family would probably give me. So, this is a true cautionary tale to those late-night travelers. You may or may not see anything during the dead hours on secluded reservation roads. Just be careful what roads you take. Never having lived by myself before, I was pretty scared about what to expect. I graduated college and had landed a pretty decent job with a generous starting salary, but the downside was that I had to move far away from where I was currently living with my parents. It's been about 3.5 weeks since I moved out and I've been getting along pretty well by myself. Even in college, I had a roommate and was only 30 minutes away from my parents' house. Now, I'm living alone 2 states away from my family, so I think that I took the sudden change pretty well. I don't know if it's because of the recent stress about moving and everything, but I've been having the same reoccurring nightmare for the past couple of weeks. I'll wake up in the middle of the night covered in sweat, heart pounding, not remembering why I'm so scared, only to have the details of my dream come flooding back to me. Most of the time, I don't even go back to sleep because I'm so scared that I'll dream it again. I don't want to tell my parents about this because they're stressed enough as it is, with me living alone and so far away for the first time in my life. But it's starting to eat me alive. I've gotten very little sleep and it's beginning to show at my new job. I would say that one of the creepiest parts of my reoccurring nightmare is that I keep having these out-of-body experiences while I'm dreaming. I don't know how common out-of-body experiences are, but I think that having one every night for 2 weeks in a row is pretty rare. To understand the rest of my dream, you have to know the general layout of my apartment building and the room where I live. It's a pretty big building, 6 stories tall, and about 100 yards wide. There is a large set of woods located behind the apartment building that stretches on for a good couple of miles. But I've never been back there in real life because the woods give me the creeps. I live on the 3rd floor and the window in my bedroom has a full view of the woods behind the building. My dream always starts out the same. I'm standing behind the apartment building, looking into the wall of trees that sits before me. It's in the middle of the night and the moon is shining overhead, casting a low, white light over everything. I'm standing out in the cold with nothing on but a t-shirt and my underwear. I know I'm dreaming, but there is an astounding amount of detail in what I can remember. I remember feeling the cold grass beneath my uncovered feet, and the rhythmic sound of crickets as they sing in the night. I also remember the woods. Every time my dream starts, I'm looking into the woods, but I have this feeling, call it intuition, that I'm waiting for something. For what? I don't know. Despite all the light that's coming down from the soft glow of the moon, the trees in front of me are dark. They vanish into blackness as they get further and further away from me. After a couple of minutes of standing there in the cold looking for nothing, I turn around and start walking toward the apartment building. I go up to my room and walk in. The lights are off, but I can navigate through the darkness using the small amounts of moonlight shining through the windows. The door to my bedroom is always cracked open a little bit, so I quietly walk in and there I am. Another me, fast asleep in my bed. I watch myself sleep for a couple minutes and then wake up. Despite the dream not appearing scary in any way, I always wake up full of fear and have to calm myself down by drinking a cold cup of water to steady my nerves. Every time I've woken up so far, I've never dared to look out the window. I'm too afraid that I might see something. See what? I don't know. 13 days now. I've had the exact same dream, 13 days in a row. I'd start out behind the building, shivering in the cold of the night. I watch the woods for a couple of minutes, then walk back into my apartment. I enter my bedroom and watch myself sleep for a little bit. Then I wake up. It's gone on like that for almost 2 weeks. Until last night. It started out the same as every other dream. I was behind the building in the glow of the moonlight, shivering from the cold, standing in front of the dark wall of trees, looking for nothing and listening to the crickets sing. Something was different though. Something inside me had changed. There was an indescribable, overwhelming sense of dread that was not there before. I was afraid. Impossibly afraid. I shivered again, not from the cold, but from fear. For the past 13 days, I had this very strong feeling, call it intuition, that I was standing in front of those woods for a reason. Some part of me was always saying that I was there waiting for something. Standing there last night, I can say with certainty that whatever was waiting for me had arrived. The atmosphere around me felt different. The sort of feeling you get when you know you're not alone. I wanted to turn around and run, but my body wasn't letting me. Out of nowhere, the crickets stopped singing, and everything went silent. I could hear leaves crunching in the distance. I tried to run, but I didn't budge. The crunching leaves grew louder, closer. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. I heard a twig snap several yards in front of me, and I saw something advance from the darkness. I turned around and started walking towards my apartment. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. My body wasn't allowing me. I could still hear the crunching leaves behind me, impossibly close. I knew if that I turned around, I would see it, the thing that I'd been waiting for. As I was walking back to the apartment, I was certain that something was walking in the darkness behind me. Something dangerous and demonic. I made it into the building and walked in, closing the door behind me without turning around. Whatever was following me did not make it into the building. I was about to let out a heavy sigh of relief, but stopped. I heard something behind me. It was very faint, but in the stillness of the night, I could hear it as clear as day. I turned around reluctantly and looked at the door to the outside. There was a long small window on the door, and through the door, I could see the silhouette of a dark figure standing from just outside the door. The sound that I heard was its claw-like fingers tapping on the glass. It was a mocking gesture. If it wasn't for the lack of light, I would probably seen it smiling at me as well, quietly saying that it was going to get me and there was nothing that I could do about it. The tapping stopped and it moved away from the window into the darkness. I turned back around and went up to the 3rd floor where my apartment was. I entered and walked over to my bedroom door. I quietly walked in and froze. My other self wasn't in the bed this time. I was standing in front of the bedroom window looking down at the woods below. My other self turned around looking at me. I don't know if it was because of the lack of light in the room, but I couldn't make out any facial features. My face was just one pale blur of color with 2 specks of blackness for eyes. My other self went back to looking out the window. I slowly walked over to him and looked out the window myself. There was something right on the edge of the tree line looking up at us. It looked like a shadow, a dark outline standing in front of the wall of trees. It turned around and walked into the woods. My other self whispered something to me. It was so quiet, it was like I thought it rather than heard it. Get out. Then I woke up. It was 4 o'clock in the morning and the sun wasn't out yet. I sat up in my bed, my heart still pounding uncontrollably. I looked towards the window but didn't get up. What was I so scared about? I had a stupid nightmare. I've never believed in the supernatural, why the hell would I start now? I was starting to get angry with myself for being scared by a dream. I got up and went over to the window out of spite rather than curiosity. I wanted to show myself how stupid I was being. I looked down and scanned the tree line. There was nothing. I scolded myself for acting so childish and was about to look away when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It was quick, but I thought I saw something retreat back into the woods near the trunk of one of the trees. My heart was pounding again and I felt lightheaded. I went into the kitchen and turned on the light before pouring myself a cup of water. I sat there in the light until the sun came up. I called in sick to work and decided that I was going to go apartment hunting instead. As I was leaving the building, something caught my eye. I went back to the front door and stared at the small, long window. I put my hand on the glass and moved it back and forth. There were small scratches etched into the glass. I didn't want to sleep in my apartment tonight, so I got a hotel room instead. I still don't want to fall asleep. Whatever is happening, real or not, I'm scared. I don't know what to do besides wait. Wait for what? I don't know. I know this sounds totally crazy, and I probably wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen to me. I've never been a believer in the paranormal, but honestly, I have no idea what to make of what happened last night. I will say it again before you read this that it sounds insane, but please know I am telling the truth. I wasn't drunk or high, and I was with a friend of mine who saw the exact same thing. I go to college in a smallish school in Wisconsin. One thing this school is known for is having crazy parties out in the surrounding woods. I know it sounds stupid, but it's the only way to make sure that campus PD doesn't come and shut it down. I haven't ever been to one of these parties. I've had difficulty with anxiety, but after 2 years of therapy and medication, I finally decided I wanted to go to at least one party before I graduate. I'm a senior. So anyway, I talked to my friend Gina, who's known as a bit of a party girl, and she tells me there's going to be a big party in the woods this Thursday. A lot of kids at my school don't have class on Friday, so we make plans to go. So last night, me and her head down a trail into the woods with flashlights, and we joke about how creepy it was. Everything was going smoothly at first, until we go down a smaller trail that was only 2 feet wide instead of the normal road-sized trails that we usually go through. I was kind of freaked out, but didn't say anything because I assumed she knew where we were going. So we follow this trail a bit longer, and eventually come to this sort of clearing, where the trees aren't too dense and we could see a towel and a few bottles on the ground. At this point, my friend tells me that she's got a bit turned around, but knows that we're very close to the party because she's been at the clearing before, and she starts calling out, "Hey," hoping someone would hear her and shout back. When this doesn't work, she takes out her phone and calls one of her friends that she said was going to meet her at the party. The friend answers and apparently tells her where they were. Gina then tells me she knows where they are and that we're close. I joke that she better not get me killed, and as we nervously laugh, we hear a nya, nya, nya sound coming from behind us, followed by what sounded like a cross between a whistle of an old train and somebody blowing. We then turn around thinking, what the fuck was that? We shine our flashlights on a deer standing up on its hind legs with one arm against a tree looking at us. I know it sounds stupid, but just the way that it was watching us and standing up there was the most unsettling thing I have ever seen in my life. My friend takes off running and I'm still standing there looking at it, trying to make heads or tails of it before I start running after Gina, trying not to be left alone with this thing. Luckily for me, Gina runs into a tree and I catch up with her and start yelling at her about leaving me alone. When we hear another whistling sound out to the left of us and turn our flashlights to see another deer looking at us. But this one was walking toward us on its hind legs, but not like a person, like a dog. It gets close but walks behind the tree with only its head and neck poking out, watching us. I've never been so scared in my life and start to cry and yell at Gina, telling her to call the cops. Like that would do any good. At this point, I honestly thought I was going to die. I was just so scared that we had heard another whistle sound somewhere in the woods behind us. We heard a rustling sound in the woods and we were sure that this was it. This is where we were going to die. But instead walked out a giant, like newfound size, but with short hair like a lab, black dog. The dog then walked right up to us, looked at us for a bit, and looked at the deer behind the tree, which then started to make a nya, nya sound, like we had heard earlier, but the dog just stood there looking at it, not growling or barking or anything, just staring. The deer then started to make a huge coughing sound, but the dog stared at it without making a noise, before turning around and just ignoring it, and walking over to us and started barking and baying. A minute later, a professor who I'd taken a class with sophomore year burst through the brush and started yelling at Baron, his dog who had apparently run away into the woods. He was really confused to see us, but saw that we were crying and offered to take us back to his house and drove us back to campus. I haven't slept since that night, and I've been all over the internet trying to make sense of what I saw, and I think it was a skinwalker.